Chapter 1 Drinking is a mistake, mistaking your sister for your girlfriend. The night in Jiangcheng is bright with lights, and the city is bustling and noisy. In a hotel room, the lights are dim and ambiguous, and an intoxicating atmosphere fills the air. Chen May's long, black, beautiful hair was casually scattered like a waterfall over her fair, smooth shoulders. Her clothes were disheveled, revealing a large, dazzling expanse of delicate, white skin. The texture of that skin was like that of an egg just taken from the shell, so breakable that it seemed like a gentle pinch could cause it to ooze with crystal-clear droplets of water. Ding Long's eyes were glazed over, his cheeks flushed with an intoxicating red, like the sunset in the sky. As if driven by an inexplicable force, his hand suddenly wrapped tightly around Chen Meng's slender waist, which was as soft as a nimble water snake, exuding a deadly charm. Ding Long. Whimper. Chen Meng was about to speak when Ding Long, as if possessed, eagerly and without further ado kissed her rose petal-like lips. The kiss was hot and intense, full of deep affection and surging desire, instantly igniting the already ambiguous air in the room. The temperature rose sharply, and Ding Long also seemed to be lost in the whirlpool of passion, completely infatuated and intoxicated. Ding Long, I'm not. Chen Meng's face instantly turned red as a ripe tomato. Her hands hung limply around Ding Long's neck, and her eyes revealed a hint of panic and shyness, like a startled fawn. At this moment, Ding Long's gaze was completely captivated by Chen Meng's charming body. The curves of her well-proportioned figure were like carefully crafted works of art, her slender and elegant neck was like a swan neck, her perky and elastic buttocks, and her full breasts that made people unable to take their eyes off them. All of this made him unable to hear anything, and he was completely immersed in the visual impact brought by this charming body. Early the next morning, the warm sunshine shone through the curtain and fell like silk threads on the bed. Ding's head ached terribly, and his head felt dizzy, as if someone had hit him hard with a stick. He opened his eyes with difficulty and effort, his voice hoarse like sandpaper, mumbling, "Well, where am I?" Without thinking, he turned his head to look to the side. This glance made his eyes instantly bulge like bronze bells, and all the sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Next to him lay a woman with skin as translucent as jade, naked from head to toe, with long, dark, beautiful hair spread messy, like a wild and sexy picture scroll. The curves of her body were simply breathtaking, especially her plump breasts that were about to burst out of her shirt. Ding Long almost had a nosebleed just looking at them. Looking around, the place was a mess. Short skirts, a white blouse with lipstick stains, and long black silk stockings were scattered haphazardly in every corner of the room, as if telling the story of last night's madness. What made Ding Long panic and his mind go blank was that lying next to him was not his girlfriend Chen May, but Chen May's younger sister Chen Meng. These two sisters looked like they were carved from the same mold, but Chen Meng had a few more mature charms and a charming style than Chen May, and her figure was also more hot and seductive, like a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible charm. Ding Long immediately understood. Last night, he was full of joy and anticipation as he prepared to propose to Chen May, but she mercilessly rejected him and even gave him a depressing good guy card. Later, Chen Meng came to comfort him, but who knew that after getting drunk, he had confused her with someone else. This is bad. Ding Long felt like a swarm of bees were buzzing around in his head, full of remorse and helplessness, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just then, Chen Meng's fingers moved slightly, her long, snow-white thighs curling slightly before she stretched out, her languid posture full of temptation. Then, her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn water, slowly opened, their depths full of deep affection, as she gazed at Ding Long, as if he were her whole world. "Sister, no, Chen Meng, last night." Ding Long took a deep breath to try to calm himself down, and asked with a face full of embarrassment, "Did we?" Chen Meng nodded lightly, and a blush quickly spread from her cheeks to her entire face, like the burning sunset in the sky, rosy and cute and alluring. "Air?" Ding Long suddenly felt his head grow even bigger, and then asked, "Since it's already happened, what do you think?" At this point, Chen Meng also realized that she was naked and, blushing like a little girl, hid under the covers. Meanwhile, her pleasant voice came from under the covers. "I know everything about your breakup with your sister last night. In fact, I've been attracted to you since I first saw you. But because you were my sister's boyfriend, I had to hide my feelings deep down. I never thought that you and my sister would break up. At that moment, I felt both sad and a little happy. Then you got drunk in the bar, and then, we did all those things. Although you mistook me for someone else last night, I did it willingly, so don't feel any psychological burden. We are both adults, and I won't force you to do anything." This was the first time Chen Meng had mustered the courage to confess her feelings to the boy she liked since she was a child. Her heart was both tense like a fully strung bowstring and full of anticipation, like a child waiting to open a present. While talking, she cautiously poked her head out of the covers, took a quick peek at Ding Long, and then quickly retreated back like a frightened rabbit. She was full of shyness, and her shy appearance made people feel heartbroken and moved at the same time. In fact, last night she also mustered up her courage before bringing the drunk Ding Long to the hotel. No matter what the result was, she never regretted it, because she felt that being able to have such an intimate moment with the person she liked was already enough. Air. Ding Long froze for a moment. He had never expected that Chen May had liked him for so long and had been brave enough to express it. For a moment, Ding Long's heart beat rapidly, as if a mischievous little deer was rampaging inside, leaving him a little overwhelmed. I want to be your girlfriend. If you don't want to, just pretend last night never happened and we'll be like before. Seeing that Ding Long was silent, Chen May gently bit her lip and said again, her tone carrying a hint of determination and a hint of expectation that made people feel pity when they heard it. Hearing these words, Ding Long's heartbeat became even more intense, like a drum beating, thump-thump straight away. This succession of bold confessions made him truly feel Chen Meng's deep feelings for him. He was not made of stone, but just broke up with Chen May and immediately started seeing her younger sister. This made him feel like a heartless man, and he felt some conflict and confusion in his heart. Just as Ding Long was hesitating, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head, just like the sci-fi sound effects in movies. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the system activation condition and successfully bound the cool system. Ding! Congratulate the host on triggering the mission. Option 1, reject Chen May, lose all your possessions, and start from scratch. Option 2, accept Chen May, get married, and receive a reward exclusive gift package. Holy shit! I actually activated the system. Ding Long was overcome with a feeling of ecstasy, as if he had won the lottery. As a veteran fan of fiction, he was familiar with things like systems, and this was simply a godsend, giving him hope for a comeback in life. As for the task options, he hardly hesitated at all. Although 20 million sounded like a lot, it was enough to instantly make him a multi-millionaire and allow him to live a life of wealth. However, he knew the tricks of online fiction, and the rewards that were not clearly stated were often the most precious, and might bring him unexpected surprises and life-changing opportunities. Moreover, Chen May was head over heels in love with him, and the two had even had intimate relations last night. For reasons of both emotion and reason, he should take responsibility and not let down this girl who truly loved him. So Ding Long held back his excitement, took a deep breath, and said, Chen May, let's go get our marriage certificate. What? Chen May suddenly lifted the covers, her face full of shock, her eyes wide open, her mouth slightly open, as if she had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ding Long's answer completely took her by surprise. She had imagined that Ding Long might refuse, or might accept, but she never expected that Ding Long would propose to get a marriage certificate with her. Ding Long? Did Ding Long really want to marry her? Chen Mei's mind went blank in an instant, and she froze, as if under a spell. At that moment, Ding Long's eyes were fixed on Chen May, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, looking like a teenager driven by lust. This girl's figure is really seductive. Although she and Chen May are twins, in temperament and figure, Chen May is indeed superior, like a bright pearl, exuding a unique radiance. Chen May noticed Ding Long's scorching gaze and also realized her embarrassment. She screamed shyly and quickly dove into the covers like a frightened ostrich. Seeing this, Ding Long's face flushed, and he coughed lightly to try to hide his embarrassment. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, Chen May, will you go with me to get married? There was a movement under the covers, and Chen May poked her head out and asked softly, Ding Long, are you serious? Yes. I'm serious. Will you be my wife? Ding Long looked at her with a sincere face, his eyes revealing determination and expectation, as if he were promising her his life. I do. Chen May blushed, her head so low it was about to bury itself between her proud breasts. Her shy appearance was intoxicating to behold. You turn around first, I need to get dressed. Great, then let's. Ding Long was ecstatic, almost dancing for joy. Wait. Ding Long suddenly paused, his mouth curling up into a mischievous smile, like a naughty child. What's wrong? Chen May asked, a little puzzled, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and curiosity. I drank too much last night and don't remember many details. How about reliving it with my dear? With that, Ding Long suddenly lifted the quilt. In an instant, the spring light was revealed. Chapter 2 They got their marriage certificate, and the system rewarded them. After a while of lingering affection, Ding Long and Chen Meng quickly washed up and stepped out of the hotel door. The atmosphere between the two was so sweet that it could be drawn. Chen Meng snuggled up to Ding Long, her arm intimately wrapped around his, her face beaming with a smile that made bubbles of happiness. To get the certificate, we need to bring the household register and ID cards. So, let's go to where I live to get them first, and then go to your place, said Ding Long, beaming with love, as he reached out and gently pinched Chen Meng's rosy, jelly-like cheeks, and laughed. Ding Long had previously told his parents to send the household registration booklet over, thinking that he would go and get married as soon as he proposed to Chen May. He had even taken leave from work to do so, but little did he know that things would turn out so differently, and in the end, it was Chen Meng who stood by his side. Okay, Chen Meng replied softly, like a well-behaved kitten. She had actually taken leave from work early in the day, hoping for this day to come. In no time at all, Ding Long and Chen Meng arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was a long queue for divorce registration, but the marriage registration counter was deserted, so they could complete the formalities without waiting in line. Ding Long, Chen Meng, what are you doing here? The marriage registration officer exclaimed, her eyes popping in surprise. It was none other than their schoolmate Zhang Chang. Senior, we're here to get our marriage license. Chen Meng blushed as soon as she heard this, her face turning red like a ripe apple, and said shyly. What? You're getting married? Who's the guy? I haven't heard a thing about it. Zhang Chang's eyes were wide open, and a series of questions came out of her mouth like a machine gun. As Chen Meng Sr., they kept in touch after graduation. In her impression, the girl was still single before, so why is she suddenly getting married? And judging from the situation, it seems like a quickie marriage. As for why she didn't think of Ding Long, it was because Chen Meng let go of Ding Long's hand as soon as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Zhang Chang always knew that Ding Long was Chen May's boyfriend, so she would never have thought that Ding Long would come with Chen Meng to get married. It's Ding Long, Chen Meng said, taking Ding Long's arm again and lowering her head until it was almost buried in her chest, blushing. What? Zhang Chang couldn't believe her ears, her eyes widening even more. Isn't Ding Long Chen May's boyfriend? You're Chen May's sister, what's going on between you two? She felt like her head had been hit with a blunt object, short-circuiting her. The relationship between these people was so chaotic. At this time, those waiting in line to get divorced also looked at them with curiosity, and they began to chatter and discuss. Awesome! He even got the girlfriend's sister. Holy cow, this is so melodramatic. It really happens in real life, and it shattered my 3 values. This girl is really something, she's with her sister's boyfriend and they're getting married, doesn't she care about sisterly love? This guy is a role model for us. He's taken down all the sisters at once, so awesome. This is the dream of many men, and he's actually achieved it, so it's really enviable. Chen Meng's face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a crack to crawl into, clinging to Ding Long. Her body trembled slightly. Chen May and I have broken up. Chen Meng and I are truly in love, and I have decided on her. Senior, please register our marriage. Ding Long looked sincere, and his eyes were so sincere that no one could doubt him. He knew exactly what to do. He had to quickly collect the certificate, otherwise the chatter of the onlookers would drown them out. With that, he took out the household registration books and ID cards of the two. Are you sure you've thought this through? Zhang Chang couldn't help but ask. Yes, the two of them answered in unison, as if they had already discussed it. Okay, Zhang Chang looked at them deeply, without saying anything else, and quickly began the paperwork. I wish you 100 years of happiness and eternal love, and in no time at all, Zhang Chang placed the 2 red marriage certificates on the table. Thank you, Senior. Chen Meng picked up the marriage certificate like it was a rare treasure, and looking at the photo of the 2 of them on it, her heart was filled with joy, like she had just eaten honey. She had finally married Ding Long and become his wife. When are you planning to have the wedding? Zhang Chang asked. We haven't decided yet, Chen Meng shook her head. In fact, which girl doesn't look forward to her wedding? But Chen Meng didn't want to put too much pressure on Ding Long, so she didn't mention it. Don't worry, Senior, when we pick a good date, we'll definitely invite you to our wedding, Ding Long said with a smile. Great, we'll definitely be there on time with the money and people, Zhang Chang replied with a smile. After the two left the Civil Affairs Bureau, a system voice rang in Ding Long's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Chen Meng, and you have already obtained a license and an exclusive gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining investment ability advanced, 100W in cash, and a piece of future intelligence. Intelligence: in 7 days, the value of the US central bank will drop 2%, while the market value of Huaxia gold will rise 30%. He thought to himself, it really is the hidden gift package that is the most rewarding. With master-level investment skills and 1,000 yuan in cash, wouldn't he be able to walk around the financial markets like he was in his own backyard? And that future information was simply priceless. Ding Long had graduated from a finance college, and in the past, when he had limited funds at hand, he had used tens of thousands of yuan to speculate in stocks, and he had not had much contact with futures, but that did not affect his understanding of the financial markets. He figured that if he invested 100W in gold futures, with a 30% increase in value and 10 times leverage, that would be 300W in income. With master-level investment capabilities, wouldn't making money be like playing in the future? Ding Long, we got our license, we have to celebrate. Chen May looked at her phone and smiled. Sure, where do you want to go? Ding Long suppressed his excitement and looked at Chen May tenderly. Let's go to my dad's restaurant. My dad's spicy and sour fish is amazing, it's really delicious. Chen Mei's eyes sparkled like little stars as she blinked. In fact, Chen May also had her own plan in mind. Now that they had their marriage certificate, it was time to meet their respective parents. Okay, Ding Long nodded with a smile. The two of them took a taxi to Chen Mei's father's restaurant. Dad! Chen Mei called out crisply as soon as she entered the door. Chen Mei's family situation was a bit complicated. Her parents divorced when she was young, and she lived with her father, while her sister Chen May lived with her mother. Her father single-handedly ran the small restaurant and worked hard to raise her. After her mother remarried, her sister also lived the life of a rich girl. Perhaps because of their different upbringings, Chen May placed more value on material things, which was the main reason for her breakup with Ding Long. Chapter 3 Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend. Oh, why are you two together? Chen Mei's father, Chen Hai, was busy serving customers in the restaurant when he looked up and saw Ding Long and Chen Mei walking side by side, and immediately his face showed a surprised look. In the past, the ones who came to the restaurant were his eldest daughter, Chen May, and Ding Long. The two of them were always together, and they looked quite compatible. To be honest, Chen Hai was quite satisfied with his eldest daughter's boyfriend, Ding Long. He felt that this young man was down to earth and capable, and that he had his own way of doing things and getting by in life. He was a reliable person. However, deep down in Chen Hai's heart, he had always hoped that Ding Long and his youngest daughter, Chen May, would get together. Chen May has suffered hardship since childhood, and if she can find a reliable partner like Ding Long, he will have nothing to worry about and will be able to rest assured. Dad, we are just trying to help you out and take care of the business in the restaurant, Chen May said with a smile, taking Ding Long's arm as if they were in their own home. She picked a table, sat down gracefully, and then said to Chen Hai with a smile, "We have come to cheer you on and take care of the business in the restaurant." Chen May, what's going on here? Chen Hai frowned as he looked at the two of them, who looked so intimate. He was secretly hoping that Ding Long and Chen May would get together, but after all, Ding Long had previously been dating Chen May. If the two daughters were fighting over the same man, it would be a ridiculous situation, and he really couldn't accept it. Dad, my sister and Ding Long have broken up. My sister feels that Ding Long cannot give her the kind of happy life she wants. In fact, I have liked Ding Long for a long time. Maybe it's fate, and now we are together. Chen Mei spoke up before Ding Long to explain. She knew that she had to make things clear quickly, otherwise the misunderstanding would only get deeper. And she didn't want to make Ding Long feel awkward, so she simply explained the whole story. While she was talking, she took out the marriage certificate from her bag and waved it in Chen Hai's face. Dad, look, and we just got our marriage certificate, so we are now official husband and wife. What? Chen Hai's eyes widened at this news, and his voice unconsciously changed pitch, as if he had heard something unbelievable. These words shocked him, and his heart was pounding so hard that he could barely stand it. He wasn't surprised by the fact that Chen May and Ding Long had broken up. After all, his eldest daughter had grown up with her ex-wife and had inherited her temperament, which was a bit materialistic and sought after materialistic enjoyment. But what really surprised him was that his youngest daughter had gotten married to Ding Long so quickly. Chen Hai covered his chest and took a while to recover. Uncle Hai. Oh no, Dad, I really love Chen Mei. Getting a marriage license was not a spur-of-the-moment decision made in a moment of passion. I will always love Chen Mei and will never let her suffer. As soon as Ding Long opened his mouth, he realized that he had called her name wrong and quickly corrected it. He looked at Chen Hai solemnly and made his promise. Dad, don't worry, when the time is right, I will definitely give Chen Meng a lively and grand wedding, so that she can be the happiest bride. You too. Chen Hai shook his head helplessly, reached out to take the marriage certificate that Chen Meng handed him, flipped through it, and sighed heavily. You've already gotten the certificate, what else can I say as your father? Forget it. You two just live a good life from now on. As long as you are happy, I will be at peace too. Chen Meng beamed like a flower, her face filled with a happy smile. Dad, with your blessings, we will definitely be happy. By the way, Dad, I haven't had your spicy and sour fish fillets in a long time, I miss them. You girl. Chen Hai laughed, reached out his hand, and gently patted Chen Meng's head. He turned around and went into the kitchen to get busy. After dinner, Ding Long and Chen Meng bid Chen Hai farewell. My dear, take this card. There are 2 million yuan in it. It's not much, but it's a little gift from your father. Consider it your dowry. You too should save up money and buy your own home as soon as possible, so you can live a stable life. Chen Hai pulled an old drawer from under the bed and rummaged in it for a while before finding a bank card and handing it to Chen Meng. This is all the family wealth he has painstakingly saved up over most of his life. He has always felt guilty that he has not been able to give his youngest daughter a complete home, nor has he let her live a good life. He just hopes that this money can somehow help Chen Meng and make her life easier in the future. Dad. Chen Meng's eyes reddened at the sound of her father's voice, and her voice choked up. She understood in her heart what this money meant to her father. She had wanted to refuse, but the prices in Jiangcheng were ridiculously high, and housing prices were even more shocking. With just the salaries of her and Ding Long, it was simply a pipe dream to think of buying a house in the short term. With this money, Ding Long's pressure would be reduced considerably, and they would be able to get by a little better in the future. My daughter, you have suffered a lot over the years following your father. You should live a good life with Ding Long in the future and support each other, understand? Chen Hai looked at Ding Long with eyes full of trust and expectations. Ding Long nodded solemnly without saying a word. Although he had the golden finger of the system, it still took time to make money, didn't it? If he said at this moment that he could quickly earn enough money to buy a house, Chen Hai and Chen Meng would definitely suspect that he had gone astray and done something illegal. Thank you, Dad. Chen Meng wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a sniff, Dad, I want to move in with Ding Long. Can I borrow your car? Of course. Chen Hai smiled and agreed. They had already received their marriage certificates, so it was only natural for them to live together. Thank you, Dad. Chen Meng excitedly threw herself at him, gave him a tight hug, took the car keys, took Ding Long's arm, and walked happily away. Chen Hai's car was an affordable domestic Wuling Hongguang, which was particularly suitable for a small restaurant owner like him. It was cost-effective, had plenty of space, and was usually quite convenient for carrying goods. The car looked quite new and should have been bought not long ago. Ding Long, you drive, Chen Meng handed the car keys to Ding Long. In the past, when Ding Long and Chen May had not broken up, they often came to the store and often drove this car, so he was quite familiar with the performance of the car. Ding Long responded, took the keys, sat in the driver's seat, and Chen Meng sat in the passenger seat. Ding Long's parents ran a building materials business in the county, and the family also had a Wuling Hongguang, so he was familiar with operating this type of car. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the rented house. The house was not big, just a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, simply furnished with no excessive decorations. Ding Long had previously thought that after marrying Chen May, they would need to move to a bigger house, so he rented this one. If he were living alone, he would not have spent so much money renting such a big house in Jiangcheng. From now on, I'll be the mistress of this place. Chen Meng stood in the doorway, took a deep breath, and then expertly carried the luggage into the bedroom and started to clean up. She had been here before, so she was familiar with the layout of the house. There were still a lot of Chen May's clothes in the master bedroom, so Chen Meng sorted them out and put them aside, muttering, when my sister has time, let her come and take them. Okay, as you wish. Ding Long leaned against the doorframe and quietly watched Chen Meng tidying up the room. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Chen May lived here, she didn't do any housework and spent all day getting ready and going out to play. Ding Long had to do all the household chores by himself. Now, when he looked at Chen Meng, the difference was huge. Chen Meng was hard-working and sensible, and that made Ding Long feel warm inside. This time, I really picked the right person, Ding Long muttered to himself, beaming from ear to ear. Half an hour later, Chen Meng had tidied the house up and made it clean and tidy. Then she looked up and said to Ding Long with a smile, "We've been busy all day, so why don't we go out for a walk?" "Okay, whatever you say," Ding Long agreed, nodding. He now did whatever Chen May said. Before long, the two arrived at a nearby shopping mall. Chen May was like a happy little bird, running around the mall, looking at this and that, and finally picking out a few outfits for Ding Long. Ding Long initially wanted to refuse, as he was used to being short of money and the clothes in the mall were expensive, so he didn't want to spend the money on clothes. But Chen May was beside him, persuading him with soft words and hard persuasion. She said that this shirt would look handsome on him, and that the quality of that shirt was good. Ding Long really couldn't resist, and had to accept. Chen May also bought herself a beautiful skirt and a pair of exquisite shoes. "Do I look good?" Chen May came out of the fitting room, twirling cheerfully in front of the mirror like a little fairy. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Ding Long, her gaze full of expectation, waiting for Ding Long to praise her. "They look great." Ding Long looked at Chen May with love in his eyes, smiled and nodded, saying, "The shoes and skirt match perfectly. You look like a fairy come down to earth, you're so beautiful." "Hee, I think so too." Chen May was over the moon at Ding Long's praise and smiled even wider. "Sister, Ding Long, why are you together?" Suddenly, there was an exclamatory shout of surprise from the side. The two turned their heads and saw a young girl dressed up to the nines standing at the entrance of the mall, looking exactly like Chen May. Behind the girl was a young man dressed in designer clothes. The girl was Chen May, and next to her was the second-generation rich guy Wu Lei, who had always been pursuing her. Chapter 4 Sister-in-Law? "We're here to pick out some clothes," Chen May said with a smile, her happiness evident. She lightly shook the arm she was holding with Ding Long, and the sweetness of the moment was like having just dipped into a honey pot. "Chen May, this must be your twin sister, right?" Wu Lei was like a curious baby, his eyes darting back and forth between Chen May and Chen May, as if he wanted to see something. Chen May nodded slightly, but her heart inexplicably began to pound, as if she sensed something was wrong. "So he's your brother-in-law?" Wu Lei's mouth curled up into an inscrutable smile. "Yes, he's my husband, Ding Long," Chen Mang's crisp voice immediately rang out. She puffed out her chest, took Ding Long's arm even tighter, and her eyes were full of sweetness and pride, as if proclaiming her happiness to the world. "Ah, sister, what's going on here?" Chen May felt like she had been struck by lightning, her whole body frozen, her eyes wide as copper bells, full of surprise and disbelief. She never imagined that her ex-boyfriend would become her sister's husband. This was even more bizarre than anything that would happen in a TV drama. "Why not? You broke up with him, and I confessed to him openly after you broke up. He was willing to accept me." Chen Meng met Chen May's gaze, her eyes firm as a rock, and said unhurriedly. You too." Chen May was so angry that her face turned red, like a ripe tomato. Her fingers trembled as she pointed at them, but she couldn't say a whole sentence for a long time. This was so ridiculous, and she felt her head was in a mess, not knowing what to do at all. Oops. Wu Lei was also shocked. His mouth was wide open and his jaw almost dropped. He looked at Ding Long, then Chen Meng and Chen May, and his eyes were overflowing with envy and jealousy. He kept muttering to himself, "Does this kid have some kind of dog shit luck? How did he manage to get these two sisters? I'm a rich second generation, so why do I suddenly feel so miserable?" The customers and shop assistants around them were also drawn like a magnet, gathering around, their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, their jaws almost touching the floor. "My goodness, this guy is so lucky. My goodness, this is the man who has won the sisters. I have to worship him and absorb his happiness. People are so envious. I am still single, while others have found their soulmates. This is outrageous. Why is this man so successful when he is so poorly dressed? I really don't understand. Why else? He is handsome. These days, looks are everything." Everyone was talking at once, expressing their own opinions on this drama. The shopping mall suddenly became like a bombed-out area, with a lot of noise. "Chen Meng, you're my younger sister, how can you be with my ex?" Chen May finally came back to her senses and shouted at Chen Meng, her voice becoming shrill with anger. "Why not? I've made it clear already, and besides, it's not illegal for us to be together." Chen Meng lifted her chin slightly, her eyes showing a stubbornness that was not at all intimidated by Chen May's momentum. "You?" Chen May was so choked that she could only glare at Chen Meng fiercely, her chest rising and falling, breathing heavily in anger. "Sister, I know you've always liked money. When you first wanted to break up with Ding Long, I even tried to persuade you. If you had listened to me, I would have hidden my feelings for Ding Long and never bothered you. But you insisted on breaking up. What you didn't want, I treasured the most. Tell me, why can't we be together? Chen May took a deep breath and said each word carefully, her gaze so determined that no one could argue with her. What? You got married? Chen May was shocked again, and felt her head buzz as if a swarm of bees were buzzing inside. How was this possible? They broke up yesterday, and today they got married? That's right, Chen May nodded with a smile so sweet it could kill. I left the marriage certificate at home, otherwise I would have shown it to you. By the way, I packed up all your clothes in the rental apartment, so you can go get them whenever you have time. From today on, that will be my home with Ding Long. Chen May stood there like a log, unable to react for a long time. She didn't know what to say or what to do, her heart was in a complete mess. Ding Long stood next to her, quietly watching the whole thing without saying a word. He felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. It was Chen May who had been determined to break up with him in the first place. Now he was with Chen May, and that was for real. Honey, I'll go change first, Chen May said softly to Ding Long, not wanting to continue the argument here, and then turned and walked towards the fitting room. Ding Long, how can you be with my sister? Chen May saw Chen May leave and turned her anger on Ding Long. Her eyes were like they were on fire, as if she wanted to burn Ding Long. Why not? Ding Long looked at Chen May coldly and interrupted her directly. Chen May has made things clear, I don't want to be repetitive. You? Chen May was furious at Ding Long's attitude, her chest rising and falling rapidly and her breathing becoming rapid. She suddenly began to doubt whether she had made a huge mistake when she broke up with Ding Long. No. I was right. Chen May said to herself. Everyone has the right to pursue a better life. Ding Long is a foreigner from a poor family. Although he is handsome, can being handsome feed you? Can he get me a Ferrari, a big villa and designer clothes? Obviously not. So, it was the right decision to leave him. Thinking this, Chen May snorted through her nose and turned around to leave. Wu Lei's eyes narrowed at this sight, and he quickly followed her. Once they were out of the mall, Wu Lei, like a toady, said to Chen May, Ding Long is a scumbag who takes advantage of people in trouble. You don't need to get angry with him. I don't want to hear about it anymore. Chen May waved her hand impatiently, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Okay, I won't talk about him. I'll tell you something good to cheer you up. Wu Lei's eyes twinkled as he smiled. My family is a bit influential in Jiangcheng, and I recently got some insider information about the business world. The market value of Blackstone Technology is likely to rise sharply, and buying its stock now will definitely be a sure profit. Really? Chen May's eyes lit up like stars in the night as she heard this. Of course it's true. Wu Lei assured her, patting his chest. I wouldn't lie to you. But I don't have much money. Chen May's eyes darkened again, like a deflated balloon. She worked, but every month she was and she hadn't saved much money. And when she was with Ding Long, she often relied on his salary to get by. Her mother didn't have much in the way of savings either, and although her stepfather was rich, he was stingy with them. He would give them money occasionally to help them get by, but after all, he had his own biological son. What's so hard about it? You can borrow some money from friends and relatives. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a sure thing. Why would you be afraid of not being able to pay it back? Wu Lei gave Chen May some advice. You're right. I'll think of something. Chen May gritted her teeth and nodded. Because of what had just happened, Chen May had no desire to go shopping anymore, and she and Wu Lei left soon after. In the clothing store in the mall, Chen May came out after changing her clothes. Not seeing Chen May, she asked Ding Long, where's Chen May? She left, Ding Long said indifferently. Then let's go back too. Chen May obediently took Ding Long's arm, and the two of them walked out of the mall leaning on each other. Chapter 5 Old School Friends? Suddenly, Chen May gently patted her head, as if she had remembered something important. Oops, tomorrow is Dad's birthday, and I forgot to tell Chen May to come back for dinner. Silly, just send her a message on your phone, said Ding Long, smiling and reaching out to gently pinch Chen May's rosy cheeks. Chen May nodded obediently like a meek kitten, and then took out her phone to send a message to Chen May. At this moment, Chen May was sitting in Wu Lei's BMW, her mood still in a mess from what had happened at the mall earlier. When she first received Chen Meng's message, she had wanted to just ignore it, but when she thought about what Wu Lei had said about the Blackstone Technology stock, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she replied, I'll be there. In the mall, Chen May and Ding Long were walking towards the parking lot when they ran into their university classmate Li Chang, who was also shopping with his girlfriend. Li Chang's girlfriend was someone he met after starting work, so neither Ding Long nor Chen May knew her. Chen May, Ding Long, what a coincidence. I can't believe I'm running into you here. As soon as he saw them, Li Chang greeted them enthusiastically. You campus sweethearts made us so jealous back in the day, and I never thought you'd still be so sweet after graduation. That's really rare. By the way, Ding Long, didn't you say you were going to propose to Chen May? What happened? When are you going to invite us to the wedding banquet? Li Chang and Ding Long were on good terms, so he didn't hold back when he spoke. Chen May and I have broken up, Ding Long said, shaking his head and looking calm. After all, Chen May was now his wife, and he had to take care of her feelings. What? You two broke up? Li Chang's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Then his gaze fell on Chen May, who was holding Ding Long's arm. Wait, so you two? No, you can't be Meng Meng, can you? Li Chang felt his head buzz as if a swarm of bees were buzzing inside it. What kind of nonsense is this? He broke up with Chen May and is now with her younger sister? Yes, it's Meng Meng, and she's now my wife, Ding Long said seriously. We've already registered and received our marriage certificate. Holy shit. Li Chang couldn't help but swear. He thought to himself, Ding Long is really something. He is the winner of life. You have to know that Chen Meng and Chen May were the two most popular girls in college. At the time, Ding Long was able to date Chen May, which made countless guys jealous. Now, he has broken up with Chen May and married her younger sister. Li Chang's girlfriend was also shocked and her mouth hung open. Li Chang, that expression of yours is a bit much, isn't it? Chen Meng laughed and teased, shocked. There's nothing I can do about it, the news is just too shocking. Li Chang shrugged helplessly and said with a bitter smile. He knew in his heart that if this got around the class group, it would cause a huge uproar. I've just finished shopping and was just about to go home, Chen Meng said with a smile. Don't worry, we'll definitely invite you to the wedding. Of course. Whoever doesn't come to your wedding, a wedding with such beautiful people, would really be a big loss. Li Chang said quickly. Well, we'll be going then. After saying that, Ding Long and Chen Meng turned around and left. Looking at their departing backs, Li Chang's girlfriend said with curiosity, your classmate is really something, he can make such beautiful sisters like him. Sigh, who can blame him for being handsome? Li Chang sighed helplessly and continued, no, I can't wait to share such exciting news. With that, he couldn't wait to pull out his phone, open the class WeChat group, and quickly type a line, brothers and sisters, I have some super exciting news to tell you today. As soon as the message was sent, many classmates quickly replied. Li Chang, what kind of exciting news could you have? You're not trying to say you're being supported by a rich woman, are you? Ha ha ha. If you really are being supported by a rich woman, remember to share her contact information. I'm tired of working my ass off at the factory, I don't want to struggle anymore. A rich woman, come support me. Li Chang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth as he read these replies, and said with a dark face, don't talk nonsense, my girlfriend is looking over here. Hey, so what if you have a girlfriend? I think with your skills, you should be able to handle two women at the same time. Ha ha ha. I've got 2 kidneys, so I should be able to handle it. Xianzi, don't tell us you have a weak kidney. Li Chang felt that if he didn't reveal the news, he would be overwhelmed by his classmates' teasing. So, he quickly sent a message, the shocking news I'm talking about is that Ding Long and Chen May got married. Shay. You call that shocking news? They were so in love in college, isn't it normal for them to get married? Exactly. Li Chang, are you two idle and deliberately teasing us in the group? It was obvious that none of the classmates had noticed the key information. Li Chang helplessly covered his forehead and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, brothers and sisters, can you please take a closer look at the message I posted? What's there to look at? Isn't it just Ding Long and Chen May getting married? Exactly. Do you think we have bad eyesight? Holy shit. Something doesn't seem right. Li Chang said it was Ding Long and Chen May who got married. Oh my god, you're not kidding, are you? Li Chang, are you serious? This is ridiculous. At Ding Long at Chen May, you three come out quickly and dispel the rumor. What's going on? For a moment, the entire class group was like a pot that had been blown open, with the message alert tone ringing non-stop. In the car, Ding Long and Chen Meng's phones kept vibrating with messages from the class group. Ding Long was driving and couldn't look at his phone. Chen May picked up her phone and looked at it, a smile of realization on her face, and said, "This guy Li Chang is just the same as always, just likes to spread these rumors." "Just what I thought," Ding Long said with a smile. "Ha, I guess if I don't confirm it for him, he'll be scolded by his classmates." Chen Meng said with a smile, and then prepared to send a message to confirm it. At this time, Ding Long quickly stopped her and said, "My dear, it's better if I tell you about this kind of thing. I can't send a message while driving, so you can use my phone to send it for me." "Okay." Chen Meng nodded obediently. She understood in her heart that this was Ding Long protecting her and fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband. So Chen Meng picked up Ding Long's phone and sent a message to the class group, "Dear classmates, what Li Chang said is true. I have already broken up with Chen May. Maybe it's fate, but I discovered that Meng Meng is the one I truly love. Fortunately, we love each other, so today we have already received our marriage certificate and officially become husband and wife. We will also be holding a wedding ceremony soon, and I hope that all of you can come and join us. Thank you." Chapter 6 Lucky Guy? It was dark. Chen May washed up, leaned back on the bed as usual, and played with her phone comfortably. The tiredness of the day seemed to have washed away with the bath water. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence in the room. "Chen May, are you asleep?" It was her mother Meng Wan's voice, coming from outside the door. "I was just going to sleep, Mom." "What's up?" Chen May put down her phone and wondered, "It's so late, and my mom wants to see me. It must be important. Come out here for a minute. Your father, brother, and I have something to discuss with you," Meng Wan said. "Okay, I'll be right there," Chen May replied, got up, straightened her clothes, walked out of the bedroom, and came into the living room, where she sat down on the sofa. 3 people were sitting on the sofa in the living room, all waiting for her. Her mother, Meng Wan, was sitting in the middle. Her face was well maintained, but her expression was a little serious. The years had not left many marks on her face, except for a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She looked quite young, and she looked a bit like Chen May, but at the moment, because of her serious expression, she looked a bit strange. Her stepfather Zhang Tianchang was sitting next to her, a little portly, with a sharp look in his eyes. As the vice president of a catering group, he had been in the business world for a long time and had a commanding presence that made people take him seriously. Zhang Sheng, 5 years older than Chen May, was fidgeting with his phone. He didn't have much ability and had only become a supervisor in the sales department of the catering group where his father worked thanks to his father's connections. Meng Wan also works as a supervisor in the group's operations department. The whole family has a place in the group, except for Chen Meishuet, who studied finance and works in a bank. "What's going on?" Chen Mei asked directly after sitting down and looking at them. "Chen Mei, how are things with Wu Xiao these past 2 days when you've been hanging out?" Zhang Sheng spoke first, his tone urgent, his eyes fixed on Chen Mei as if the answer to this question was particularly important to him. Wu Lei was introduced to Chen Mei by him. He had a plan in mind, thinking that if Chen Mei married Wu Lei, their family would be able to get connected with this rich second generation, and they would be able to be on the top of the social ladder in Jiangcheng in the future. In fact, the Zhang family is considered a well-known family in Jiangcheng, living in a large villa and driving a nice car. For ordinary people, this is a luxurious life, almost like a life of a wealthy family. But they have big ambitions. In their eyes, they are still far from those multi-billionaire tycoons. Wu Lei's father is a powerful figure in the business world, in charge of a major investment company. Wu Lei is an only child, and billions of assets will be his in the future. To be able to form a relationship with such a family is a great thing for the Zhang family. This is something that Zhang Shang and his father have planned together, and Meng Wan has no objections. After all, who doesn't want their daughter to marry into a wealthy family and have a worry-free life for the rest of their lives? "Nothing special, I just treat him as an ordinary friend," Chen Mei replied expressionlessly, as if she wasn't very interested in the topic. "Chen Mei, what's wrong with you? Wu Xiao's family has billions of assets. He told me himself that he likes you, and if you are willing to be his girlfriend, he will definitely marry you in the future. Just think, marrying into such a wealthy family, your life will be so much better in the future, so why do you only treat him as an ordinary friend? You really don't know how blessed you are." Zhang Sheng anxiously said as soon as he heard Chen Mei's reply, his displeasure clearly written on his face. He really couldn't understand why Chen Mei wasn't tempted by a golden frog like Wu Lei. "Chen Mei, your mother also thinks that Mr. Wu is a good boy, with good conditions in all aspects. If you marry him, your mother will also feel at ease. In the future, you will be the wife of a wealthy family, and your mother will also benefit from it. Meng Wan also persuaded her from the side, her eyes full of longing. She was thinking to herself, if Chen May really married Wu Lei as her mother-in-law, she might be able to get a few million or even tens of millions in pocket money from Wu Lei. Then she would have face in front of her sisters, and no one would dare look down on her. Mom, I know, don't worry, Chen May said impatiently, tired of these kinds of conversations. They were a staple of every family gathering and made her feel depressed. Chen May, don't tell me you're still thinking about that Ding Long guy? Zhang Tiancheng suddenly frowned and looked at Chen May, his tone quite stern. That guy is a penniless bum with no background and no prospects. He'll just muddle along at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. Even if he works his fingers to the bone, the most he'll be able to do is buy a flat in Jiangcheng and spend the rest of his life working for the bank to pay off the mortgage. Society is very realistic. You can't live on emotions. If you want to live a good life, you have to find someone rich and powerful. A rich second generation like Wu Lei is the one you should marry. Don't be confused. Zhang Tiancheng has met Ding Long a few times. In his opinion, Ding Long is just an ordinary young man. Although he is polite and looks energetic, his family conditions are too poor. Coming from a small county in a remote area, without any roots or connections in a big city like Jiangcheng, it is difficult for him to succeed. In his eyes, most people like Ding Long end up leaving Jiangcheng in disgrace and returning to their hometowns. Even if a few manage to stay and buy a house, they are weighed down by the mortgage. If there is any kind of family misfortune, they simply cannot afford it financially and may even have to rely on their family for support. He cannot let his stepdaughter marry someone like this who is of no help to the family. Only marrying a rich second generation like Wu Lei can bring benefits and glory to the Zhang family. In fact, Chen May and Ding Long broke up because she had changed. When she was at university, she wasn't so materialistic and she was quite happy with Ding Long. But after graduating from university and entering society, she saw that everyone around her was living a luxurious life, and her state of mind became unbalanced. She became more and more money-oriented, and her feelings for Ding Long grew cold. On the other hand, the influence of her family was also significant. Since she and Ding Long got together, Zhang Shang, Zhang Tiancheng and Meng Wan have been telling her all the time how bad Ding Long is, saying that he has no money or power and cannot give Chen May a happy life. Finally, the day Ding Long proposed to her, she made up her mind and broke up with him. Hearing Zhang Tiancheng's words, Meng Wan's brows furrowed and she asked worriedly, Chen May, you're not still thinking about that Ding Long, are you? Don't even think about getting back together with him, I'll never agree to it. Meng Wan had always been most opposed to Chen May being with Ding Long. In her opinion, her daughter was beautiful, had a great figure, and a high level of education, so how could she marry a poor guy from a small county in a remote area? Her ideal son-in-law would either be a rich second-generation heir or a young and capable first-generation rich man, a business elite who had successfully started a business at a young age. She felt that only someone like that would be worthy of her daughter and could make her daughter happy. From the very beginning, she didn't like poor boys like Ding Long, and she felt that he and Chen May were simply not compatible. Mom, I didn't. How could I get back together with him? He's already with his sister, Chen May said helplessly, her tone full of fatigue and resignation. What? Upon hearing Chen May's words, the three people, Meng Wan, Zhang Tiancheng and her son, were all stunned, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. Chen May, explain yourself. What's going on? Meng Wan was the first to come back to her senses and asked anxiously, staring at Chen May as if she were looking for an answer in her face. It's exactly what it means. Ding Long and Chen Meng got married, and there's no way for him and me, Chen May said calmly. She really didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, and she was very annoyed. Shit. Zhang Sheng couldn't help but swear, his face full of jealousy and anger. This Ding Long is so damn lucky. He just broke up with his girlfriend and immediately got the younger sister, and they even got married. He has both of these twin sisters, and even a rich second generation like Wu Lei doesn't necessarily have this kind of luck. The more Zhang Sheng thought about it, the angrier he became. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely. He felt that he had gone to so much trouble to introduce Chen May to Wu Lei, but in the end, Ding Long had taken a big advantage. How could he be willing to accept that? Although Zhang Tiancheng did not swear like his son, he also showed a jealous expression on his face. He really couldn't figure out what charm Ding Long had that made the twin sisters Chen May and Chen Meng like him. He had just broken up with Chen May and was already with Chen Meng, and they had even gotten married so soon. This was just too fast, right? He was full of doubts and jealousy, and felt that the world was so unfair. Chen May is with Ding Long? How is that possible? I just got you out of the fire pit that is Ding Long, and now Chen Meng has jumped right back in? What is she thinking? Meng Wan's face turned a particularly ugly color, and her voice trembled a little. She felt that it was a nightmare that both of her daughters were involved with Ding Long. On the one hand, she was angry and disappointed with Chen Meng's choice, and on the other hand, she couldn't help but be jealous of Ding Long's good fortune. She felt that Ding Long was a jinx who had turned their family upside down. Mom, things have already happened. I will consider the matter with Wu Lei, but I won't make a decision right away. As for Ding Long, it's already in the past, I don't want to mention it anymore. I'm a little tired, I'm going to go to my room and rest. After Chen May finished speaking, she got up and went back to her room without looking back, leaving the three people in the living room dumbfounded and helpless. Chapter 7 The Right Choice. What the hell is Chen Meng thinking? How could she get involved with Ding Long and even go and collect the marriage certificate? No, I have to have a serious talk with her. I can't just stand by and watch her jump into the fire. Meng Wan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hurriedly, she grabbed her phone, her fingers rapidly tapping on the screen, and she pressed Chen Meng's number. At this moment, Chen Meng was nestled like a little bird in Ding Long's arms. The two of them were watching TV sweetly, their faces filled with smiles that were bubbling with happiness. The phone suddenly rang. Chen Meng glanced at the screen. Although she didn't really like her mother Meng Wan from the bottom of her heart and hadn't saved her number, this number had long been imprinted in her memory like a brand. Meng Wan would call from time to time, and every time she would drone on about materialistic nonsense in her ear. Chen Meng simply didn't buy it, and her annoyance with her grew with each passing day. Who's calling? Ding Long's gaze also fell on the phone screen. My mom. Chen Meng gently broke free from Ding Long's embrace. Oh, then you answer it. Ding Long casually picked up the TV remote control and turned the volume down. He didn't have a good impression of Meng Wan, and he remembered that when he was with Chen May before, he once had dinner with Meng Wan and Zhang Tiancheng. The three of them looked at him with contempt and disdain in their eyes, belittling him and telling him to leave Chen May alone and not to hold back the girl's bright future. He felt so suffocated during that meal, and his pride was trampled underfoot. But at that time, he truly loved Chen May, thinking that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to give Chen May a good life and make these people look at him differently. Little did he know that before he could fulfill his promise, Chen May broke up with him. Ishm, Chen Meng responded, pressing the answer button without saying anything first. Chen Meng, I just heard from Chen May that you and Ding Long got married. Meng Wan's voice came over, anxious and impatient. It was more of an interrogation than an inquiry, full of severity, anger, and frustration. Yes, so what? Chen Meng replied calmly, like a deep, bottomless lake, without a ripple. You're asking me what's wrong. Do you know how stupid you've been? This decision will ruin your life. Before anyone else finds out, you need to go and divorce Ding Long tomorrow. If you find a boyfriend in the future, explain the situation and no one will care. Meng Wan yelled at the top of her voice, her emotions completely out of control, like a crazed lioness. I don't think there's anything wrong with my decision, but Chen May's decision is not quite right. I love Ding Long, so I choose to be with him. It's nonsense to say that this decision will harm me for the rest of my life. I feel that I am already very happy now. I know what you mean, you always use whether or not someone has money as a measure of a person, thinking that Ding Long's family is poor and he can't make it in Zhangcheng. But I tell you, I believe in Ding Long, he will definitely succeed. Being with someone you love is happiness. Happiness is not something you receive from others, it is something you earn with your own hands. Ding Long doesn't have much money now, but as long as we work hard together, we will definitely be able to live a good life. Chen Meng spoke rapidly, each word like a sharp dagger, piercing Meng Wan and leaving her speechless. After a while, Meng Wan recovered and yelled again. Chen Meng, are you trying to make me die of anger? It's not that easy to create your own happy life. If it were that easy, everyone in the world would be able to live a good life. You've been out of school for so long, and you're still so naive. If you don't listen to me, you'll be overwhelmed by life in the future and become a sourpuss. You'll have crying to do. Meng Wan was shaking with anger, her voice trembling as she launched into another storm of abuse. In her opinion, she could understand those words about working hard to lead a good life coming from a student still at school, but Chen Meng had already entered society, and yet she was still so naive, which really made her furious and uncontrollable with rage. I won't regret it. And it's none of your business, so don't call me again. Chen Meng hung up without another word. You. Meng Wan was so angry that she was about to throw the phone out of the window. But then she thought that it was a new flagship model that had just been bought not long ago, and had cost more than 8,000 yuan, so she didn't want to do it. It seems that your daughter doesn't listen to you, Zhang Tiancheng said indifferently. It's driving me crazy. Meng Wan's breasts rose and fell violently, obviously still angry and unable to calm down for a while. We can't do anything about your younger daughter, but we need to hurry with Chen May. Tell her to accept Wu Lei's advances quickly, and she'll be able to marry into wealth like this, and we won't have to worry about our future. Zhang Tiancheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said thoughtfully. Yes, I can't do anything about Chen Meng, I still have to focus on Chen May, persuade her more, and let her be with Wu Lei as soon as possible. Meng Wan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but there was still a look of unwillingness in her eyes. Over here, Chen Meng hung up the phone and snuggled back into Ding Long's arms. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely make you happy. Ding Long didn't put the phone on speaker, but he got the general idea. In the past, when he first started working, he might not have had much confidence in himself to say that, but now it's different. He has the super life system, which has opened up a whole new chapter in his life. It's only a matter of time before he's at the top of the world, and it'll be a piece of cake to make Chen Meng happy. Yes, honey, I believe you, Chen Meng said, beaming like a flower, happy as a child who's just been given a favorite candy. The next day happened to be Chen Meng's father Chen Hai's birthday. At 3 p.m., Ding Long and Chen Meng, holding hands like a loving couple, went to the supermarket near Chen Hai's house to buy groceries. After returning home, they put on aprons and got busy in the kitchen like professional chefs. Chen Meng was a skilled cook and naturally took on the role of chef, while Ding Long helped out. The two were busy but happy. Chen Meng has been well-behaved and sensible since childhood. She started learning to cook in junior high school, and after so many years of practice, her cooking skills are no worse than her father's, and in some ways they are even better. The young couple worked in the kitchen while chatting and laughing, and their laughter echoed throughout the kitchen. They didn't feel tired at all, but instead felt warm and sweet like sugar in a honey pot. For Chen Meng, as long as she can be with Ding Long, she is happy doing anything. And Ding Long also feels more and more that getting married to Chen Meng was one of the best decisions he has ever made. At first, it was the system that prompted him to get married to Chen Meng, and at that time, their relationship was like a blank piece of paper, very weak. But after spending these few days together, he was surprised to find that he had fallen deeply in love with Chen Meng, and this love was like the weeds in spring, growing stronger and more luxuriant with each passing day. Chen Meng was the perfect wife, gentle and considerate, and good at both the kitchen and the living room. Compared to Chen May, who couldn't clean a room, couldn't cook, and sometimes didn't want to bring him to meet friends, Chen Meng was always selfless. Chen Meng, on the other hand, always has a starry look in her eyes when she's with him, full of love and admiration for him. The couple busily worked for a while, and when they saw it was almost 6 o'clock, they were almost done preparing the meal. They were just waiting for their father to come home, for the guests to arrive, and then they could fry up the last few dishes and start eating. Chapter 8 You'll regret it. As soon as the 6 o'clock bell rang, Chen Hai was home on time. Dad, you're back. Chen Meng immediately poked her head out of the kitchen as she heard the door open, her face beaming with a smile as sweet as honey as she greeted Chen Hai. Yes, I'm back. Didn't you say you were coming over with Ding Long? Where is he? Chen Hai asked as he changed his shoes and glanced towards the living room and balcony, but didn't see Ding Long, so he asked casually. Chen Meng had already told him that she would come over early to cook dinner and would bring Ding Long with her. Chen Hai didn't think there was anything wrong with it, after all, it had been like this for many years. Since Chen Meng had gone to university, every year on his birthday, Chen Meng would cook dinner for him, and it had become a habit. Dad, Ding Long is helping me in the kitchen. We just finished and we're about to come out to keep you company. Once the guests arrive, I'll start stir-frying the rest of the dishes, Chen Meng answered with a smile. In a moment, Ding Long and Chen Meng walked out of the kitchen. Dad, Ding Long called politely. Hey, sit down. Chen Meng's uncle and cousin will be here in a while, and a friend of mine will also come. You've met these people before, so don't be nervous. Let's take a break for a while, Chen Hai said with a smile, pointing to the sofa and asking the two to sit down. Okay, Ding Long nodded, and then asked, by friend, do you mean brother Jie? Ding Long had met not many of Chen Hai's friends, and one of them, Lin Junjie, had made a particularly deep impression on him. Lin Junjie was only in his late 20s or early 30s, and had a particularly close relationship with Chen Hai, often going to Chen Hai's small restaurant to eat. He had started his own company, and the staff's work meals were always at Chen Hai's. Lin Junjie was a young and capable billionaire, and was also somewhat famous in the business world. That's him, Chen Hai replied with certainty. The three of them then began to chat, discussing everything from work to life. Ding Long found the father-in-law easy to get along with no airs and graces, and he felt very relaxed. By the way, Dad, I asked Chen May yesterday and she said she'd come, Chen Meng suddenly remembered and told Chen Hai. Chen Hai paused slightly, then nodded, come if you want. Although Chen Hai and his eldest daughter Chen May have a somewhat distant relationship and rarely get in touch with each other, she is after all his daughter, and since she is willing to come on his birthday, he will not turn her away. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Chen Meng quickly got up to answer the door. Chen Meng, standing at the door, was none other than Chen May. Sister, you're here, come in quickly, Dad just got back a while ago. Chen Meng warmly ushered Chen May into the house. Dad, happy birthday. Chen May walked up and handed Chen Hai the carefully prepared gift in her hand. Okay, sit down. Chen Hai took the gift and put it aside, calmly motioning for Chen May to sit down. His attitude towards Chen May was indifferent, with an inexplicable sense of distance, completely different from the intimacy he showed towards Chen Meng. After all, Chen May had followed Meng Wan when she was young, and over the years, they had met a pitifully small number of times, sometimes just 2 or 3 times a year. Moreover, Chen May had never come on his birthday before, so today was kind of a first. After sitting down, Chen May looked at Ding Long and said nothing. The main reason she came today was to take this opportunity to get closer to Chen Hai and then borrow money from him. As for Ding Long, she really didn't know what to say, so she simply pretended not to see it. Ding Long, on the other hand, looked very calm. Ever since he and Chen Meng got married, he had expected this situation. He had completely let go of his past with Chen May and was now full of thoughts about Chen Meng, treating Chen May as just an ordinary friend. The atmosphere in the house became a little awkward because of Chen May's arrival. Chen Hai had to try hard to find a topic of conversation to ease the situation. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long, and the doorbell rang again. It must be my uncle and cousin, I'll go answer the door, Chen Meng said, walking quickly to the door. Uncle, cousin, you finally arrived, come on in. Chen Meng was delighted to see her uncle Chen Jiang and cousin Chen Xing standing in the doorway, and she took Chen Xing's hand and led her into the house. The two cousins were very close, much closer than Chen Meng and Chen May. Then Chen Jiang, the uncle, also came in. Happy birthday, uncle. Chen Xing handed him the present she was carrying, which also contained a present from Chen Jiang. Good, sit down. Chen Hai's face broke into a happy smile as he warmly invited the two to sit down. Uncle, cousin, Ding Long also hurriedly stood up to greet them. Ding Long, you seem to be in good spirits. Chen Jiang said with a smile, his eyes betraying a hint of familiarity. Chen Chang also smiled and nodded to Ding Long to say hello. They both had a good impression of Ding Long. Chen Jiang, in particular, was thinking to himself that if his daughter Chen Xing could find a boyfriend like Ding Long, he would be relieved. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. I think Jiego has arrived, Chen Meng said, running to open the door. There stood a handsome young man in his late 20s or early 30s. Jia, you're here, come on in, Chen Meng warmly ushered the young man into the house. The visitor was Chen Hai's good friend Lin Junjie. Uncle Hai, happy birthday. Lin Junjie smiled and handed Chen Hai the gift in his hands. Thanks, sit down, Chen Hai smiled and took the gift, asking Lin Junjie to sit down. Everyone's here, you guys chat while I go stir-fry the vegetables, it'll be done soon, Chen Meng said, turning and going into the kitchen. Ding Long did not follow, after all, there was only a few dishes to fry, and Chen Meng could handle it all by herself. Ding Long, when are you and Chen May planning to get married? Chen Jiang suddenly asked. Uncle, Chen May and I have broken up, I am now with Chen Meng, and we have already registered our marriage, Ding Long explained a little awkwardly. In fact, if he were in front of his classmates and friends, he would be very open about this, but in front of Chen Meng's elders, he still felt a little embarrassed. Ah? Chen Jiang was suddenly stunned. Not only him, but also Chen Chang and Lin Junjie were dumbfounded. The three of them knew that Ding Long was Chen May's boyfriend, so why had Ding Long suddenly broken up with Chen May and married Chen Meng? Not only Chen Jiang, who was getting on in years and had trouble thinking straight, but even the younger people, Lin Junjie and Chen Xing, were confused by this sudden news. The plot was so dramatic, it was almost like something from a TV show or movie. Uncle, cousin, Jia, Chen May, and I broke up peacefully. Later, I realized that Chen Meng was the person I could spend the rest of my life with, so I confessed my feelings to her, and we got together. To show our commitment, we even got married, explained Ding Long in detail. You too. Chen Jiang looked at Ding Long and then Chen May, sighed helplessly, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said nothing more. He felt that he didn't really understand young people's affairs, and he didn't want to say the wrong thing. Chen May, why did you break up with such a good guy as Ding Long? You'll regret it in the future. Chen Xing couldn't help feeling sorry for Chen May. She had always had a good impression of Ding Long and felt that Chen May was lucky to have found a boyfriend like him. She never expected Chen May to not cherish it. From the way Ding Long treated Chen May, Chen Xing could guess that Chen May must have proposed the breakup. Chen May pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She really didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't say that she felt that Ding Long's family was not well off and could not give her the life she wanted, could she? In that case, wouldn't she seem too materialistic? Besides, she knew that her father, uncle, and cousin were not the kind of people who valued material things. If she said that, they would definitely nag her endlessly, so it was better not to say anything. Chapter 9 Borrowing Money. Chen Xing sighed helplessly, waved her hands and said, "Forget it, it's your own business. I don't want to meddle in other people's affairs, I just hope you won't regret it in the future." Lin Junjie then smiled and said, "Ding Long, since you and Chen Meng have gotten married, just live a down-to-earth life. I wish you two a happy and sweet life." He was really happy in his heart. After all, he and Chen Hai were on good terms, and he had always treated Chen Meng like a younger sister. Moreover, he had a good impression of Ding Long, and seeing Ding Long and Chen Meng together, he was truly happy for Chen Meng from the bottom of his heart. Nowadays, it is really not easy for a girl to find a reliable man. "Thank you, Jia Ge, we will definitely live a good life," Ding Long quickly said. The group of people chatted on, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. "Dinner is served," Chen Meng shouted from the kitchen. With that, she began to serve the finished dishes plate after plate to the table, and Ding Long, seeing this, quickly went over to help. In no time at all, a table full of delicious-looking food was neatly set out. Ding Long quickly set out the bowls, chopsticks and wine glasses, and poured wine for everyone. "Dad, happy birthday. Uncle Air, happy birthday. Hi, happy birthday. Uncle Hai, happy birthday." Everyone raised their glasses and toasted Chen Hai one after the other, and laughter echoed through the room. The birthday dinner ended in an atmosphere of great joy, and Chen Hai had drunk a little too much and was drunk. Today, he was overjoyed. He had always worried about his daughter's love life. Chen Meng hadn't had a boyfriend when she went to university, and she didn't have a boyfriend when she started working, which made him very anxious. Now, she was with Ding Long, and he felt a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Ding Long was a very reliable young man. He has a good character, treats people with generosity and decency, and most importantly, he is devoted and sincere towards Chen Meng. For these reasons, no matter what, Ding Long's future will definitely not be bad, and Chen Meng will definitely not make the wrong choice by following him. Chen Hai is not like his ex-wife Meng Wan, who only thinks about marrying off her daughter to a wealthy family. His requirements for his son-in-law are quite simple: as long as he is like Ding Long, as long as his daughter is happy, he will be content. So, in his happiness, he had a few more drinks today. Ding Long and Chen Meng first saw the other guests off, and then the two of them helped Chen Hai back to his room to rest. Chen Hai was so drunk that Chen Meng was quite worried, so she and Ding Long decided to stay the night. Once the two of them were in bed, they started chatting again. "Ding Long, Dad gave me 2 million, when are we going to look at a house and make a down payment? I want to feel secure having a home of my own. We can use the 2 million for a down payment, and we can both pay the mortgage together, so it won't be too stressful. After all, I work in a bank, and you work for a listed company, so our jobs are both quite stable. In fact, even if we pay the 2 million down payment and extend the repayment period a bit, I can afford to pay for the mortgage on my own without it affecting my life," Chen Meng said with great expectations. "Chen Meng, I want to put off buying a house for a while and use the money to do something else," Ding Long said his thoughts. "Gold futures are going to rise sharply in a few days, and this opportunity cannot be missed." Previously, the system gave a gift package with 1 million yuan in startup capital. Ding Long thought that, when it comes to investment, the more capital, the better, and the more you can earn. The news from the system can't be wrong: this investment is a sure thing, and you have to use all the money you can. If the gold futures rise by 30% and there is 10 times leverage, that's equivalent to a 300% rise, and with the system's reward of 1 million, you can make 3 million. If you add Chen Meng's 2 million, a total of 3 million in principal, and triple it, you can make 9 million. And you can also use the floating profits to increase your position, and make even more money in the future. Besides, there is no need to rush to buy a house. Now that you have the system's help, when you have money in the future, you can buy a villa or a large flat, and you can even pay for it in full, without paying interest to the bank and being exploited by it. The day you can buy a house with cash is not far off, and at most, in a few months, you will have earned enough money. It doesn't matter if you live in a rented house for now, and in a few months you will be able to live in the newly purchased house. As for the 2% drop in the value of the central bank's shares in Country D, he has no intention of participating. Huh? What are you doing? Chen May asked curiously. It's like this, I've recently been particularly bullish on gold futures, and I feel that it's about to skyrocket, so I want to invest the money in gold futures. I have 1 million of my own, and if I add your 2 million and invest it all, I think I can make several million. I don't know if you're willing? Ding Long blurted out his thoughts. He thought, if Chen Meng didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. At worst, they would make less money, and they could postpone buying a house for a while. It wasn't a big deal. After all, he wouldn't think badly of Chen Meng because of this. Okay, Chen Meng agreed without even thinking. Aren't you afraid that I'll lose all the money? Ding Long was surprised. He thought Chen Meng would ask for details and only agree if she felt confident. He didn't expect her to agree so readily without even asking for specifics. I'm not afraid. We're still young, and sometimes it's okay to take some risks. Even if we lose the money, it won't affect our lives. We can just wait a few more years to buy a house. Chen Meng was quite open-minded about it. She had studied finance and knew a lot about futures, so she knew that speculation was quite normal and had no resistance to it. Chen Meng, thank you. Don't worry, this investment will definitely not lose money, I promise you. Ding Long was quite moved and spoke with conviction, just to reassure Chen Meng. I believe you, Chen Meng nodded vigorously. Early the next morning, Ding Long and Chen Meng got up and took the subway to work together. Chen Meng went to the bank first to withdraw the money and then transferred it to Ding Long's bank card. After receiving the money, Ding Long went directly to the futures business department near the company, opened a futures account, took a closer look at the futures market, and then transferred all the money into the futures capital account, buying gold futures directly in the full position, and then waiting for the price to rise. Chen Hai, on the other hand, arrived at the small restaurant. After a while of bustling about, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his eldest daughter Chen May calling, so he answered. Dad, are you busy right now? Chen May asked cautiously. No, what's up? Chen Hai asked. Dad, I want to borrow some money from you, Chen May stammered. For her, it was quite embarrassing to borrow money from Chen Hai. After all, the relationship between father and daughter had always been quite distant. Borrow money? What do you need the money for? Chen Hai asked again. A friend of mine has set his sights on an investment project that is said to have quite high returns in the short term, so I was thinking of borrowing money to invest. Chen May spoke vaguely, not mentioning who the friend was, what the project was, or how high the return would be. Oh, so how much do you want to borrow? Chen Hai asked. He understood. No wonder his eldest daughter had come to celebrate his birthday yesterday, it was to pave the way for borrowing money in advance. But he didn't bother to ask anything else. Chen May didn't want to say, so she didn't say. He didn't have to know. Chapter 10 I don't think so. Dad, lend me all the spare cash you have, no matter how much, Chen May said to Chen Hai on the phone. Okay, send me your bank card number and I'll transfer it to you. But I have to be clear with you, I only have 100,000 yuan in total, Chen Hai answered on the other end of the phone. What? 100,000 yuan? How is that possible? Chen May couldn't help but raise her voice and cry out in disbelief when she heard this. Her face was full of doubt. Dad, if you don't want to lend it, just say so. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child that you can fool with 100,000 yuan? Chen Hai sighed helplessly and said, Chen May, believe it or not, this is really all the money I have on hand right now. Chen May didn't believe it at all. In her opinion, Chen Hai had been running the restaurant for so many years, so it was impossible that he had only saved such a small amount of money. Impossible. You have been running the restaurant for so long, and you must have saved a lot of money every year. After so many years, you should have at least 1 or 2 million yuan. Chen Hai was silent for a moment, and then said slowly. I did have savings before, 2 million yuan, but I gave it all to Chen Meng. Chen Meng and Ding Long got married, and I used the money to pay the down payment on her house. And even if I hadn't given the money to Chen Meng, I still wouldn't have lent you much. I had to save some for Chen Meng. This was indeed what he was thinking. Over the years, Chen May had always followed him, being obedient and understanding, and Chen May had followed his ex-wife, so the father and daughter had not seen much of each other, and their relationship had naturally grown cold. He definitely felt more towards Chen May, and it was impossible for him to lend a large sum of money to Chen May. "Dad, you really are honest," Chen May said mockingly. "That's just how I am. If you want the 100,000 yuan, you need to give me your bank card number. If not, forget it," Chen Hai said calmly, without getting angry. "Forget it," Chen May said, pursing her lips. 100,000 yuan was really too little for her. She had called this time thinking of borrowing a large sum of money. "No, that's good. I was counting on this money to tide my restaurant business over, otherwise I'd have to borrow from friends to get by," Chen Hai said, and it was the truth. Sometimes the restaurant business has trouble turning over funds, and it relies on this little savings to hold on. "I'm hanging up." Chen May felt there was nothing more to say, so she hung up the phone. After thinking for a while, she dialed Chen Meng's number again. "Sister." Chen Meng happened to be free at the moment, so she picked up the phone quickly. "Chen Meng, did Dad give you 2 million to pay the down payment on a house?" Chen May asked directly without beating about the bush. "Yes, why?" Chen Meng asked, somewhat puzzled. "My friend has a really good investment project. Don't buy a house yet, just lend me the 2 million. I'll pay you back in 3 months at the most, and I'll even give you an extra 1 million in interest." "What do you say?" Chen May spoke with excitement. According to Wu Lei, the stock of Blackstone Technology would definitely multiply several times. Investing 2 million would easily earn her 16 million, and paying 1 million in interest would be no problem at all. Is that really possible? Chen Meng was a little skeptical. She worked at a bank and knew exactly what lending 2 million for 3 months at 1 million in interest would mean. The rate of return was simply outrageous. "Really, just lend it to me," Chen May said anxiously. "Sorry, I can't lend it to you. I've already given the money to Ding Long." Chen Meng was actually a little tempted, but the money had already been given away, so there was nothing she could do. "Why did you give him the money?" "Even if you're buying a house, it's fine to pay the down payment later," Chen May was very puzzled. "Ding Long said he wanted to speculate in futures, so I gave him the money," Chen Meng said honestly. "What? He wants to speculate in futures?" Chen May exclaimed in surprise. "Well, he said he was optimistic about the gold futures market and thought it would rise sharply, so I gave him the money," Chen Meng explained. "Chen Meng, you're really confused. Can you just play around with futures? Do you know how many people have lost everything speculating in futures?" Chen May became anxious as soon as she heard this and said loudly, "I know there are risks, but I trust Ding Long, he won't be wrong," Chen Meng said firmly. "Trust Ding Long?" Chen May's mouth twitched. "Chen Meng, you'll get yourself into trouble like this. Even those famous investment gurus can't guarantee that their judgments are 100% correct." "What is Ding Long?" "He dares to speculate in futures with the money he needs to buy a house." Chen Meng was unhappy when she heard this. "Sister, don't say such things about Ding Long. If he says he can make money, he can." Chen May was completely speechless. "My silly sister, you are really stupid. Your blind belief will lead to trouble sooner or later." "I just believe in him," Chen Meng said firmly. Chen May felt that she could no longer communicate with Chen Meng, and after thinking for a while, she said, "You said he wants to speculate in gold futures, right?" Chen Meng nodded, "Yes." Chen May said, "Okay, I'll call him. If I can get him to lend me the money, you don't mind, do you?" Chen Meng raised an eyebrow. "If you can do it, I have nothing to say." She didn't believe in the slightest that Ding Long would lend Chen May money. "Okay," Chen May hung up after saying that. Instead of calling Ding Long immediately, Chen May first sent a message to Wu Lei. "I need to talk to you about something. Do you have time?" Wu Lei was on the big bed in the private room of the club, next to a blonde beauty. Seeing Chen May's message, he thought she had agreed to go out for dinner and a movie that night, and immediately replied, "If you're looking for me, you have to make time, even if you don't have time." "Does that mean you agree to go out for dinner and a movie with me tonight?" "No, I want to ask you, what's the gold futures market doing?" Chen May asked. Wu Lei quickly looked up his father's company's analysis of the gold futures market and sent it to Chen May. From a fundamental perspective, due to the economic downturn in various countries, gold demand will decline in the near future. From a technical perspective, the futures price has risen to a relatively high level, and there is pressure for it to continue rising. It is likely to fall, so it is recommended to take a short position when the opportunity arises. Okay, thanks, Chen May replied. Do you have time tonight? Let's go out for dinner and a movie? Wu Lei was not giving up. No, I have something else to do tonight, Chen May declined. Okay, then next time. Wu Lei was a little disappointed, put down the phone and muttered, damn it, sooner or later I'll get you. Then he pounced on the blonde next to him, and soon the room was filled with unbearable sounds. Chen May had no idea what Wu Lei was doing. She dialed Ding Long's phone number. Ding Long, I need to talk to you about something, Chen May said. What is it? Ding Long asked calmly. My sister gave you the 2 million yuan down payment for the house, right? Chen May asked. Yes, Ding Long answered. She said you want to speculate in gold futures? Chen May asked again. Yes, Ding Long answered. I'm telling you, don't buy it. Gold futures are going to fall, and you'll definitely lose money if you buy it, Chen May said anxiously. I don't think so. I think it will rise, and rise sharply, Ding Long insisted. Chapter 11 It's gone up. Chen May said anxiously, don't take it lightly. I'm not just making this up when I say that gold futures are going to fall. A friend of mine runs an investment company, and they have a really good senior analyst. His predictions are usually spot on. Ding Long, however, responded with absolute certainty, I trust my own judgment. I said, you called me, you're not just here to persuade me not to buy gold futures, right? Just say what's on your mind. Chen May paused for a moment, then continued, I want you to lend me the 2 million. I have a great investment project on hand that will definitely make me a lot of money in the short term. In 3 months at the most, I'll pay you back the money and give you an additional 500,000 in interest. How good a deal is that? Think about it. Ding Long's mouth curled up into a smile as he said, not really. I can make far more than 500,000 by buying gold futures, maybe even several times that much. Chen May immediately became angry when she heard this, and her tone of voice also increased quite a bit. Why are you such a stubborn person? I have made it clear to you that gold futures will definitely fall, and your money thrown in there is like a meat bun hitting a dog gone without return. You should sell now, even if you lose a little, it's better than losing everything in the end. I'm just trying to persuade you out of goodwill, don't be ungrateful. Ding Long remained unmoved, sorry, I have no intention of doing so. I firmly believe that gold futures will rise, and they will definitely rise. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, I'm busy here. After saying this, Ding Long hung up the phone without mercy. This guy, he's just a rude person. Chen May stamped her feet in anger, her cheeks puffed up, her face red, and it seemed as if fire could spurt from her eyes. After a while, she called Chen Meng again. The phone rang a few times before it was answered, and Chen May couldn't wait to speak, saying in a rapid-fire manner, Chen Meng, Ding Long told me that he has invested in gold futures, and I urged him to sell it, but he wouldn't listen. Please persuade him, don't let him be stupid. Chen Meng's tone was firm, he's already bought it, I trust him. Chen May was even more angry when she heard this. Chen Meng, let me tell you the truth. The last time you and Ding Long were shopping and you ran into me and that man, his father is the big boss of an investment company. The senior analyst at their company said that gold futures are going to fall. If you don't persuade Ding Long to sell the futures, then you will lose everything, not a penny left. Chen Meng's heart did thump a little at this, and she wavered a little, but quickly regained her composure. I still trust Ding Long, he won't be wrong. In fact, Chen Meng didn't really have much confidence in Ding Long's ability to judge the futures market, but she trusted Ding Long from the bottom of her heart, and recognized the kind of serious and responsible attitude he had towards life. She mused that if Ding Long didn't have a good feeling about it, he would never invest such a large sum of money in gold futures. Although she didn't understand why Ding Long was so certain that the price of gold futures would rise in the unpredictable futures market, she was willing to stand by his side and choose to believe in him. Chen May said helplessly, Chen Meng, aren't you being a bit silly and naive? Can't you make up your own mind? I really don't understand you. What is it about Ding Long that makes you defend him so blindly? Chen Meng smiled and said softly, Ding Long is just fine, and he is someone I can trust. You were wrong to give up on him. But I have to thank you, because if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to be with him. Chen May was so angry that she took a deep breath and said, okay, I understand. I can't mention him, because you get angry whenever I do. I really have your best interests at heart. If you don't persuade Ding Long to sell the gold futures, all the money Dad has saved up to buy you a house will be gone. Can you bear to see Dad's hard-earned money go to waste? Chen Meng's attitude remained firm. Don't say anymore, I won't let him sell. That's what I said, and I trust him. Chen Meng didn't want to let her father lose the money he had saved up for the house, but she just felt that Ding Long was reliable. And she felt that even if the money was lost, it wasn't a big deal. At most, the purchase of the house would be delayed, and her father would not blame her. Just think of the money as supporting Ding Long's business. If it loses money, and it won't affect life anyway. You two are really going to drive me crazy. Chen May felt that she really couldn't talk sense into Chen Meng, and she could only hang up the phone helplessly. This was great. Chen May's plan to borrow money was completely foiled. In the evening, after dinner, Ding Long and Chen Meng sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Honey, how's the situation with the gold futures? Chen Meng still had some doubts in her heart and couldn't help but ask casually. Honey, just put your mind at ease. The price of gold is definitely going to rise, Ding Long said with confidence, patting his chest. I trust you, Chen Meng nodded. Today, my sister kept telling me to persuade you to sell and lend her the money, but I ignored her completely. Ding Long reached out and gently pinched Chen Meng's rosy cheeks, smiling and saying, Honey, thank you for trusting me so much. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Chen Meng's heart felt as sweet as honey after hearing this, and she nodded again and again, honey, I trust you. The next morning, as soon as Ding Long opened his eyes, the first thing he did was reach for his phone to check the gold futures market. Hey, guess what? It turns out that last night the lighthouse country's Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 2%, releasing a large amount of liquidity, which greatly exceeded previous market expectations. As a result, the US dollar index fell sharply, and the price of gold rose sharply. Domestic gold futures even directly rose to the limit. Honey, you're awake. Chen Meng also woke up, and like a well-behaved kitten, she snuggled into Ding Long's arms. Well, I have some great news for you, Ding Long said with a smile. What great news? Chen Meng tilted her head, her big, watery eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Ding Long. The gold futures price limit has been reached. Ding Long excitedly held his phone up to Chen Meng's face so she could see the bright red price limit symbol and the soaring data on the futures trading software. Really? Chen Meng's eyes widened, and she stared at the screen of the phone. She saw that the price of gold futures had indeed stopped rising, and she was overjoyed. She danced around happily. Honey, you're amazing. You're practically my idol. As she spoke, Chen Meng couldn't help but give Ding Long a kiss on the cheek. I told you, I won't let you down, Ding Long said with a smile. In fact, Ding Long knew exactly what was going on in Chen Meng's mind. Although she had said she believed him, she must still have been worried. After all, Chen Hai had saved up for many years to save up the 2 million yuan down payment for Chen Meng's house, and if it really lost money, Chen Meng would be heartbroken. Now that the gold futures had reached the daily limit, Chen Meng no longer had to worry. Yes, honey, I believe you. Chen Meng's smile grew even wider, and her face was filled with a happy smile. The two of them snuggled on the bed for a while before reluctantly getting up. While eating breakfast, Chen Meng said indistinctly as she shoved bread into her mouth, Hubby, Jay called last night and said he's treating us to dinner tonight, so don't forget. This was a phone call that Lin Junjie had made to Chen Meng last night. Ding Long swallowed the milk in his mouth and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I won't forget. That evening, after work, Ding Long and Chen Meng came hand in hand to the private restaurant that JJ Lin had mentioned, which looked very high-end. As they entered the private room, they saw JJ Lin already sitting inside waiting. Jia, good brother Jia. The two greeted him in unison. You're here, sit down. JJ Lin stood up with a smile on his face and invited them to sit down. Brother Jia, you invited us to dinner today, is there something good you want to share with us? Chen Meng asked curiously after she helped Ding Long sit down. Nothing good, I just want to chat with you two. You two have finally got together, and I haven't yet invited you two to dinner alone. This dinner is my blessing to you two, wishing you love and happiness. Lin Junjie said with a smile. Chapter 12 From Heaven to Hell. Jie good, thank you. Ding Long and Chen Meng expressed their gratitude to Lin Junjie in unison. Lin Junjie is indeed quite a nice guy. In no time, the food was served one after the other, all of which were the signature dishes of this private restaurant. This was the first time Ding Long had eaten in such a private restaurant. With his salary, he usually didn't have the opportunity to come. Before, when he was with Chen May, Lin Junjie never invited the two of them to come over. After all, Lin Junjie was familiar with Chen Hai and Chen Meng, but not so familiar with Chen May, So it was only when Chen May and Ding Long got together that Lin Junjie thought of inviting them over for a get-together. If it weren't for that, Ding Long really wouldn't have had this opportunity. After a few glasses of wine, the food on the table was almost finished. Lin Junjie asked, Ding Long, Chen May, do you usually pay attention to short videos? Ding Long shook his head and replied, no. Ding Long pondered in his heart. It seems that Lin Junjie's invitation to dinner this time was not as simple as it seemed. Chen May was also quite curious, so she asked, Jiego, what are you thinking when you ask this? Lin Junjie smiled and said, I think short videos are quite interesting. I've already started doing it myself, but the results are not quite satisfactory. I was thinking that you guys could pay attention to it, and maybe you can make some achievements on it too. If it really takes off, it could be an extra source of income. You guys think about it, there aren't many places where office workers can make extra money now. If you want to make extra money and have a chance to make a lot of money, the short video field can be considered one of them. It turned out that Lin Junjie just wanted to chat with the two of them about short videos and share this way to make money with them. Although Ding Long and Chen May have quite stable jobs, because of their stability, their income and so on will not change much. It is not easy to make life better and break through the current class. Now, Ding Long and Chen May understand Lin Junjie's good intentions. Chen May hurriedly said, Brother Jie, thank you so much. We will definitely study it carefully when we get back. If we can really make it happen, it will be an additional source of income. Ding Long also nodded and said, Brother Jie, thank you. Although Ding Long is now bound to the system and will definitely not worry about not making money in the future, Lin Junjie's goodwill is really rare. And if they can really make a name for themselves in short videos, that would be pretty good. Lin Junjie waved his hand and said, I'm just making a suggestion. You have to make your own decision on how to do it. On the other side, Chen May and Wu Lei were having dinner at a Western restaurant. Chen May said to Wu Lei with a bit of resentment, Wu Lei, didn't you say before that the price of gold would fall? But it ended up rising last night. This morning, Chen May went to check the price of gold futures on purpose, thinking that if the price of gold fell, she would persuade Ding Long to sell his futures quickly. Even if he lost a bit, at least he could lend her the rest of the money. But when she looked, she was dumbfounded. Last night, the Lighthouse country's central bank cut interest rates by 2%, which immediately pushed up the price of gold. Domestic gold futures even had a trading limit. And during the day today, the price remained firmly capped. When trading opens tonight, it is expected to rise sharply, and there may even be another trading limit. This has depressed Chen May terribly. Now, she can forget about borrowing money from Ding Long and Chen May. She had originally hoped that if the gold futures fell, she could take the opportunity to mock them, but now she won't get that chance either. Moreover, there is something that really puzzles Chen May. How could Ding Long be so certain that the price of gold would rise, and invest the entire 2 million yuan down payment for the house? You see, she and Ding Long have been in a relationship for 4 years, and she knows him quite well. Ding Long is not the kind of person who takes risks. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he would never have dared to invest the 2 million yuan for the down payment. What gave Ding Long such confidence? Could it be that Ding Long really has such a knack for investing that he is 100% sure that the price of gold will rise? That's impossible. Not to mention Ding Long, even the world's top investment gurus would be afraid to say with confidence which futures will definitely rise or fall. Ding Long's actions made him look like a gambler, but Chen May knew in her heart that Ding Long was not that kind of person. This confused Chen May, and she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought about it. When she thought about what she had told Ding Long and Chen May on the phone yesterday, Chen May felt like a clown, and it was all so ridiculous. She had kept saying that the price of gold would fall, but instead of falling, it had shot up, as if the price of gold was deliberately against her. This made her a little upset with Wu Lei too, because after all, it was Wu Lei who had told her that the price of gold would fall. Wu Lei smiled awkwardly and explained, Chen May, I really can't be blamed for this. This is purely a black swan event. Who could have imagined that the Lighthouse country's central bank would suddenly cut interest rates, and by 2% at that? Many large international investment funds have suffered heavy losses this time. Chen May gave Wu Lei a cold stare and said, but Ding Long bought it in advance, and he's made a fortune. Wu Lei's face suddenly turned ugly, and he hurriedly said, he's just lucky. In the financial investment industry, this kind of luck cannot last. In his situation, money comes in fast and goes out just as fast. Whatever he makes, he will lose back in the end. Just you wait and see, sooner or later he will take a big fall in the financial investment market. Chen May felt that Wu Lei seemed to have a point, but in any case, Ding Long had actually made money this time, leaving her with nothing to say in front of Chen Meng and Ding Long. Wu Lei continued, Chen May, don't you believe what I say, I know this business too well. There are many people who make money in this market, that is, they catch the market trend and make money without knowing how. They can make millions or even tens of millions, but they didn't earn it with real ability. In the end, they will lose it all, even their principal. So, don't look at Ding Long making money now, there's nothing to envy. On the contrary, you should feel sorry for him, because this time he's made money, it will strengthen his gambling mentality. He will definitely do it again in the future, and in the end, he will definitely lose everything. This is what will happen to Ding Long. Chen May didn't quite believe it, and said, no way? He just won't do it again after making money. Wu Lei shook his head and said, no way. He's tasted the sweetness this time, so how can he stop? He'll definitely keep going, at least until he's ruined and completely withdraws from the financial investment market. There are so many people like him in the financial market, a handful. Chen May frowned and said, then how will Chen Meng live in the future? Won't that be miserable? In fact, she didn't really care about her sister, but she just felt that it was a pity for her sister to follow Ding Long. Wu Lei shrugged and said, that's for sure. If Ding Long goes bankrupt, where will your sister's life go? I think you need to persuade your sister to leave Ding Long as soon as possible. In Wu Lei's heart, he was envious of Ding Long. Ding Long is just a poor boy from a small county, but he has managed to get involved with the sisters. He is the rich second generation, and he has yet to succeed in getting together with Chen May. But he is thinking that sooner or later he will be able to get Chen May. If Ding Long and Chen Meng separate, maybe he can also enjoy the happiness of having two lovers, just like Ding Long. Chen May shook her head helplessly and said, Chen Meng won't listen to me. Yesterday, I asked her to persuade Ding Long to sell the gold futures, but she just kept saying that she believed in Ding Long. Now that the price of gold has risen and Ding Long has made money, she is even less likely to listen to me if I try to persuade her again. Wu Lei nodded and said, that's true. When he loses money in the future, you can try to persuade her again, and she will probably be more willing to listen then. Chen May thought for a moment and said, well, if Ding Long really loses money, I'll try to persuade her. Wu Lei smiled proudly and said, that day shouldn't be far off. This time Ding Long made money, and I expect he'll invest it again soon, and he'll definitely invest it all at once. Let's just wait and see him fall from heaven to hell. Chapter 13 The system told me to pick up the slack. Wu Lei looked at Chen May and asked with his mouth open, hey, Chen May, I mentioned to you before that I asked you to raise money to buy Blackstone Technology stocks. What's the progress? Chen May showed a wry smile on her face and shook her head, saying, not good, I didn't raise much. I only managed to scrape together 200,000 yuan in total. Over this period of time, she has borrowed money from everywhere, but the results have not been very good. After carefully calculating, she found that the money she could borrow from her credit card and the money she borrowed from various online lending platforms only added up to 200,000 yuan. Wu Lei frowned tightly when he heard this and said, this is really too little. Even if the stock price rises several times, this amount of money will not make much profit. If I wasn't planning to buy the stock myself and was not short of cash, I would lend you the money. You need to find another way to get more money. This kind of good opportunity to make money doesn't come along every day, so don't miss it. Chen May gave a soft in response and said, I know, I'll think of something. She thought to herself that if she really had no other ideas, she would have to shamelessly go to some friends and borrow money, although she knew it wouldn't be easy. Wu Lei's eyes twinkled as he suddenly said with a smile, Chen May, I have an idea here that might make us both a lot of money. Chen May's eyes lit up at the sound of this, and she asked curiously, what's the idea? Tell me quickly. Wu Lei said with a smile, my uncle has an antique shop on Antique Street, and I have learned a lot about this from him. Why don't we go to Antique Street for a stroll this weekend? Maybe with a bit of luck, we can find a great bargain. If we do, we'll split the money 50-50. What do you think? Wu Lei's plan was really two birds with one stone. On the one hand, he can take this opportunity to hang out with Chen May and get closer to her. On the other hand, he can also show off his knowledge of antiques in front of Chen May, so that Chen May will think that he is not only rich, but also educated. Such a man should be quite attractive to Chen May. He has spent a lot of money on Chen May before, but the effect has not been obvious, so he wants to try this to see if he can make Chen May look at him differently. You also appreciate antiques? Chen May looked at Wu Lei with a little surprise, and her eyes showed a hint of admiration. She had never expected that Wu Lei, a rich second generation, would actually know how to appraise antiques. You bet. Wu Lei said with a smug look, patting his chest. I used to go to my uncle's antique shop a lot, and I learned a lot from him about how to authenticate antiques. I can't guarantee that I can tell if an antique is real or not 100%, but I'm at least 90% sure. Chen May couldn't help but praise, wow, then you're really quite good. Wu Lei was delighted to hear Chen May's praise and asked with a smile, so let's go to the antique street this Saturday. Chen May thought about it for a moment and nodded, okay, let's go Saturday. After dinner, Ding Long, Chen Meng, and Lin Junjie went home separately. After arriving home, Ding Long and Chen Meng took a shower and then lay on the bed, chatting about short videos. They talked for a long time, discussing whether to film food, travel, or interesting life stories. After much discussion, they still hadn't reached a conclusion and weren't sure what type of short video to make. Since they couldn't think of anything for the time being, they decided to put it aside for now, as it wasn't an urgent matter. Ding Long casually picked up his phone and opened the futures trading app. He suddenly smiled and said to Chen Meng, honey, the gold futures have risen again. Really? Chen Meng's eyes widened in surprise, and she hurried over to take a look. Honey, you're amazing. You've made so much money in just 2 days. Ding Long laughed and said, of course I have. Who do you think your husband is? Chen Meng's eyes narrowed into a smile, like a crescent moon. You're my husband, and my husband is the world's most awesome husband. It's true, in just 2 days, he's made millions. Chen Meng secretly rejoiced, thinking that she was right to trust Ding Long. This money is really fast. Ding Long looked at the rising market and said with a little regret, unfortunately, it has risen directly today, so I can't add to my position, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Futures are quite different from stocks. With stocks, as long as you haven't sold them, the money you make can't be used. But futures have a settlement system that means you don't incur any liabilities on the day itself. The money you make on the day can be used the next day, either to trade futures contracts or to withdraw it and spend it. This time, the limit for gold futures was 7%, and there were 2 consecutive limit rises in 2 days, which added up to a total rise of 14%. Ding Long remembered that the system had previously prompted that gold would rise by 30%. So, there was still 16% room for this wave of the market to rise. Since it was certain that it would rise further, it was natural to use the floating profit to increase the position, so that you could make more money. But who knew that the market would be capped at the opening today, so there was nothing you could do if you wanted to increase the position, and you would have to wait until tomorrow. Chen Meng looked at Ding Long and said with some concern, honey, it's already gone up so much, can it go up any more? If we increase our position, won't that be too risky? Chen Meng also knew about the futures settlement system and understood that you could use the money you've made to increase your position. But she also knew that if the price suddenly went back up or suddenly dropped, it would be easy to go bankrupt. Many people don't know how to increase their positions, so they end up losing all their money instead of making any, and some even go bankrupt and lose all their capital. Ding Long laughed and reassured her, it's okay, honey. Didn't you just say that your husband is the most amazing husband in the world? Don't you trust your husband's judgment? Chen Meng nodded repeatedly after hearing Ding Long's words, yes, honey, I trust you. Early the next morning, Ding Long woke up and heard the system's prompt in his head. Ding! This Saturday at 3 p.m., a man named Sun Shan will take a painting of a lady by Tang Bohua to a shop called Baibao Gu on Antique Street in Jiangqing to sell. The owner of the antique shop, Gao Chengwen, is not very good at appraising antiques. He will take the lady's portrait for a fake and buy it for only 10,000 yuan. As it turns out, a week later, he sold it to an antique expert for 50,000 yuan. It wasn't until it was sold that it was discovered to be a genuine work of art worth 50 million yuan. Boss Gao Chengwen beat his thighs in regret. Ding Long's eyes lit up like light bulbs as soon as he heard this. He thought to himself, isn't this system message clearly telling him to pick up a bargain? By then, he just needs to appear at the antique shop at that exact time and buy the painting, and he'll be rich. I'm going to make money again. Ding Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honey, why are you so happy? Chen Meng was awakened by Ding Long's laughter and, dazedly, opened her eyes and dove into Ding Long's arms. Honey, your husband is going to make money again. Ding Long said, hugging Chen Meng tightly. Make money again? Didn't the gold futures all stop trading last night? Where else can you make money? Chen Meng asked with a puzzled look on her face. There are many ways to make money, not just the futures market. This Saturday, how about we go to the antique street? Ding Long said. What's there to do on the antique street? Do you want to go there to find bargains? Chen May asked curiously. Well, maybe we'll be lucky and find a big bargain, Ding Long said with a smile. I'd like to go with you, but I'm on duty this week and can't go, Chen May said. She worked in a bank and sometimes had to work on Saturdays. This Saturday happened to be her branch's turn to open for business, and she was on the roster. Can you swap shifts with a colleague? Ding Long asked. Ding Long understood the work arrangements of the bank, but he really wanted to go with Chen May to collect the money and experience the feeling of earning 50 million in one go. No, we can't change shifts. Our bank colleagues are all very busy, and their weekends are planned in advance according to the shift arrangements, so it's not possible to change shifts, Chen May said, shaking her head. Okay, then I'll have to go alone, Ding Long said helplessly. Can't we go on Sunday? Chen May asked. As long as you work on Saturday, you usually have the day off on Sunday. No, Ding Long shook his head. Why? Chen May was a little confused. She thought to herself, it's not like you can't go on Sundays to pick up the leak, so why can't you go on Sundays? Ding Long was at a loss for words for a moment, and after thinking about it for a while, he said, I have a feeling that if I go on Saturday, I can pick up the leak, but if I go on Sunday, I won't be able to pick up anything. This reason was a bit far-fetched, but he couldn't think of a better excuse for a while. Chapter 14 Spending. Really? Chen May was a little confused by Ding Long's words, and she kept thinking to herself that she didn't quite believe in his so-called feeling. Really? Ding Long nodded seriously, his expression on his face particularly serious. Okay, then go ahead, I'll see for myself if your feeling is accurate or not, Chen May said, but in her heart she still felt that Ding Long's reason was a bit far-fetched. Well, I'll come back with a big surprise for you, Ding Long said confidently. The two chatted for a while before getting up. While eating breakfast at a restaurant, Ding Long looked at Chen May and said with a smile, Honey, how about we go shopping together tonight and buy some things? In fact, Ding Long was thinking of buying Chen May some clothes. Since they had been together, he had never bought her anything decent. Last time they went shopping, Chen May bought him some clothes. This time, he decided to pick out some nice clothes for her. Great! Chen May's eyes lit up at the idea, and a happy smile spread across her face. Which girl doesn't like shopping? What's more, if you go shopping with the man you love, you'll be overjoyed. After breakfast, the two went off to work. After Chen May left, Ding Long's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother calling, so he quickly answered, Mom. The caller was Ding Long's mother, Jiang Ping. Son, how's your situation? Jiang Ping asked anxiously. Mom, which situation are you talking about? Ding Long was a little confused. Don't play dumb with me. Last time you asked me to send you my household register book so that you could propose to your girlfriend. What happened? Jiang Ping's tone was tinged with anxiety and expectation. It turned out that Ding Long's parents knew that he wanted to propose to his girlfriend, and the old couple were looking forward to hearing good news every day. But it had been a few days since then, and Ding Long hadn't even called home. Jiang Ping couldn't hold back any longer, so she called to ask about the situation. Mom, I broke up with Chen May, Ding Long said calmly. What? You broke up? I thought you were going to propose. How did it come to that? Jiang Ping asked a series of questions all at once, her voice full of surprise and confusion. Mom, Chen May said I couldn't give her the life she wanted, so we broke up, Ding Long explained briefly. Hey. Jiang Ping was silent for a long time and sighed deeply, My son, it's all because your father and I are incompetent and can't help you. In Jiang Ping's opinion, her son was still young and had a long road ahead of him, with many opportunities. Obviously, her son's girlfriend had broken up with him because she didn't like their family's poor conditions. Mom, how can you blame yourselves? I can earn my own living. Although I broke up with Chen May, don't worry, you already have a daughter-in-law, Ding Long said with a smile. What do you mean? Jiang Ping was confused. You broke up with your girlfriend, so where's the daughter-in-law? Mom, although I broke up with Chen May, I got engaged to Chen May's younger sister, Chen May, Ding Long said with a smile, shocking Jiang Ping with the news. What did you say? Jiang Ping couldn't believe her ears and was shocked. Jiang Ping had heard Ding Long mention that Chen May had a twin sister, but she never imagined that after her son broke up with his girlfriend, he would end up with her sister and even get married. Not only was Jiang Ping shocked, but so were the other passengers on the subway at this sudden turn of events. Holy shit, this guy broke up with his girlfriend and hooked up with her sister? Damn, my mind is in a complete mess. I've only read this kind of plot in novels, I never thought it really happened in real life. Novels come from life, we've never encountered it before, but now we have. This guy, he's got some luck. Wow, a pair of sisters, this is what so many men dream of. Why didn't this good thing happen to me? I'll dream about it when I go home tonight. I've never thought about sisters. It's good to have a girlfriend. Other people can exclusively enjoy sisters, and I don't even have a girlfriend. The gap is too big. The male passengers looked at Ding Long with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The female passengers were full of curiosity, wondering in their hearts what exactly was the charm of this handsome guy that he could make the sisters fall in love with him. When the older sister broke up, the younger sister immediately took over. But these female passengers looked left and right, and apart from thinking that Ding Long was a bit handsome and looked relatively sunny, they couldn't see anything special about him. Ding Long was wearing clothes from ordinary brands, and it was obvious that he was not a rich second generation. This made them feel even more strange and they couldn't figure it out. Mom, you heard me right, I broke up with Chen May, and then I realized that Chen Meng is the one who can walk through life with me, so I got married to her. I'll bring her back to meet you guys when I find the right time. Ding Long patiently explained to his mother. Okay, since you've made up your mind and have already gotten married, your father and I don't have much to say. Just one thing, you must be good to her. Since you've gotten married, you've become a family. You must know how to be thrifty and work hard to support your family and live a good life with her, understand? Jiang Ping began to keep reminding Ding Long. Mom, I know. Dad should be by your side. I'm going to work, so I won't talk to him. Just tell him, said Ding Long. Okay, you don't need to tell him. I'll tell him. Just go to work. Hang up, said Jiang Ping. After hanging up the phone, Ding Dehua, who was next to Jiang Ping, asked with a puzzled look on his face, what's going on? Why are you breaking up and getting a marriage certificate? Ding Dehua had been standing nearby, but he hadn't heard clearly and didn't quite understand what had happened. My son said he broke up with his girlfriend, then got together with her twin sister, and they got married, Jiang Ping said with a smile, his face full of relief. Anyway, their son's big life event has finally come to a conclusion, and they don't have to worry about it anymore. Ding Dehua was suddenly stunned, his mind in a complete mess, and he didn't know what to say. After work that evening, Ding Long and Chen Meng met up. They went to a restaurant for dinner and then went shopping. Ding Long took Chen Meng to the Chanel boutique. Honey, are we buying clothes here? Chen Meng looked at the price tags on the clothes in the store and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Although Chen Meng is from Jiangcheng, her family is only average. Her father runs a small restaurant and has worked hard to raise her on his own. Since childhood, Chen Meng has known that it is not easy for her father to make money, so she has never compared herself with others and has always asked her father to buy cheap clothes for her. Even after she started working and got a salary, she has always been very thrifty and chooses affordable brands for clothes, bags, and cosmetics. To be honest, this is the first time she has ever set foot in a luxury store. We'll get richer and richer in the future, so we can afford to wear nice things occasionally. I transferred some money from the futures account today, so I can buy some expensive clothes today, Ding Long said to Chen Meng with a smile. You withdrew money? How much did you withdraw? Chen Meng asked curiously. Don't worry about how much you withdrew, just look at what you like. Ding Long didn't tell Chen Meng the exact amount. Honey, let's save the money to buy a house. Chen Meng still felt that buying a house was the most important thing. In her opinion, it was really unnecessary to spend so much money on these luxuries. It's okay, just give me a little time, and we can buy a house with the full payment. Trust me, okay? Ding Long looked into Chen Meng's eyes and said seriously. Of course I trust you. Chen Meng looked at Ding Long's determined eyes and nodded repeatedly. Well, then you pick out the clothes, shoes, and bags, said Ding Long. Next, it was time to make the selection. Although Chen Meng had her eye on quite a few clothes, shoes, and bags, in the end she only chose a 6,000 yuan skirt and didn't want to make any more selections. However, Ding Long was not willing to give up, and he helped Chen Meng choose 3 more outfits, 2 pairs of shoes and 2 bags. When it came time to pay, a total of 320,000 yuan had been spent. Chapter 15 Explain? Honey, you bought so many clothes for me, you have to buy something for yourself too, or I won't agree, Chen Meng said with a pout and a hint of coquetry. Okay, I'll buy some too. Ding Long had been so focused on picking out clothes for Chen Meng that he hadn't even thought about buying anything for himself, but since Chen Meng had asked so, he didn't say anything. After leaving the Chanel boutique, Chen Meng dragged Ding Long directly into the nearby Armani boutique. In the Armani store, Chen May carefully picked out 3 suits and 2 pairs of shoes for Ding Long. Don't look at Ding Long not having to buy those bags and whatnot, but these suits and shoes are not cheap. In total, they cost 450,000 yuan. After leaving the Armani store, Ding Long smiled and said to Chen May, "Honey, let's go buy a couple's watch." "Yes." Chen May's eyes lit up at the sound of this, and her face was full of joy. She loved couples' watches, and she thought that if she wore it every day in the future, she could just glance at the watch and remember her husband, as if he were always by her side. So the two of them went to the nearby Cartier boutique. "Welcome to Cartier." As soon as they entered the store, a young saleswoman greeted them. "Oh, Ding Long, Chen May, it's you too." "He Yuan, it's you." Ding Long and Chen May both smiled in surprise and joy when they saw that the saleswoman was Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was a classmate of theirs from university, and the three of them had been very close when they were at school. It was just that after graduation, everyone was busy with their own work and they had become less and less in touch, and they didn't know what Zhou Yuan was doing for a living. They never expected to run into each other here, and she was even working as a salesperson here. "What are you here to buy?" "Let me give you a quick introduction." Because Li Chang had previously revealed Ding Long and Chen Meng's relationship in the group chat, Zhou Yuan was not particularly surprised to see them walk in hand. "We want to buy a watch. Do you have any couple watches?" Ding Long asked. "Yes, come with me." After all, they were old classmates, so Zhou Yuan spoke more casually, but she did not forget the things she should pay attention to when serving customers. Zhou Yuan led the two of them to the watch section. There were really a lot of watches in this place, all kinds, and the prices varied greatly, from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and even a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000. There are 3 types of couple watches. Look, these are the 3. This one, for example, is. Zhou Yuan introduced them to them in detail. The 3 couple watches cost 28,000, 380,000 and 1.8 million yuan respectively. Each model has its own unique design. Ding Long immediately fell for the 1.8 million yuan model, thinking that it was top-notch in both appearance and quality. Chen May, however, kept shaking her head, thinking that it was too expensive and extravagant, and insisted on buying the 28,000 yuan model. In her opinion, the important thing about a couple's watch is the thought behind it, and the price is secondary. She thinks it's pretty good to buy a pair for 28,000 yuan. But how could Ding Long agree to buy such a cheap one? He pondered. His wife wears tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes, tens of thousands of dollars worth of bags, and tens of thousands of dollars worth of shoes on her feet. In the end, the two compromised and chose the 380,000 yuan model. "He Yuan, let's choose this 380,000 yuan one," Ding Long said. "Ding Long, have you struck it rich?" Zhou Yuan asked, staring at Ding Long with curiosity. She had originally thought that, given Ding Long and Chen Meng's family conditions, and her knowledge of their personalities, they would definitely choose the 28,000 yuan one. After all, neither of them were the type to be vain and like to put on a show. Moreover, she saw Ding Long carrying bags from Chanel and Armani, which meant he had obviously bought quite a lot of things at those 2 stores. This made her even more puzzled, and she wondered if Ding Long had really become rich. "Ha, I've made some money recently," Ding Long didn't say much, and this was not the time to explain in detail. "It seems you have really become rich." Zhou Yuan didn't pursue the matter, and quickly went to pack. If this order is successful, she will get a good commission. After paying, Zhou Yuan escorted Ding Long and Chen May to the door and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm going back to my hometown in a while, and after I go back, it may be difficult to see each other again. Some other time, I'll invite you to dinner and we can get together." "Great," Ding Long and Chen May readily agreed. As for why Zhou Yuan was going back to her hometown, the two didn't ask, and planned to chat about it in detail over dinner. "You guys don't mind if I post about your shopping trip to the group, do you?" Zhou Yuan asked a little excitedly. She really couldn't help but want to share the event with her classmates. "It's fine, you can post about it if you want," Ding Long said with a smile. He didn't care at all. "That's great, the group chat is going to be buzzing tonight." Zhou Yuan laughed happily. As she watched the backs of Ding Long and Chen May grow smaller, she turned around and went back to work in the store. At 10 p.m., Zhou Yuan came home from work and, without even changing her clothes, hurriedly posted a message in the group chat. "Zhou Yuan, classmates, I work at the Cartier boutique. Guess who I ran into today?" "Classmate A, who?" "Zhou Yuan, I ran into Ding Long and Chen May. Guess what they bought in the store?" "Classmate A, they're together, so I guess they bought a necklace or something." Classmate B, I think so too. Ding Long and Chen Meng are together, so it's normal for Ding Long to buy Chen Meng a necklace. Zhou Haiyuan, it wasn't a necklace. They bought a couple's watch, and it cost 380,000 yuan. Classmate A, holy shit, is that true? Classmate B, did Ding Long get rich? Or did Chen Meng? Classmate C, what's going on? When did Ding Long and Chen Meng become so extravagant? Classmate D, it must be Ding Long who got rich. With Ding Long's personality, even if Chen Meng had the money, he wouldn't let her buy something so expensive. Classmate E, they're both licensed, so it doesn't matter who has the money. Classmate F, 380,000 yuan. My goodness, I'd have to work for years as a bricklayer to afford that. Classmate G, huh? Could it be that Ding Long is a hidden rich kid? Classmate H, holy cow, don't scare me like that. It's bad enough that Ding Long and Chen Meng are together, but if he's also a hidden rich kid, how are we supposed to live? Classmate I at Ding Long at Chen Meng, come out and say something. Zhou Haiyuan, Ding Long must have made a lot of money. When they came to buy the watch, Ding Long was carrying big bags and small bags of Chanel and Armani. Judging by the quantity, it must be worth at least several 100,000 yuan. Classmate A, huh? What's going on? Classmate B, could it be that Ding Long is really a hidden rich kid? Classmate C, stop guessing, it's impossible. I went to Ding Long's house when I was a sophomore, and his family is just an ordinary family. Classmate Ding, by ordinary family, you don't mean like Xinjiang Ma's kind of ordinary family, do you? Classmate Wu, ever since Xinjiang Ma said that, no one dares to casually say that their family is ordinary. Classmate Shi, the last two pieces of news about Ding Long and Chen Meng were both explosive, and I'm waiting to see what new news there will be in the future. Classmate Gung, Ding Long is a real winner, he has a wife and money. Classmate Rin, yes, it's really enviable. Classmate Gue, back to the beginning, how did Ding Long get so much money? Classmate Xin at Ding Long, come out and explain. Chapter 16 in Heirloom. Ding Long and Chen Meng snuggled up sweetly on the bed, enjoying the moment. After a while, Chen Meng reached for her phone and took a look. There was a lot of news in the class group, like a bomb had gone off. Honey, Yuan posted the shopping we did in the group. Chen Meng said, while holding the phone in front of Ding Long's eyes. Just post it, it's no big deal, Ding Long said with a slight shake of his head, looking completely unconcerned. After all, Yuan had asked him about this before, and he had agreed. Besides, there were so many messages in the group that he usually set it to do not disturb, and he would only bother to read it if someone specifically at him. Someone at you, asking if you become rich, do you want to reply in the group? Chen Meng giggled like a little girl and teased. Let me take a look. Ding Long took Chen Meng's phone, took a quick look at the group, then picked up his phone and started to edit the message. Ding Long, I've recently made some money from futures investment, so I took my wife shopping. Don't make a fuss. Classmate A, holy cow, you've got some nerve. Classmate B, so it's money from futures trading. I thought you were a wealthy second generation who kept it a secret. Classmate C, I thought your family was as rich as the Ma family in Xinjiang, with some unknown background. Classmate D, I heard from Yuan that you two bought a 380,000 watch and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of clothes. You really made that much from futures trading? Classmate E, the hottest market these days is gold futures, with prices rising continuously. Could it be that you bought gold futures? Ding Long, yes, I bought gold futures, and I was lucky. The price went up the next day after I bought it. Now that I have money, I have to spoil my wife. Classmate A, my goodness, you are so lucky. Classmate B, the price went up the next day after you bought it. That's incredible luck. Classmate C, I also held gold futures before, but I sold them just before the price went up the next day. I feel so bad about it, I can't even talk about it. Classmate D, I just bought some today, I don't know if the price will keep going up. Classmate C, I wouldn't dare buy anymore, I'm afraid the market will fluctuate and I'll lose all my money. Classmate F at, how much did you invest? Is the profit enough to buy all those expensive things? Classmate Gung, earning so much means investing a lot of money. Ding Long, where did you get so much money? Even if your family has some money, your parents couldn't have given you so much all at once. Ding Long, I have a good wife and a good father-in-law. My father-in-law gave my wife 2 million, which was originally intended to be used as a down payment on a house. My wife and I discussed it and decided to use it for futures investment first. I don't have that much money myself, only 1 million. Together, we have 3 million, and we invested it all. In fact, the 1 million was a system reward, but no one knew that, so he just mentioned it casually. Classmate A, holy cow, you invested all 3 million, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Classmate B, a ding long, you're so brave and full of drive. Classmate C, a ding long, by that logic, you must have made 5 million yuan by now. Classmate D, you've really picked the right wife. Classmate E, speaking of which, isn't Chen May afraid that you'll lose all your money? Ding long, a good wife trusts her husband. Chen Meng has confidence in me and believes that I won't lose any money. Classmate A, you're really lucky to have a good wife. Classmate B, I really didn't expect Chen Meng to trust you so much, that's amazing. Classmate C, ding long, with this gold futures investment, you've turned over a new leaf. Classmate D, yes, you've made millions in no time at all. Classmate E, why didn't I think of investing in futures? Classmate C, I invested and then sold, and now I'm regretting it. Classmate F, don't sigh and lament, you don't have that kind of luck. Classmate G, it's mainly because you haven't found a good wife, like Ding Long. With a good wife like Chen Meng, you'll have everything. Classmate H, yes, that's the key. I have to work hard to find a good wife too, just like Ding Long, and achieve a life turnaround. Ding Long looked at the group chat and felt that there was nothing more to say, so he put down his phone, wrapped his arms around Chen Meng, and went to sleep. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was Saturday. In the morning, Ding Long had just woken up when he heard the system's prompt in his head. Ding! The host has obtained the knowledge of a treasure appraisal master advanced. In an instant, it was as if countless pieces of knowledge about treasure appraisal had been instilled in Ding Long's head, and he had suddenly become a treasure appraisal master. Ding Long's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Today, he had planned to go to the antique street to try his luck and pick up a bargain. Now, with the skills of a treasure appraisal master, not only can he follow the system's prompts to find the missing lady in waiting by Tang Bohu, but he can also wander around the antique street to see if he can discover some other treasures with his new skills. Honey, I'm off to work. I hope you find a great bargain in the antique street this afternoon. Chen Meng and Ding Long kissed sweetly after breakfast before Chen Meng left for work. Ding Long, on the other hand, had a comfortable rest at home for a while. At 2 p.m., he took a taxi and went straight to the antique street. At this time, in the Wanbao Pavilion antique shop on the antique street, 3 people were sitting there drinking tea and chatting. One was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were a young man and a young woman. The middle-aged man was the owner of Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Jiwen, and the young man and woman were Chen May and Wu Lei. Chen May and Wu Lei came over after lunch. When they arrived, they didn't rush to explore the antique street, but went straight to Wanbao Pavilion, planning to escape the summer heat and drink tea here. After all, the weather was extremely hot, and there was no rush when it came to bargain hunting, which depended crucially on one's eye for detail and luck. Uncle, how's business been recently? Wu Lei asked casually as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. So, Xian Jiwen replied with a smile. In fact, when he said so, he meant that business was not bad. In their antique business, sometimes things that they bought for 100 yuan could be sold for 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. If they were lucky and met a buyer who knew what they were doing, it was not impossible to sell for 10,000 or 100,000 yuan. Although there are not many customers in the shop on weekdays, as long as a deal is made, the profit can be several times, even tens or hundreds of times more. After a few words with the others, they saw a young man in his late 20s or early 30s walk into the shop. The young man was dressed in ordinary clothes, carrying a backpack, and looked tired, as if he had traveled a long way. Boss, do you accept things here? I have a painting here and I want to ask if you accept it. The young man looked at Chen Jiwen and asked. Yes, take it out and let me have a look, Chen Jiwen said, quickly standing up and going over to him. Xiaomei, let's go over there and take a look, and learn how to identify it, Wu Lei also stood up and said to Chen May. After all, in the process of collecting paintings, the boss must definitely comment on the painting, and say what is good and what is bad, before he can give a price. This is a rare learning opportunity for them. Okay, Chen May nodded and also stood up. Boss, look, this is a family heirloom. The young man said as he carefully took out a scroll from his backpack, which was clearly wrapped around a painting. On hearing this, Xian Jiwen couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and saying, Young man, I've heard this a lot. 9 out of 10 people who come to sell things to me say that their things are family heirlooms, but so far, I haven't seen a single real one. Some people even come with a broken bowl and insist that it's a family heirloom. Isn't that ridiculous? Wu Lei and Chen Mei laughed along with Chen Jiwen when they heard what he said. They both knew in their hearts that at times like this, it was best for them, as juniors, not to butt in. The young man said a little anxiously, "Boss, this is really an ancestral treasure. If I didn't need the money urgently recently, I definitely wouldn't have sold it." Chapter 17 I'll take it for 50,000. Okay, whatever you say, Chen Jiwen smiled, waved his hand, and took the scroll without further ado. After taking it, he slowly unrolled it on the table next to him. Tang Boha's ladies in waiting? Chen Jiwen's eyes suddenly widened, and his gaze became sharp. Boss, what do you think? This painting is real, right? The young man asked with anticipation, a hint of urgency in his eyes. It's fake. Look at this painting, it's blurry and unclear. No matter whether it's people, landscapes, flowers, birds, fish or insects, the lines in paintings by Tang Bohu are so smooth, and the color combinations so harmonious. This painting is so blurry, it's obviously a fake, not the real thing. Chen Jiwen gave his verdict with absolute certainty. How could it be a fake? This is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in our family. The young man became anxious when he heard this, and his face flushed. His voice also unconsciously raised a few decibels. Brother, don't keep bringing up the matter of the family heirloom. I just told you, haven't I? 9 out of 10 people who come to my shop to sell something say it's an heirloom, even if they're selling a broken bowl or a broken plate, and they all say with conviction that it's an heirloom handed down from their ancestors. I'm sick of hearing it, Chen Jiwen said with a helpless smile and a shake of his head. Boss, how much can you pay for this painting? The young man, although a little disappointed, still asked reluctantly, thinking that the more he could sell, the better. Although the painting is a bit blurry, the craftsmanship is really not bad. I can tell that the person who imitated this painting still has some skill. I won't rip you off, I'll give you 5,000 yuan, just for the craftsmanship. Chen Jiwen rubbed his chin and said after thinking for a moment. In fact, the only problem with this painting is that it is a bit blurry, and the rest is practically flawless. If you resell this painting, you can at least get more than 50,000 yuan for it. If you're lucky, you can get 100,000 or even several 100,000 yuan if you meet someone who was particularly obsessed with Tang Bohu's paintings but can't buy the real thing, or if you meet some rich sucker. After all, there are only a few authentic paintings by Tang Bohu, and not everyone has the opportunity to buy one, so some people also think it's quite worthwhile to be able to buy a good fake. Boss, can you give me a little more? I really need the money urgently, otherwise I wouldn't have sold this family heirloom, the young man said hesitantly, gritting his teeth. 5,000 yuan was a long way from the price in his mind. Brother, then name your price. I'll see if I can accept it. If it works, we'll have a deal. If not, go ask at other shops and see if anyone is willing to pay more, Chen Jiwen said, crossing his arms and looking at the young man. 50,000, the young man said, gritting his teeth and offering a price he thought was high. In fact, he didn't expect the boss to agree, but he just wanted to start with a high price and slowly negotiate down. Brother, you're being a bit unreasonable. How about this, I'll take a step back and give you 10,000. If you're willing to sell, we'll have a deal, if not, that's fine, I won't push. Chen Jiwen frowned, feeling that the young man's price was a bit outrageous, but the painting was really good, so he was willing to go up to 10,000. The young man stood there, torn between whether or not to say yes. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, 50,000 yuan, I'll take this painting. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in his early 20s striding in. Chen May and Wu Lei were both surprised to see the person coming, their eyes wide with amazement, and their faces full of confusion. Ding Long, what are you doing here? Chen May asked with a frown, puzzled. It was indeed Ding Long who had come. He took a taxi, but got stuck in traffic. The traffic was gridlocked, and he was anxious, so he kept urging the driver to hurry. Finally, he arrived, and despite the rush hour traffic, he made it in time. Fortunately, the painting had not yet been sold. As soon as he walked into the store, he saw the painting on the table at a glance, and his heart immediately understood. This must be the painting of ladies by Tang Bohu that the system had prompted him to look for. It was obvious that this young man in his late 20s was Sun Shan. He thought to himself, if he had arrived a moment later, Sun Shan would have sold the painting to the owner for 10,000 yuan. At that time, it would have been extremely difficult to buy the painting from the owner. Buying it directly from Sun Shan would be relatively easier. He would offer 50,000 yuan, which would satisfy Sun Shan's asking price, and the other party would be happy to sell it to him. As for whether the owner would compete with him, he didn't think it was likely. After all, the owner is convinced that the painting is fake, otherwise he would not have planned to sell it for 50,000 yuan. I'm just hanging out here. I think the painting is quite nice, and I plan to buy it to hang on the wall and admire it when I'm free. Ding Long rolled his eyes and made up a reason on the spot. He couldn't just say that the painting was an authentic work worth 50 million yuan, or he would scare the person to death. Do you know anything about paintings? You just want to buy it and hang it on the wall? Wu Lei sneered with disdain when he heard Ding Long's words, and said mockingly. As soon as he saw Ding Long, his heart burned with anger. This guy, he even got the sister, while he, a rich second generation, has everything he wants, but has not achieved anything, and yet this poor kid from the county has done it. How can he swallow this? He was so angry inside. Just because I don't know how to paint doesn't mean I can't buy paintings? Ding Long glanced at Wu Lei, his eyes full of stubbornness, and retorted without showing any weakness. Lei, do you know each other? Chen Jiwen looked at the two men and asked doubtfully. We've met, but we're not familiar, Wu Lei said impatiently, his expression on his face very unpleasant. Chen Jiwen understood as soon as he heard this. These two people have only met a few times, they can't even be considered friends. And from Wu Lei's attitude, it can be seen that their relationship is not good, and there may even be some conflict. Thinking about this, Shen Jiwen looked at Ding Long and said earnestly, Brother, you don't know about painting, so I advise you not to buy blindly. The antique business is very deep, and if you're not careful, you can easily lose out. By then, even if you want to cry, there won't be anywhere to go. Ding Long smiled and said, I just think this painting is worth 50,000 yuan, so there is no question of buying blindly. You are the boss here, right? If you are willing to buy it for 50,000 yuan, then I won't buy it, but if you don't buy it, then I will buy it. Sun Shan's eyes lit up at the sound of Ding Long's words, and he hurriedly asked, Brother, are you really willing to spend 50,000 yuan to buy my painting? He was overjoyed in his heart. If he could really sell it for 50,000 yuan, then he would have made a huge profit. He had bought the painting from a street stall for only 500 yuan. He had asked for 50,000 yuan just now, but he was really just trying it out, thinking that if they could bargain a bit, he would be satisfied with selling it for 30,000 yuan. Now Ding Long was willing to pay 50,000 yuan for it, which was a good thing that had fallen from the sky. Ding Long nodded and said affirmatively, Really, I think your painting is really good and definitely worth this price. Sun Shan was overjoyed and started dancing. Great, then I'll sell you the painting. Xian Jiwen stood to one side, his eyes rolling, and he muttered to himself. To be honest, he was beginning to suspect that Ding Long and Sun Shan were in cahoots and were plotting against him. This sort of thing had happened before, and he had been taken in once before, losing tens of thousands of yuan. Ding Long looked at Shen Jiwen and said with a smile, Boss, I know it's not good for me to come in and cut in like this, but this thing is supposed to go to the highest bidder, don't you think so? On hearing this, Shen Jiwen became even more suspicious that Ding Long and Sun Shan were singing in unison. In his opinion, the painting was a fake, and although he might not necessarily lose if he bought it for 50,000 yuan, if he was unlucky, he wouldn't make much money either. Thinking about this, Xian Jiwen waved his hand and said, If you want to buy it, go ahead, I don't want it. Wu Lei sneered, Do you think this painting is real? Just because my uncle can't tell, you think you've got a bargain? Ding Long gave Wu Lei a look and said, I didn't think that. I just said that I like the painting and want to buy it to hang on my wall. It was only then that he realized that the owner of the shop was Wu Lei's uncle. But he didn't really care. All he wanted now was to buy the painting, and nothing else mattered. Wu Lei snorted again and said, Don't pretend. I can see that you just want to take advantage of the situation, but don't you think you have what it takes? My uncle has already authenticated it, it's a fake, so just wait for your money to be refunded. He thought to himself, it's not easy for an individual to sell this kind of fake product, and only antique shops have a greater chance of encountering someone willing to buy it. It's a sure loss to buy it back for 50,000 yuan. This guy really doesn't know his own limitations. Chen May also said coldly from the side, Ding Long, I admit that you were lucky and have made some money investing in futures, but you think you can also make a profit in the antiques business, that's just naive. Chapter 18 This painting is authentic. Ding Long shrugged his shoulders and said with a face of indifference, Say what you want, I don't care. He knew clearly in his heart that it was a waste of time and energy to compete with Wu Lei and Chen May, and that he just needed to understand the true situation of the painting. In fact, as soon as Ding Long saw the painting, he used his newly acquired expertise in appraising antiques to see why the owner thought it was a fake. At first glance, the painting is almost identical to the real thing, except that the image is a bit blurry. It turned out that there was a thin film on the painting that was almost invisible, and without the sharp eyesight of a treasure appraisal master, it would be impossible to notice. Obviously, the owner of the antique shop was not qualified, so he didn't see the point. Wu Lei sneered with mockery at the corner of his mouth. Hey, what do you think? We were right, weren't we? Speechless, aren't you? Ding Long didn't even bother to look at Wu Lei, and turned to Sun Shan and said, Brother, since the owner doesn't value your painting, I'll pay 50,000 yuan for it. To be honest, the painting is a 50 million yuan treasure, and it's really not fair to Sun Shan to pay 50,000 yuan for it. But this is the rule in the antiques business, so Sun Shan just didn't have the luck to make such a big profit. Ding Long was also thinking about it, and actually quite wanted to give Sun Shan more money, hundreds of thousands or even millions. But if he did that now, it would definitely arouse suspicion, and if Sun Shan knew that the painting was so valuable, he would surely raise the price to the sky and definitely not sell it to him. Sun Shan was beaming with joy when he heard this, and quickly said, Great, thank you so much, brother, you are truly my savior. Sun Shan's heart was bursting with joy, and while he was outwardly grateful to Ding Long, in reality he was secretly cursing Ding Long in his heart for being an easy target. Ding Long then said, Sure, add me on WeChat, I'll transfer the money to you. Sun Shan eagerly replied, No problem, that's so convenient. So the two men added each other on WeChat, and Ding Long quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to Sun Shan. Brother, I'm so grateful to you, you're such a good person. To be honest, I also have a family heirloom, a painting by Tang Bohu. Are you interested? If you want it, I'll go back and get it for you right now, and hang it on your wall. How honorable that would be. Sun Shan beamed, his eyes nearly slits. No, I just like the painting, and it's enough for me to admire. Ding Long waved his hand and refused without hesitation. Okay, if you want any rare stuff in the future, just contact me, as long as it's on the market, I can get it for you. Well, I'll go now. Sun Shan said with a smile, turned around and left quickly. Goodness, spending 50,000 yuan on a painting like that, what a super idiot. Wu Lei couldn't help but snicker again, and his laughter was particularly harsh. It's not good for you to always swear so much, Ding Long said with a frown, a little displeased. What's not good about it? You're already an idiot, I'm just speaking the truth, Wu Lei replied with a sneer and full of disdain. At first I wondered if you two were in cahoots. Now I'm sure you're not. You're just a complete idiot who let someone take 50,000 yuan out of your pocket. That guy's last words made it clear that he was a second-hand antique dealer. Luckily I didn't follow suit and bid higher, otherwise I would have suffered. Xian Jiwen shook his head and sighed. Really? He really is an antique dealer? Ding Long was slightly stunned when he heard this and wondered to himself. He thought back carefully to what Sun Shan had just said, and it seemed to be a bit like that. He said that as long as it was available on the market, he could get it, which was exactly the way an antique dealer would talk. Then you can be sure, Xian Jiwen nodded, saying in a serious tone, Young man, I know you probably want to find a bargain, but it's not that easy to find a bargain. If it was that easy, everyone would be rich and I wouldn't have to work so hard to run this shop. Wu Lei laughed along, You want to find a bargain? If you could find a bargain, I could become the king of bargain hunters. Chen May also chimed in, Ding Long, you are becoming more and more unreliable. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you will lose all the money you made in the futures market. Ding Long didn't take Chen May and Wu Lei's words seriously at all. He was still thinking about what Qian Jiwen had said about Sun Shan being an antique dealer. Could it be that Sun Shan really was an antique dealer? Originally, Ding Long was thinking that after a while, he would find a suitable opportunity to pay Sun Shan a little extra, and it would be fine to give him a few 100,000 or $1 million. After all, the painting was worth 50 million, but if Sun Shan was an antique dealer, then it seemed like there was no need to pay him. At that moment, another young man in his late 20s or early 30s walked in. Boss Qian, I heard that someone in your shop just spent 50,000 yuan on a fake painting by Tang Bohu. Is that true? The young man was a relative of the owner of an antique shop diagonally across from the antique street. He would occasionally drop by here and was quite familiar with Qian Jiwen. Yes, this young man bought it, Qian Jiwen said, pointing at Ding Long. Oh, man, you're something. You actually paid 50,000 yuan for that guy's painting? He paid 1,000 yuan to buy it from a street vendor, so you're obviously being taken for a ride. The young man looked at Ding Long with sympathy and pity in his eyes. Ding Long, you heard that, now you know you're a fool. Wu Lei took the opportunity to start mocking him even more. Ding Long, I'm really worried for my sister. She'll never be happy with someone like you. She'll never have a good life, Chen May added, adding fuel to the fire. Ding Long just looked at them indifferently and said nothing. He knew in his heart that the painting was an authentic masterpiece. There was no need to waste words explaining it to these people. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. After taking the painting back, he will find an appropriate time to have it examined by an authoritative expert, and then sell it. As long as he is sure that it is authentic, he is not afraid that no one will buy it. Maybe he can even find an auction house and let everyone bid on it. By then, it might fetch a price higher than 50 million. When many things are put up for auction, the price is often much higher than the usual transaction price. Ding Long was about to put the painting away when he suddenly heard a loud voice shouting, "Wait!" The voice came from the door. Ding Long turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s striding in. "President Jiang, why are you here? Your presence honors my humble shop." As soon as Chen Jiwen saw the middle-aged man, he immediately beamed with a smile and went up to him enthusiastically. The man who had come was Zhang Zhang, the vice president of the Zhongcheng Antique Association, and he was a famous connoisseur in the antique world. Many people who had objects in their hands that they were unsure about liked to ask him for help with appraisals and identification. "Boss Qian, let's not chat about anything else, I'll take a look at this painting first," Zhang Zheng greeted Chen Jiwen and then walked straight up to Ding Long, his eyes fixed on the painting. He examined it carefully for a long time, then turned to Ding Long and asked, "Young man, did you buy this painting?" "Yes, I did," Ding Long replied, nodding calmly. "Mr. Qian, did you sell this painting to him?" Zhang Zhang asked Chen Jiwen again. "No, a moment ago someone." Chen Jiwen hurriedly recounted the previous situation in detail, including the story the young man had just told. This guy is such a fool, spending 50,000 yuan on a painting someone bought for a few hundred yuan at a street stall. Ha ha ha, Wu Lei began to mock again, not missing any opportunity to insult Ding Long. Since Ding Long appeared here, he had said fool countless times. Anyway, he just can't stand Ding Long. Whenever he sees Ding Long, he thinks of Ding Long and the two sisters, and the jealousy and resentment in his heart just won't go away. Zhang Zhang looked at Wu Lei, then Xian Jiwen, and then the young man, before slowly saying, "If he's a fool, then there are probably no smart people in the world." When the several people heard this, they were all stunned, and expressions of surprise and confusion appeared on their faces. Chen Jiwen hurriedly asked, "President Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Zhang pointed at the painting on the table that had not yet been put away, and said solemnly, "This painting is a genuine authentic work of art." Chapter 19, at least tens of millions? What? Everyone, except Ding Long, was shocked, their eyes wide, mouths open, and their faces full of disbelief. How could this be? Qian Jiwen had carefully authenticated it before, insisting that it was a fake. And they all knew that the young man had spent 500 yuan to buy the painting from a street stall, so how could it suddenly become a genuine work of art? Chairman Zhang Zhang, did you misjudge it? How could this be a genuine work of art? Although I am not as good as you at appraising antiques, I have been doing it for many years, and it is obvious that the painting is very blurry and is obviously a fake. Qian Jiwen was full of disbelief. He felt that his judgment could not be wrong. Besides, his reasoning is also very defensible. How could an authentic work of art be so blurry and unclear? He has seen authentic works of art by Tang Bohu before. Just last year, a shop on Antique Street was lucky enough to receive an authentic work of art by Tang Bohu. The picture in that painting was very clear, with smooth lines and bright colors. Compared to the one in front of him, it was like night and day, the difference was too great. "I'm not wrong," Zhang Zhang said firmly. "Mr. Qian, you've been running this shop for more than 10 years, and you didn't recognize such a treasure when it was right in front of you. You just need to practice a bit more." Xian Jiwen took a deep breath to calm himself down, and asked, "President Jiang, is this really an authentic work?" He still couldn't quite accept it. If this was really an authentic work, then he had lost a lot of money. A painting by Tang Bohu was worth at least tens of millions of dollars, and he just let it slip away from under his nose. "Do I look like I'm lying to you?" Zhang Zhang gave Qian Jiwen a look, his eyes conveying a sense of disappointment. "No, President Zhang, that's not what I meant." Qian Jiwen quickly waved his hands and said, "I really can't tell, so please tell me so I can learn something. This is just the way he is. If he doesn't figure out where he went wrong, he won't be able to get past this hurdle in his heart, and he won't be satisfied." Zhang Zhang looked at Ding Long and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Young man, I can see that you are quite calm. I presume you know why this painting looks blurry. Why don't you tell us?" Ding Long shook his head and said, "I don't really understand this." I just thought it looked pretty and bought it. He knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't want to admit it and didn't bother explaining to these people. Jiang Zhang seemed to have read Ding Long's mind, and he looked at him with even more admiration. If it were any other young person, they would have been unable to hold back and would have been showing off with glee when asked such a question. But Ding Long was so composed, and such young people are really hard to come by. Jiang Zhang smiled and said, "Young man, let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Zhang, I am the vice president of the Jiangcheng Antique Association. May I ask your name?" Ding Long replied simply. Jiang Zhang continued, "Brother Ding, do you mind if I tell you about the painting?" Although Ding Long had the skills of a master treasure appraiser, this was after all his first time really getting involved in the antiques business. This Jiang Zhang is the vice president of the Antique Association, so listening to him talk might teach me a lot. Thinking about this, Ding Long said, "No, please go ahead." Jiang Zhang nodded slightly and glanced at Qian Jiwen before saying, "Mr. Qian, you were right just now. There is nothing wrong with the rest of the painting, but it does look very blurry and doesn't really look authentic." Qian Jiwen nodded vigorously, saying, yes, it is because of this that I am certain it is not authentic." Jiang Zhang smiled and said, "But do you know what? The reason for the blurriness is that someone did it on purpose." Qian Jiwen froze upon hearing this. Caused by humans? How is that possible? Jiang Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, it was caused by humans. Someone applied a layer of transparent paint to the surface of the painting, which is why it looks blurry." What? Chen Jiwen's voice raised an octave in surprise. How could this be? If this transparent paint is applied to the painting, won't it ruin it? And I don't see any traces of painting either. Jiang Zhang patiently explained, "This paint is very difficult to detect. If I hadn't happened to read an ancient book recently, I wouldn't have noticed it either. It was used during the Song dynasty. When applied to the surface of a painting, it forms a thin film that not only doesn't damage the painting, but also protects it. However, the paint has a faint fishy smell, which most people don't know and can't detect, let alone notice that the painting has been coated." Chen Jiwen still didn't quite believe it and asked, "Chairman Jiang, then how can you prove that this paint has really been applied to the painting? Just by smelling the smell?" Saying this, he leaned closer to the painting and sniffed carefully. Upon doing so, he really smelled a faint fishy smell. Jiang Zhang said, "This is one thing, and another thing is, as I said earlier, the film formed by this paint can be torn off directly as long as a small hole is made." He looked at Ding Long and politely said, "Young Ding, I'm very happy to see this Ladies of the Court by Tang Bohu. Do you think I could verify it on the spot by tearing off this layer of film?" In fact, he knew very well that if he could tear off this layer of film himself, it would be equivalent to him personally authenticating this Ladies of the Court. If this got out, he would become even more famous in the antique world, and he would be proud of that for a long time. Ding Long said indifferently, "Fine, you tear it." In Ding Long's opinion, it didn't matter who tore it down. He wasn't someone in the antiques business, and he didn't care about all the false fame. What he cared about was how much money the painting could sell for. As long as the painting wasn't damaged and it didn't affect the money he could make, it was fine. Besides, the other person was the vice president of the Antiques Association, so he shouldn't resort to any despicable means to destroy his painting. "Thank you," Jiang Zhang said gratefully. He asked Qian Jiwen to bring a small knife, and then carefully and gently made a small cut along the edge of the painting. Then, slowly and with a bit of force, he tore off a layer of film. At this, the entire painting seemed to change. The previously blurry image became crystal clear, with lifelike expressions and facial features, delicate and smooth lines, and vibrant and eye-catching colors. Jiang Zhang looked at Chen Jiwen and said, "You see, Chen boss?" Chen Jiwen looked at the painting in a daze, mumbling to himself, "It really is an authentic work. I can't believe I missed such a treasure." He felt so much remorse in his heart that his intestines were turning blue with regret. He kept thinking, why didn't I compete with Ding Long at the time? If I had competed, maybe the painting would have been mine. You have to know that the paintings of Tang Bohu are worth tens of millions of dollars. Even if Ding Long could tell that the painting was genuine, could a young man dressed in ordinary clothes and who didn't look like he had any money really afford to buy it? The more Qian Jiwen thought about it, the more he felt that it was a pity that such a good work had slipped through his hands. No, it didn't slip through his hands, it was brought right to him, but he didn't seize the opportunity and let it slip away. When he thought about it, Chen Jiwen felt so angry that he wanted to slap himself. "President Zhang, this painting is real, so how much is it worth?" Chen May couldn't help but ask. She always valued money highly and was most concerned about how much the painting was worth. At least tens of millions, Zhang Zhang said indifferently. Tens of millions? Chen May's eyes widened when she heard this and she was dumbfounded. So Ding Long only spent 50,000 yuan and made tens of millions? This made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You have to know that she is now borrowing money from everyone to invest in stocks. Even if she manages to borrow $1 million or $2 million to invest, and even if she makes a profit, it will at most be no more than 10 million. But Ding Long has tens of millions at once, the difference is too great. Even if it is a genuine work, it's not worth that much, is it? Even Wu Lei, a rich second generation, was shocked and a little disbelieving. Tens of millions of dollars, even for him, it's not something he can come up with casually. He usually just hangs out at his father's company, and only gets a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. His monthly living expenses are also supported by his father, who gives him 500,000 yuan. If he wants to buy big things like a car or a house, he has to ask his father for more money. But Ding Long, the person he has always looked down on and mocked, has suddenly made tens of millions. He subconsciously said this because he actually doesn't really understand the true value of Tang Bowu's paintings. Although he has also studied some knowledge of antiques and has a certain understanding of the antiques market, he really doesn't know how much Tang Bowu's paintings are worth. Otherwise, he would not have said such an amateurish thing in front of a professional like Zhang Zhang, embarrassing himself and Chen May as well. Chapter 20 Sell it to me for 50 million. Zhang Zhang glanced at Wu Lei indifferently, without saying a word to him, and then turned to Ding Long and asked in a conciliatory tone, "Young Ding, I think this painting of yours is quite good, and I'm interested in buying it. What do you think?" Ding Long's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Someone was offering to buy it, which was of course a good thing, but whether or not to sell it would depend on whether the price was right. He already had a rough idea in his mind. This was the bottom line given by the system. The painting was definitely not for sale if it was worth less than 50 million. After pondering for a while, Ding Long said, "I can consider selling, but it depends on whether your offer is satisfactory to me." Zhang Zhang paused for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said, "Ding Xiaobai, if you are willing to transfer the painting to me now, I will pay 50 million. What? That much?" As soon as Zhang Zhang said this, Wu Lei couldn't help but cry out in a loud voice like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was so upset that Ding Long was so lucky. He had bought the painting for 50,000 yuan, and now he was about to sell it for 50 million yuan. The profit was like riding a rocket, increasing by more than 1,000 times, and it had all happened in less than half an hour. Chen May's face turned pale at the mere mention of the price, and her gaze at Ding Long became very complicated, with all kinds of emotions welling up in her heart. Ding Long had become a multi-millionaire in an instant. Chen May couldn't help but think, if she were still his girlfriend, and based on the good that Ding Long had done for her in the past, the 50 million would be almost like her own. Then he could drive fancy cars, live in luxury mansions, buy all kinds of designer bags and clothes, and buy whatever he wanted, without having to grovel to borrow money for investment like he did now. Shen Jiwen and the young man did not look too surprised. They knew in their hearts that the authentic Tang Boa painting was indeed worth that price. Shen Jiwen felt so much remorse in his heart that his intestines were about to knot. He kept saying to himself, "I once had a genuine Tang Boa painting right in front of me, and it only cost 50,000 yuan, but I missed it." As he thought about it, Shen Jiwen felt dizzy and his body swayed a bit, almost causing him to fall to the ground. The young man, on the other hand, was staring at Ding Long with envy in his eyes. Zhang Zheng continued, "Young Ding, I won't lie to you. Not only am I the vice president of the Antique Association, I am also a shareholder of an auction house. If we put this painting up for auction at our auction house, the price could be more than 50 million, maybe even 10 million higher. But that's hard to say. After all, when it comes to auctions, it depends on whether the people who come on the day are interested in bidding. Of course, the possibility of the price being lower than 50 million is very small. After all, an authentic work by Tang Bowu will definitely attract many experts in the antiques industry to bid if the auction house does a little publicity." Ding Long frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "When is your auction house having an auction?" At this moment, he was thinking about getting the money as soon as possible. If it took too long, he didn't have the patience. Zhang Zhang replied, "The 15th of next month." Upon hearing this, Ding Long shook his head and said, "That's too long. You'd better give me the 50 million now." Since the price had already been set by the system, he would not lose money if he sold now. As for the additional 10 million he might earn next month, he could not wait. He wanted to make money quickly. With the 50 million, he could buy a car and a house and live a good life. And with the system's golden finger, he would have many more opportunities to make money in the future, so there was no need to wait so long for the additional 10 million. Chen May couldn't help but interrupt, "Ding Long, have you gone crazy? You can make an extra 10 million just by waiting until the 15th of next month. Can't you wait?" In Chen May's opinion, waiting a month to make an extra 10 million was like a pie in the sky. She had been dreaming of such an opportunity falling into her lap. Even if Wu Lei provides her with the stock information of Blackstone Technology, with the little money she can borrow, she can't earn that much even if she works really hard. Ding Long still said the same thing, "I don't want to wait, I want to get the money first." Chen May wanted to persuade him some more, but Wu Lei spoke up first, "Yulu, don't worry about him, he just doesn't have any vision. He has the typical mindset of a poor person, only focusing on the small benefits in front of him and not considering the long term at all. A guy like him, even if he has a little money now, sooner or later he'll lose it all." Wu Lei deliberately disparaged Ding Long so that he would feel better. Chen May also chimed in, "That's right, with that kind of thinking, even if he has money now, if he doesn't change his poor mindset, he'll definitely remain poor in the future." Ding Long didn't even bother to respond to them, and directly asked Zhang Zhang, "Can you pay now?" "Of course I can." Zhang Zhang nodded, told Ding Long to give him the bank card number, and then took out his phone. In a few seconds, he had transferred 50 million directly to Ding Long. Seeing the arrival notification on his phone, Ding Long's face lit up. "This is great, finally rich, can go buy a car and buy a house." He thought to himself, "Tomorrow I will take my wife, first pick a car you like, then go see if there is a suitable house." Wu Lei rolled his eyes and said with disdain, "What a fool, he doesn't even know how to make money when he has it." Although he said this, he was actually jealous to death, as if a kitten was constantly scratching at his heart. Ding Long glanced at Wu Lei and unceremoniously retorted, "What do you care? If you're so capable, go make 50 million for me to see." Ding Long really didn't want to argue with Wu Lei, but this guy just kept on with the sarcasm from the beginning. It was fine before the painting wasn't authenticated, but now that the painting has sold for 50 million, he's still saying this, so Ding Long can't hold back anymore. "You!" Wu Lei was so angry that his face turned red like a ripe tomato. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say to refute. He knew in his heart that he really didn't have the ability to make 50 million by picking up on a bargain, and that was the stark reality. After a while, he snorted and said, "You're just a blind cat that happened to run into a dead mouse." Ding Long was not willing to be outdone, and immediately retorted, "Even if I'm a blind cat that happened to run into a dead mouse, do you have the opportunity to do the same? You don't even have the opportunity to do it." Wu Lei was so angry that his face turned pale, and his lips trembled so much that he couldn't say a word. There was nothing he could do. The facts were there for all to see. Ding Long had literally struck it rich and made 50 million. No matter what he said, Ding Long had refuted him, and he was left with no choice but to eat humble pie. He simply could not gain the upper hand. At this point, Zhang Zheng carefully put the painting away, then exchanged phone numbers with Ding Long, and then said, "Young Ding, if you have any more antiques to sell in the future, or if you want to go to an auction to bid on something, or if you have something to sell at our auction house, you can come to me and I will definitely give you the best deal." Ding Long quickly smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, President Zhang. Mr. Qian, I'll be going then." Zhang Zhang said hello to Qian Jiwen again and turned to leave. Ding Long looked at the crowd still standing in the shop and was about to leave as well. Just then, Sun Shan, who had sold the painting earlier, rushed in. As soon as he saw Ding Long, he said mockingly, "Brother, haven't you left yet? How about the painting I sold you? Do you feel like you made a fortune?" Normally, Sun Shan would not come back to mock, but today he was in an exceptionally good mood, and thinking that there would be no second chance to make money from Ding Long, he wanted to satisfy his vanity by showing off. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, as if he had flowers growing on his face. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched the back of his head, and then turned his head and looked behind him. He asked with a bewildered expression, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" The young man bloated, "Sun Shan, you've suffered a great loss. The painting you sold to someone else is the real thing." "What?" Sun Shan's face instantly turned ugly when he heard this, as if he had just swallowed a fly. "Impossible. How could it be real? I spent 500 yuan on it from a street stall, and the owner authenticated it before. He clearly said it was a fake, so how could it be real?" He really didn't want to believe it. If the painting was real, he would have lost a fortune. Who was Tang Boho? He was a famous painter. Although he is only a semi-pro in the antiques business, he still knows some basic market information. The authentic works of a great painter like Tang Bohu are definitely worth tens of millions of dollars. The young man added fuel to the fire, saying, that painting has already been bought for 50 million. Do you think it's real? Chapter 21 Still trying to pick up bargains? What? 50 million. Sun Shan was shocked as if he had heard something out of a fairy tale, and shouted in surprise. He felt his head buzz as if it was swarmed by countless bees, his vision went dark instantly, and he fell straight to the ground. Holy cow, this guy can't take the shock and just hung up, right? The young man, seeing this situation, was scared and quickly ran over, sticking out his finger and poking under Sun Shan's nose. He found that there was still breath, and he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he just fainted, he's not dead. Xian Juan waved his hand weakly, exhausted, and said, since you know him, hurry up and get him out of here, it's upsetting to watch. He really didn't have any mood at this moment. 50 million yuan just slipped through his hands, so of course he was depressed. He had been running this antique shop for more than 10 years, working hard all year round, and had only earned about 2 million yuan. Okay, I'll take him with me, the young man said, stooping to pick up the Sun Shan statue as if it were a sack, and walking away unsteadily. Ding Long shook his head gently and said nothing, turning and leaving the Baibao pavilion. However, he didn't hurry to leave the antique street, but instead strolled slowly along the street. Why? Because he had just acquired the skills of a treasure appraisal master in the morning, and he wanted to take advantage of the enthusiasm to see if he could have another stroke of luck and pick up a bargain or something. Chen May, why don't we go too, and come back another day? Wu Lei looked at his uncle's dejected appearance, and felt that there was no point in staying here either, so he discussed it with Chen May. Okay. Chen May had long since wanted to leave, and was eager to go. The two walked out the door, and as soon as they looked up, they saw Ding Long coming out of a nearby antique shop and going into another one. Wu Lei rolled his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Chen May, look at that guy Ding Long. Do you think he's still not giving up and is hoping to find another bargain? Chen May also said with a puzzled look on her face, I don't know, maybe he really is. Wu Lei's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to Chen May and said, Chen May, why don't we go take a look too? We were planning to come to the antique street anyway, so maybe we'll get lucky and find a great bargain. Chen May thought about it for a moment, and since it couldn't hurt, she nodded and said, okay, let's go take a look. So Wu Lei led Chen May around the antique street. Ding Long and his family went from shop to shop, entering more than 10 stores, but after walking around for a while, they didn't find anything that they could get a bargain on. In these shops, on the surface, whether it's calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, or other miscellaneous things, basically all of them are fakes, and there are very few real treasures. Even if there is an occasional genuine work, the price is the market price, and there is no possibility of picking up a bargain at all. Ding Long looked at the situation and wondered in his heart, it's not a good idea to keep wandering like this, so he simply stopped wandering from shop to shop and went directly to the entrance of the antique street. There were many people here with small stalls, and the stalls were full of all kinds of bottles and jars, as well as some other strange and unusual things. At first glance, these things seemed to be from years ago, but in fact, they were even more unreliable than those in the shops, with mostly fake items. However, there were still quite a few people who were willing to come to Antique Street to try their luck. After all, as the saying goes, you can't stop luck when it comes. What if you hit the jackpot by chance? Ding Long came with this same thought, planning to see if he could strike it rich. And it was about time too, as Chen Meng should be off work by now, and he still had to go home to do the shopping and cooking. So whether or not there was a jackpot to be found, he had to go home after looking around for a while. Zhang Daqian's calligraphy and paintings, don't miss it if you walk by. Porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, absolutely authentic. Wang Shiji's calligraphy, if you buy it, you'll make a profit. As Ding Long walked along, listening to the vendors shouting at the top of their lungs, he couldn't help but grumble to himself, these people are really good at bluffing. If they were real, do you think they'd still be here selling them? They would have already been bought at a high price, or they would have been kept as heirlooms. Ding Long looked all the way over, and when he had finished looking at more than 20 stalls, he realized that they were all replicas, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The painting of Tang Bohu that he had just bought was prompted by the system, so he was able to pick up a bargain. But now, he was hoping to use the treasure hunter skills he had just learned to find another treasure, but it seemed that there was no hope. Hey! Ding Long was about to walk past the last stall when suddenly a vase caught his eye. At first glance, the vase looked ordinary, no different from the modern handicrafts you see everywhere. But Ding Long's skills as a treasure appraiser told him that the bottom of the vase was unusual, a little suspiciously thick, and that there might be a secret inside. "Young man, have you seen anything you like? I've got some great stuff here, all absolutely authentic." The stall owner immediately perked up at the sight of a customer and started to blather on. Ding Long knew exactly what was going on, but he kept his composure and casually asked, "How much is the jade ruby, boss?" He didn't ask directly about the price of the vase. Why? Because he didn't want the owner to realize that he was interested in the vase. If the owner found out, the price would go through the roof. The stall owner's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with a smile, My, young man, you really have good taste. This jade ruby, let me tell you, was used by Li Shimin." Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Long waved his hand impatiently and interrupted him, saying, "Boss, can we be more realistic? If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving." No, young man, don't go." The stall owner saw that Ding Long was leaving and became anxious. It was hard to come by a customer, so how could he let him go so easily? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. This jade ruby was not used by Li Shimin, it was used by Emperor Yongzheng. Although it's not that old, it was used by an emperor, so it's of extraordinary value. Ding Long heard him still making things up and didn't bother to listen anymore. He stood up and pretended to leave. "Young man, you can't leave." Seeing this, the stall owner took a quick step forward and grabbed Ding Long's arm. Ding Long said indifferently, "Boss, I made it very clear just now, I like to do business with honest people." In fact, he didn't really want to leave, he just wanted to scare the stall owner a little and make him stop talking nonsense. The stall owner quickly smiled and said, Okay, I'm well known on this street for being honest, you can't go wrong buying from me. To be honest with you, this jade ruby is a modern handicraft, but the craftsmanship is quite exquisite and it has a bit of classical beauty. It's not easy to find a good one like this. I'm not bragging, but you won't find a second one like it in the entire antique street. If you really want to buy it, I'll take 10,000 yuan, which is just a small commission for me. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ding Long knew in his heart that the shopkeeper was still not telling the truth. How could a business person be that honest? He was already considered pretty good for saying something like that. The stall owners nearby couldn't help rolling their eyes when they heard his words. They all knew in their hearts that the jade ruby this guy had was just a few hundred yuan, and now he wanted to sell it for 10,000 yuan, saying that he was only making a small profit. But they were all in the same business, and they would see each other again, so no one wanted to expose him. They just looked at Ding Long with eyes that seemed to say, "You're just a big fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Ding Long was not polite, and said directly, "Boss, 10,000 yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone?" The stall owner pretended to be innocent. "Young man, you're wrong. I really just make a little money running errands." Ding Long didn't want to waste any more time with him and said directly, 1,000 yuan, will you sell it? If not, that's fine. Upon hearing this, the stall owner shook his head like a rattle. 1,000 yuan? That's not even enough to cover the cost. No, you have to give me at least 5,000 yuan. He thought to himself, if I sell it for 1,000, I'll only make a few hundred, that's not good enough, it's simply not in line with the principle of profiteering in this business. The antiques business is not like other industries, where people come to buy things every day. When a customer finally comes along, of course you have to rip them off, otherwise how are you going to make up for the money lost on the days when there's no business? Ding Long frowned and pretended to be in a difficult situation, saying, 5,000? That's too expensive. The stall owner hurriedly said, "Young man, this is really the lowest price, if it's any lower I'll lose money." Ding Long rolled his eyes and said, 5,000 is too high, how about this, I'll pick one more, 2 in total for 5,000, is that okay? Upon hearing this, the stall owner did some quick mental arithmetic and said with a twirl of his eyes, "It depends on what you pick. If you pick something expensive, that's definitely not going to work." Actually, what he said made sense. Although none of the items in his stall were really expensive, this stuff all depended on his word. If he said it was expensive, then it was, and no one else would know any different. Chapter 22 You can borrow it from your sister. Ding Long pretended to be seriously selecting items in front of the stall, scanning his eyes over the objects, and finally pausing on the vase he had noticed earlier. He pointed his finger at it and said to the stall owner, "Boss, look at this vase. I like it a lot. I'll buy it and put some flowers on the balcony. It will definitely look good. How about this, the vase and the jade ruby just now, a total of 5,000 yuan, do you think it's okay?" Upon hearing this, the boss's face showed a look of embarrassment, and he started making things up again. Oh, young man, this vase is no simple thing. It was a treasure that Zhang Daiqian used to put in his study. In fact, this is all he made up off the top of his head, and it's simply not true. Ding Long frowned, waved his hand impatiently and said, "Boss, please don't talk nonsense, okay?" The boss smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and continued, "Little brother, look at the style of this vase, how exquisite it is. To be honest with you, I spent 3,000 yuan to recover this vase, so I should at least make some profit. How about this, 10,000 yuan for both items, you take them." Ding Long looked at the time on his phone and pretended to be in a hurry, saying, "Boss, I really need to hurry home to buy groceries. If I go back late, my wife will be furious with me and make me kneel on the washing board. I won't waste any more time with you. 8,000 yuan for both, okay? If not, I really have to go." Seeing Ding Long's flustered appearance, the boss didn't think he was lying. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, young man, I'll consider you a friend today, and I'll give you the vase at cost." In fact, he was overjoyed. The jade ruby cost 100 yuan, and the vase cost 200 yuan, so the total cost was 300 yuan. Now it is sold for 8,000 yuan, which is a profit of almost 30 times the original cost. It's a huge profit. Just from this one transaction, the money earned is almost equivalent to the monthly salary of an average white-collar worker. Okay, then wrap it up for me. Ding Long's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an imperceptible smug smile, and he quickly paid. Great. The boss's face broke into a wide smile when he heard the WeChat payment notification tone, and he quickly wrapped the item and handed it to Ding Long. "Ding Long, what good thing did you buy this time? Did you pick up a great bargain again?" At this time, Chen May and Wu Lei walked over. It was Wu Lei who spoke, his tone sour and tinged with mockery. "What's it got to do with you if I did or didn't pick up a bargain?" Ding Long glared at Wu Lei and snapped back. In fact, Ding Long had long since noticed that the two had been following him, but he didn't think it was worth bothering with. He hadn't expected the guy to jump out at him just after he finished shopping, which was really annoying. "What the hell are you so pleased about? You just got lucky and picked up a big bargain, didn't you?" Wu Lei sneered with disdain, his face full of jealousy and unwillingness. "I can pick up bargains by luck, but can you?" Ding Long retorted without showing any weakness. "You." Wu Lei was so angry that his face turned pale, and after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't come up with a single retort. He then realized that he had come out to find trouble for Ding Long and used the fact that the other person had found a bargain as an excuse, which was purely asking for trouble. The other person had already made a lot of money, whether it was due to good luck or real ability, and it was really not a wise move for him to come and compete with the other person at this time. "Ding Long, did you see something when you bought these two things?" Chen May asked with a hint of curiosity. "Nothing, I just want to buy this jade ruby to take it home and play with it for fun. I'll put the vase on the balcony and plant some flowers and plants to make me feel comfortable." Ding Long casually mumbled. "Playing with the jade ruby? Putting the vase on the balcony to plant flowers?" Wu Lei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Ha, it really is the way of the poor. If you have the time, you should go make money instead of doing useless things. No wonder you're poor." Upon hearing this, Ding Long immediately snapped back, "I like it this way, so what do you care? Besides, I just made money, what about you? You're a rich second generation, you're always shouting about making money, but how much have you actually made? You've been coming to this antique street for a while now, have you made any money?" This series of questions left Wu Lei speechless, and his face became even more unpleasant, as if he had eaten a fly and it was hard to bear. "Young man, it's all wrapped up." The owner handed Ding Long the packaged vase and jade ruby. "Okay." Ding Long took the items and, without even glancing at Chen May or Wu Lei, turned and left. He thought to himself, "When I get home, I'll find a chance to smash open the bottom of the vase and see what secrets it's hiding. Damn, this guy is really arrogant." Wu Lei glared at the departing back of Ding Long, stamping his feet in anger and clenching his teeth. "It's not that he's arrogant, it's just that he never paid you any mind, and you're the one who kept looking for trouble with him." Chen Mei shook her head, saying with some helplessness. Although she had broken up with Ding Long, she could still see what was right and wrong in this matter. "Chen Mei, why are you still defending him?" Wu Lei's face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect Chen Mei to say that. "I'm not defending him, I'm just telling the truth. And you brought me here, but you haven't found anything, while Ding Long has found a big treasure in no time." Chen Mei felt a little upset and couldn't help complaining. In fact, finding treasures depends on luck. Even if Wu Lei hadn't found a bargain today, Chen May wouldn't have thought it was a big deal. She and Wu Lei had come to the antique street just to take a stroll and broaden their horizons. But who knew that Ding Long had found a great bargain here, and in comparison, Wu Lei seemed a bit inferior. This made Chen May's mood suddenly bad. Chen May, Ding Long just had good luck, pure blind luck, otherwise how could he have found a bargain? Wu Lei was still arguing with a lame excuse. Even if it is just luck, he has already made 50 million, which is more money than many people can earn in a lifetime. And look at me, I've borrowed money from everywhere to invest in the Blackstone technology you mentioned, but I haven't been able to borrow much. Chen May sighed, feeling full of helplessness and loss. Chen May, even if he has made 50 million now, he will definitely lose it all very quickly. Do your best with the money you invest in stocks, and borrow as much as you can. I really want to help you, but I also have to invest myself, so there's really nothing I can do. Wu Lei said this, but in his heart he had other plans. In fact, lending Chen May $1 million or $2 was not a problem at all for him. But he just didn't want to lend it. He thought that if Chen May asked him for the money, he could take the opportunity to make some demands and take their relationship a step further. If Chen May doesn't ask, then forget it, he has nothing to lose. Chen May whispered, I know, I will try my best to borrow it. Wu Lei's eyes twinkled and he suddenly said, Chen May, now that Ding Long has money, have you ever thought about asking him for a loan? Chen May was stunned when she heard this, and then shook her head and said, last time I asked him to lend me the money my sister gave him for the house, and he refused, so he definitely won't lend it this time. Wu Lei said with unwavering determination, you can't be sure. He was broke before, but that's different now. He has 50 million yuan. Maybe he'll change his mind. Chen May was silent for a moment, but still firmly shook her head and said, forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. That's for the best, Wu Lei nodded, and then added, but since he's with your sister now, his money will be your sister's money in the future. You don't have to borrow from him directly, you can borrow from your sister. Chen May was moved when she heard him say this, and she hesitated a little. Yes, when she called her sister last time, her sister was willing to lend her money, but Ding Long had used it to invest in gold futures. Now that Ding Long was rich, in theory, Ding Long's money was her sister's money, and it seemed reasonable to ask her sister to lend some money to herself. Thinking about this, Chen May said, I'll think about it. Chapter 23 My sister is here to borrow money? Ding Long had not been home long after buying the groceries when he heard the sound of the door opening. It turned out to be Chen May returning from work. Honey, how was your visit to the antique street today? Did you encounter anything good, or did you find a bargain? As soon as Chen May entered the door, she casually placed the bag she was carrying aside and quickly walked up to Ding Long, throwing herself into his arms. In Chen Meng's opinion, it was not that easy to find a bargain, and she was just asking casually, not really expecting Ding Long to have made a big find. But who could have imagined that what Ding Long said next would take her by surprise? Honey, I did. I really hit the jackpot today, and I found a super bargain. Ding Long laughed while tightly hugging Chen May, his face overflowing with joy. What? Really? Tell me what happened. Chen May's eyes lit up instantly, like two sparkling stars. She looked up from Ding Long's embrace, took his hands in both of hers, and walked quickly to the sofa. They sat down together, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Today I saw a painting in the antique street, and it looked quite eye-catching, so I spent 50,000 yuan to buy it. Ding Long sat on the sofa and slowly told Chen May everything that happened when he picked up the lady's portrait by Tang Bohu in the antique street. You mean to say that you actually sold the painting for 50 million? Chen Meng's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, her face full of surprise, as she stared at Ding Long, as if to make sure she had heard him correctly. Yes, honey. Your husband is now a multimillionaire, isn't that awesome? Ding Long said with a proud face, his tone full of pride. Honey, you're amazing. Chen May threw herself into Ding Long's arms again, her hands tightly wrapped around him, her face beaming with happiness and joy. Chen May had absolute trust in Ding Long, and she believed everything he said from the bottom of her heart. Ding Long said he had earned 50 million, so in her opinion, it must be true. She knew Ding Long would never lie to her. That's right, and you should know who your husband is. Ding Long teased, smiling, and gently poking Chen Meng's nose. Chen Meng nodded like a little child, her eyes smiling and narrowing into crescent moons, her face overflowing with happiness. The two sweetly chatted for a while on the sofa, and then Chen Meng got up to go to the kitchen and cook. About an hour later, a table full of delicious food was set on the dining table. While eating, Ding Long said to Chen Meng as he picked up his food, "Your sister was there when I bought that painting today, with that Wu. You remember, the guy she was with when we first went shopping together?" The antique shop was owned by Wu Lei's uncle. Chen Meng's pretty eyebrows lifted slightly as she listened, and she asked, "So, does my sister already know that you've made 50 million? Ding Long nodded and said, "Well, she knows." Chen Meng thought for a moment and continued, "Then will she ask you for a loan? Last time, she kept calling us both, but you ended up investing the money in gold futures, so she didn't borrow any. This time, knowing that you have made so much money, she might call soon to borrow money. If she really calls to borrow money, what are you going to do? Will you lend it to her or not?" Ding Long looked at Chen Meng and said seriously, "My dear, my money is your money, and you are in charge of this matter. If you say yes, I will lend it to her. If you say no, I won't." Ding Long knew in his heart that he and Chen May were already a thing of the past, and that Chen Meng, who was now by his side, was the one he wanted to cherish and protect with all his heart. But Chen Meng and Chen May were after all biological sisters, and the relationship was a bit complicated. It was impossible to completely sever contact, so Ding Long felt that it would be better for Chen Meng to make the decision. Chen Meng felt warm in her heart when she heard what Ding Long said, and she smiled, saying, "Hubby, you're so good to me." Ding Long responded with a smile, "Of course I have to. If I don't treat you well, who else will?" Chen Meng thought for a moment and said, "If she really calls, just lend her a little. But don't lend her too much. How about 2 million? What do you think?" Although Chen Meng didn't really like Chen May's materialism and the sisters didn't get along very well, they were still sisters. If Chen May really asked for a loan, she wouldn't be able to refuse. Moreover, Chen Meng was a little grateful to Chen May in her heart. If it weren't for Chen May and Ding Long breaking up, she might not have had the opportunity to be with Ding Long. Ding Long nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, whatever you say." Chen Meng also nodded and said, "Okay, then it's settled, just lend her 2 million. Ding Long continued, "My dear, I plan to use the 50 million to buy a car and then a house. Buying a house will take some time to research, so I'll look up some information online. Tomorrow, we'll go buy a car first, and then look at houses next weekend. Is that a good plan?" Chen Meng nodded quickly, "My dear, that's a great plan, I'll do whatever you say." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone, which was next to the dining table, rang. Chen Meng got up, walked over and picked up the phone. She looked at the screen and saw that it was Chen May calling. She couldn't help but whisper, "It's my sister. I hope I'm right. Is she going to borrow money from me? And why is she asking me for money instead of Ding Long?" Ding Long said from the side, "Just answer the phone and you'll know." Chen Meng nodded and answered, "Hello, sister." Chen May asked from the other end of the phone, "Chen Meng, have you eaten yet?" Chen Meng replied, "We're eating now." Chen May continued, "Today, Ding Long went to the antique street and made a big profit, earning 50 million. Did he tell you?" Chen Meng glanced at Ding Long and said, "Yes, my husband is amazing, he's become a multi-millionaire in no time." Chen Meng's words were full of meaning, clearly declaring her sovereignty to Chen May. Chen May felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this, but quickly adjusted her emotions and stated the purpose of her call. "Chen Meng, it's like this. Last time I told you that a friend of mine had a project and wanted to get me to invest with him, but I didn't have any money on hand. Last time I asked you for money, you said that Ding Long had invested it in gold futures. Now that Ding Long has 50 million, can you lend me some?" It really was to borrow money, and Chen Meng was right. Chen Meng asked, "Why don't you just call Ding Long?" Chen May replied, "He and I have already broken up. He is with you now, and I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Since you are together, his money is your money, and it's the same as if I borrowed it from you." Chen Meng was quite satisfied with this answer and felt that Chen May still had some sense of proportion. Chen Meng asked again, "So how much do you want to borrow?" Chen May said without hesitation, "Of course the more the better." Chen Meng couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this, and said, "Sister, Ding Long and I plan to buy a car and a house, and we don't have that much money to lend you. The most we can lend you is 2 million. Only 2 million? Chen May's voice was clearly disappointed when she heard this. "Can't you lend me more? Ding Long has 50 million, and you won't need that much money to buy a car and a house." She had originally thought that she could borrow at least 10 million yuan, but she never expected Chen Meng to only be willing to lend 2 million yuan. During this period of time, she had gone around to borrow money from friends, but despite her repeated requests, she was unable to borrow 2 million yuan. Now that Ding Long had earned 50 million yuan, she felt that Chen Meng's loan was really too little. Chen Meng patiently explained, "We want to buy a nicer house, and we also need to keep some money aside for emergencies. Besides, Ding Long also needs to invest the money to make money, so it's impossible to lend you too much. It's only 2 million, if you think it's too little and don't want it, that's fine." Chen May can't not take it, she can't borrow any money anywhere now, so there's nothing she can do. She said helplessly, "Okay, then 2 million. To thank you for lending me the money, I'll let you in on a secret. The project I'm investing in is buying stocks, and this Ruby Technology stock is definitely going to skyrocket. You should buy some too, and just wait to make money. It will at least double or triple. But don't tell anyone else, this is insider information, and if too many people know, it will work." Chen Meng said indifferently, "Let's see what Ding Long thinks." Chen May said, "I'll send you my bank card number, and after you finish eating, you can have Ding Long transfer the money to me." Chen Meng said, "Okay, I got it." After that, Chen Meng hung up the phone and then told Ding Long what had happened during the call. Ding Long listened and frowned, saying, "Ruby Technology will rise sharply? Is this reliable?" Chen Meng shook her head and said, "That's what my sister said, but whether it will rise or not, I'm not sure." Chapter 24 Chapter 20 For the Jade Thumb Ring the Emperor Wore. After listening to Chen Meng's words, Ding Long shook his head like a rattle and said, "This definitely won't work. A while ago, I took the time to specifically study the stock of Ruby Technology. From the company's fundamentals, such as how it is doing and whether there are any financial problems, and from the perspective of technical analysis, such as indicators such as whether the stock price is rising or falling and whether there are many buyers and sellers, this stock does not show any signs of a sharp rise. Not only will it not rise, I think there is a good chance of a sharp fall." Since acquiring the awesome skill of an investment master, Ding Long has not been idle, pondering every day how to use it to make money. In his spare time these days, he dives headlong into piles of stock and futures information, rooting around for potential investment opportunities, like a treasure hunter. The gold futures he invested in are now making money, and he's even increased his investment while the market is doing well. If this upward trend continues, he'll be able to make a fortune in just a few days. By then, this investment alone will earn him more than 10 million yuan, which is no small sum. Ding Long had originally planned to withdraw some of the money from the gold futures account for daily expenses, transfer some more to the stock account, and leave the rest in the futures account to continue making money. But now it's different. He has made a profit of 50 million yuan from the bargain, so he has plenty of money on hand and doesn't need to worry about withdrawing money from the futures account. When the gold futures rise to a suitable price and the position is closed, he can simply transfer some of the money to the stock account. Recently, he has carefully selected 2 stocks and a futures product, just waiting for the gold futures to come to an end so that he can invest the money and make a big splash. Speaking of the stock Ruby Technology, Ding Long is very impressed. This company, under the guise of high technology, says that it wants to overcome technical difficulties that have been holding it back abroad, and it has attracted a lot of attention in the market, and it is also a hot topic. Ding Long was curious at the time, and after careful research, he discovered that the company is all talk and no action. Over the years, Ruby Technology's slogans have been loud and clear, talking about how technology will revitalize the country and create a national high-tech brand, but every time the actual situation is announced, it's not what it seems at all. On the surface, it seems that there has been technological progress, but in reality, it's just marking time. It's purely engaging in window dressing and hyping up concepts, with the aim of tricking investors into investing their money and driving up the stock price, so that the company executives can take the opportunity to sell their shares and cash out. Ding Long knew in his heart that, given the company's actual level, it was simply wishful thinking to develop any amazing high-tech products, and it was not realistic at all. Huh? Chen Meng was stunned when she heard what Ding Long said, her eyes wide open. So should we lend this money to my sister or not? Should we tell her not to buy this stock? Ding Long scratched his head and said after a moment's thought, "You should be the one to decide whether to lend the money. If you say yes, we'll lend it to her. If you say no, that's fine too. As for reminding her about the stock, I don't think it'll be useful. Most likely she won't listen to us, and she might even think we're making excuses because we don't want to lend her the money." Chen Meng frowned, bit her lip, and hesitated before saying, "I think we should still tell her, or we won't feel at ease." With that, Chen Meng hurriedly picked up her phone and dialed Chen May's number. The phone was connected quickly. "Chen Meng, did you already transfer the money to me?" Chen May asked as soon as she picked up the phone, without even a greeting, asking if the money had arrived. "No, it hasn't. I just talked to Ding Long about the stock Ruby Technology." Ding Long has been studying stocks recently, and he said that this stock will not rise, but will probably plummet, so you'd better not buy it, Chen May said patiently. Chen May, if you don't want to borrow money, just say so, don't fool me with this stock thing. Chen May was furious when she heard this, thinking that Chen May was making excuses not to lend money. Sister, I really don't not want to lend. Ding Long said that this stock may plummet, and if you buy it, the money may just go down the drain, and you'll lose a lot of money. Chen May explained helplessly, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ding Long said it would plummet? Who does he think he is? Don't think that just because he made some money investing in gold futures that he thinks he's something. I was told about this Ruby Technology stock by a friend, and the investment company has conducted on-site research and has reliable insider information. Ding Long is nowhere near as good as these professionals. Just tell me, are you going to lend me the money or not? If you don't want to lend it, that's fine, I won't insist. Chen May became more and more angry as she spoke, and her voice rose considerably. I'll have Ding Long transfer the money to you later. Chen Meng heard what Chen May said, and there was nothing she could do but agree to lend the money. After hanging up the phone, Chen Meng threw her phone aside with a wry smile, saying, "You were right. She really thinks we don't want to lend her the money and simply won't listen to reason." Ding Long shrugged helplessly and said, "I knew this would be the result. She's just too stubborn." Chen Meng sighed and, as if making a big decision, said, "Honey, let's lend her the money. After all, she is my sister. If we don't lend her the money, it won't be good when we meet in the future." Ding Long laughed and comforted her, "Don't sigh. Let's lend her the money. It's only 2 million yuan. Even if she loses the money by buying stocks with it, it's not a big deal for us. We have money now, and we will make even more money in the future. This loss is nothing." Chen Meng felt warm inside when she heard Ding Long's words, and a smile appeared on her face. She nodded repeatedly and said, Honey, you're so good. I knew you'd say yes." After the two finished eating and tidied up the dishes, Ding Long quickly transferred the 2 million yuan to Chen May. Chen Mei sent a message to tell Chen May that the money had been transferred, and soon received a reply from Chen May saying thank you. "Honey, I also bought 2 things at the antique street today," said Ding Long as he brought the jade ruby and vase he had bought and placed them on the table. "The jade ruby is a nice color, why did you want to buy it? And this vase, what's the point of buying it?" "I don't think we need a vase like this at home." Chen Meng looked at the 2 items and asked curiously, her eyes full of doubt. "As for the jade ruby, I just thought it was funny. It felt cool in my hands and had a really nice texture, so I bought it. As for the vase, I felt that there was something wrong with it, as if it was hiding a secret, so I bought it too," Ding Long answered with a smile, his face wearing a hint of a mysterious smile. "What's wrong with it?" Chen Meng was even more interested when she heard this, her eyes lighting up as she leaned closer to the vase and looked at it carefully. "Just smash it open and you'll know," said Ding Long, and turned around to find a cardboard box and carefully put the vase in it. He did this to prevent the shards from flying all over the house when he smashed the vase, which would be a lot of trouble to clean up. "Ah? Smash it open?" Chen Meng was stunned when she heard this, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open, looking at Ding Long in surprise. She thought Ding Long would say something special, but she never expected him to smash the vase. "I noticed that the bottom of this vase is much thicker than an average vase. It feels like there's something hidden inside," explained Ding Long, while taking out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and gently tapping the vase with the back of the knife. After knocking for a while, the vase finally broke, and a crack appeared at the bottom. "Hey, there really is something in it," Chen Meng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she saw something in the debris. Ding Long quickly moved the debris aside and took out the object inside. It turned out to be a blood-red jadeite ring finger, on which the word Huang meaning emperor was engraved in small seal script. Could it be that this is a thumb ring worn by an emperor? Chen Meng looked at the thumb ring and guessed, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. "It's possible," Ding Long said, using his treasure appraisal master skills to carefully appraise it, and his expression became serious. "A thumb ring worn by an emperor? Wouldn't that be very valuable?" Chen Meng's mouth opened in surprise, her eyes as big as copper bells, and she covered her mouth with her hands tightly, afraid that she might scream. "Of course it is. This is something that an emperor has used, so the price should not be lower than Tang Boa's lady's portrait." Ding Long nodded, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. "Tang Boa's lady's portrait sold for 50 million, so could this jade thumb ring also be worth 50 million? Chen Meng's eyes shone with excitement as she asked, her hands tightly grasping Ding Long's arm as her body trembled slightly. "It should be about the same. I'll show it to Chairman Jiang some other day and get his opinion." After all, I don't really know much about antiques, and an expert like Chairman Jiang is needed to assess how much this thing is really worth, said Ding Long, carefully placing the thumb ring in his hands and examining it closely. He thought to himself, now that he doesn't lack money, he might as well put the thumb ring up for auction at Chairman Jiang's auction house, and it might sell for an even higher price, and he could make a fortune again. Chapter 25 Buying a car. Hey, honey, you don't know about this. Only those in the know can estimate the price of antiques. If this ring is real and worth 50 million, then I'll be a billionaire all of a sudden. While talking, Ding Long looked at Chen May with a smile on his face, and excitement twinkled in his eyes. Chen May's eyes lit up like stars at this news, and she couldn't stop smiling. She was so happy for herself, thinking to herself that she had found such a precious gem as Ding Long to be her husband. It had only been a few days since they had received their marriage certificate, and already her husband had become a multi-millionaire. Who knew, maybe he would really become a billionaire before long. This was like a dream come true, and it was so surprising. Ha, so I'm the wife of a billionaire, Chen Meng laughed as she leaned into Ding Long's arms, her face beaming with happiness, the sweet feeling almost overflowing. You bet, wifey, just wait until you start enjoying the good life, Ding Long said, wrapping his arms around Chen Meng tightly, his chin lightly resting on the top of her head, his face full of tenderness and adoration. After a while of being smothered, Ding Long let Chen Meng go, took out his phone from his pocket, found Jiang Zheng's number and dialed. Ding Xiaowai, what's up? Did you find some rare object again and plan to sell it to me? As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Zheng's loud and hearty laughter came through, sounding in a good mood. President Jiang, here's the thing. I have an object here, and I'm not sure of its value. I'd like to ask you to take a look at it and see what it's worth. I don't know if you're busy these days, do you have time? Ding Long spoke politely, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Oh, you have something good? Then I definitely have to find time to take a look. But I already have plans tomorrow, so let's change the time. Jiang Zhang was still in his usual cheerful mood and spoke very readily. Okay, President Jiang, let's meet the day after tomorrow afternoon. I'll send you the exact address then. Ding Long thought about it for a moment, and he really couldn't get away as he had to go car shopping with his wife tomorrow. No problem, that's settled. I'll see you the afternoon after tomorrow. Jiang Zhang agreed without hesitation. Okay, President Jiang, I'll hang up first and see you the day after tomorrow, said Ding Long, and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ding Long was silent for a moment, then looked up at Chen Meng, his expression becoming serious, and said, Wife, I've been thinking, I want to quit my job. Quit? Chen Meng was slightly startled when she heard this, her eyes wide open, looking at Ding Long with some surprise, as if she didn't quite believe her ears. Ding Long nodded, his eyes firm, and said, Yes, honey. You see, now that I have a bit of money on hand, I want to do something I want to do. It doesn't feel right to keep working at the company, and it's not very interesting. In fact, ever since the magical system came into being, Ding Long knew that he wouldn't be able to keep his job for long. These days, when he goes to work, his mind is already not on his work. He spends the whole day thinking about how to invest and manage his money, and how to make money grow. Now that he is already a multi-millionaire, he still goes to work every day and punches the clock at the company. In his opinion, this is a complete waste of time and simply unnecessary. Chen Meng listened to Ding Long's words, pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face as she said softly, Okay, honey. No matter what decision you make, I will support you by your side. Ding Long looked at Chen Meng, his eyes full of emotion and tenderness. He reached out and took her hand, saying, My dear, once I've laid a solid foundation for my career, you can quit your job too. Together, we'll work hard to make our business bigger and stronger, and our lives will definitely get better and better. Yes, I can't wait for that day to come, Chen Meng nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with hope, as if she could already see their bright future. Ding Long smiled and thought of something else. He said, Right, honey, let's go online and see what kind of car we should buy. With that, he walked over to the table, took the laptop, opened the webpage, and began searching for information on various car models. Honey, what kind of car do you like? A sedan or an SUV? Or a sports car? Ding Long asked Chen Meng while looking at the computer screen. Well, I'm not really sure, honey. I don't know much about cars, so as long as you like it, I'll be happy with it. Chen Meng answered with a smile, her eyes a little lost. In fact, Chen Meng's family was just average. Her father drove an ordinary Wulingshan car. Although she had obtained her driver's license while at university, she had never thought that she would be able to get a car so soon, so she hadn't given much thought to what kind of car to buy. Ding Long stared at the computer screen for a while, then pointed to a car on the screen and said, I think it would be pretty good to buy a Porsche, like the Porsche Panamera. It has a fashionable and elegant appearance, and it's suitable for both men and women. And this is our first car, so let's buy something similar at first, and if we need it in the future, we can get a better one. What do you think, honey? Yes, honey, you decide, I'm fine with it, Chen May said with a smile, still looking obedient. No way, honey. Buying a car is a big deal. You choose the color of the car, I'll choose the model, and you choose the color you like. Otherwise, I won't buy it. Ding Long said with a serious face, trying to make Chen May happy. Chen May looked at Ding Long's serious and cute face, her heart was sweet, like eating honey. She said, okay, I'll choose. Chen May went over to the computer and looked at it carefully for a while, before finally pointing at a purple crystal-colored car and saying, honey, do you think this color is nice? I think it's pretty. Ding Long's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it, and he smiled, saying, wife, your taste is really impeccable. This color is so nice, I like it too. Let's get it. Really? That's great, let's get this color. Chen May smiled happily, her face full of a happy smile. Ding Long thought for a moment and said, let's look at other cars. Just in case the Porsche is not in stock, we need an alternative plan. Let's see what other brands of cars are like. Okay, Chen May nodded in agreement. So the two of them looked at the internet for a while longer, and finally chose the Maserati as an alternative model. The next day, Ding Long and Chen May got up early, had breakfast, and then took a taxi to the Porsche 4 store closest to their residence. Although it was the closest, it was still more than 10 kilometers away, but fortunately there was not much traffic, and they arrived quickly. As the two got out of the taxi and were about to walk towards the Porsche 4S store, the door of an Audi Q5 in the parking space next to them suddenly opened. A man got out of the car, and it was Chen May's half-brother Zhang Shang. As soon as Zhang Shang got out of the car, he saw Ding Long and Chen May and froze in place, his face showing surprise. He blurted out, Ding Long, what are you two doing here? Ding Long looked at him and said indifferently, buying a car. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shang couldn't help laughing out loud, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His face was full of a mocking expression, and he said, you're still here buying a car? Have you gone crazy? With the little money you have, you still want to buy a car? Even if you had a little money, do you think you could afford a Porsche? Don't even daydream about it. Ding Long looked at his face and was very calm. He said indifferently, how do you know I don't have money, and how do you know I can't afford it? Zhang Shang laughed again, saying, what is your situation? I still don't know. If you could afford a Porsche, would my sister still break up with you? If you could afford a Porsche, the sun would have to come up in the west. He was telling the truth. Generally speaking, people who can afford a Porsche are basically people with some wealth, except for those who are just pretending to be rich and buying the car purely for show. In his eyes, someone like Ding Long is neither a wealthy person nor someone who would pretend to be rich to buy a car. Think what you like. Ding Long was too lazy to argue with him, and felt that talking to such a person was a waste of time, so he took Chen May's hand and walked towards the Porsche 4 store. Shit, you're still fucking pretending with me, stop. Zhang Shang was furious when he saw that Ding Long ignored him. His face turned red, and he quickly ran over and blocked Ding Long's way. What do you want? Ding Long frowned, looking at him impatiently with a hint of disgust in his eyes. What do you think I want? I'm just trying to persuade you out of good intentions, don't go in there and make a fool of yourself. I think you're just here to take pictures and act cool, aren't you? Zhang Shang said coldly, his face overflowing with smugness. Even if it is what you say, what does it matter to you? Ding Long really felt speechless. This Zhang Shang was really annoying, he was practically a scoundrel. Chen May stood aside, not saying a word. She had met Zhang Shang once before, and her impression of him was extremely poor. She didn't want to have anything to do with him at all, so she didn't want to talk to him either. Why doesn't it matter to me? Zhang Shang shouted, raising his voice an octave, as if he had a lot of reasons. This shop is not your family-run business, and you don't work here, so what's your connection to this shop? Ding Long knew that Zhang Shang worked for the catering group where Yang Tianchang worked, and Chen May's mother also worked there. He felt that Zhang Shang had no connection to this Porsche 4S shop at all. Although I don't own the store and I don't work here, I have friends who do. Do you think that means I have a connection? Zhang Shang sneered with pride, as if he had found some formidable backing. In fact, he had come here today to borrow some money from his friend, who was the supervisor here, because he had recently run into some financial difficulties and had been looking everywhere for someone to lend him money. So what do you want? Ding Long was extremely impatient and his tone became harsh. Your behavior will affect the experience of other people who come to buy a car. I feel that I need to stop you from going in, so that you don't affect my friends. Zhang Shang was still arguing, completely oblivious to how ridiculous his behavior was. You're unbelievable. Ding Long couldn't stand it anymore, pushed Zhang Sheng away, took Chen Mei's hand, and strode into the 4S store. Welcome to Porsche. As soon as the two entered the store, a male salesperson came up to them with a smile on his face and a very warm attitude. Don't mind them, they're just here to look at cars and take pictures to post on WeChat moments to show off, they're not going to buy a car. Before Ding Long and Chen Meng could say anything, Zhang Sheng followed in, shouting loudly from the side, with a hint of malicious mockery on his face. As soon as the salesman heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and his face turned ugly. As a salesman, of course he knew that this kind of situation existed. Some people, in order to show off, would come to the store to look at cars and take all kinds of photos, but they just wouldn't buy a car. They were very disgusted with these kinds of customers. However, they didn't want to just kick people out, after all, they were running a business and still had to pay attention to their image. Chapter 26 If you have the money, why can't you buy a car? Zhang Sheng's shout was loud and clear, like a big stone thrown into a calm lake. The other customers and salespeople in the 4S shop were startled and turned their heads to look. Those people's eyes were full of mockery and contempt, as if they were watching a farce, waiting to see how this would end and laugh at the two of them. Zhang Sheng, what's going on? Just at this critical moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, probably in his 30s, hurried over. This person exuded a smart energy, with sharp eyes, and it was obvious that he was in charge. Brother, you've come at last, Zhang Sheng said, as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly explained, these two people are not really here to buy a car. They just want to come in and take a few photos to post on WeChat to show off. I tried to stop them, but they insisted on barging in. Isn't that infuriating? What's more, the salesperson in our store foolishly planned to serve them. As soon as I saw this, I quickly told the salesperson to ignore them. Dealing with these kinds of people is a complete waste of time and energy, and it might even affect the store's business and scare off other customers who are actually buying cars. The man Zhang Sheng called Brother Yu is Yu Yang, the manager of this Porsche 4S store. As soon as Yu Yang heard Zhang Sheng's words, his face immediately turned gloomy, just like the sky before a storm. It was extremely ugly to look at. He has been in this industry for a long time, and what he dislikes most is those customers who come to the store just to take pictures and not buy a car, just to satisfy their vanity and post it on their moments to show off. If you don't know the situation of the other party, then it's fine. After all, no one can guarantee whether they will buy or not. But if you drive people away without asking any questions, and if the customer gets angry and complains, it will be a big blow to the reputation of the store, and he can't afford the consequences. However, Yu Yang is an old hand after all, and is relatively cautious in his actions. Frowning, he stared at Zhang Sheng and asked, "Are you sure they aren't here to buy a car? We need to be sure about this. If we offend a genuine customer and drive them away, then we'll be in big trouble." Brother Yu, I wouldn't dare lie to you, Zhang Sheng nodded vigorously, pointed at Ding Long, and said with conviction, I know this guy really well. He's my sister's ex-boyfriend. He's from a small county in the corner of Hubei province. His family is poor and his conditions are very poor. He himself hasn't made much progress at work, is just average, and earns just enough to get by, so he can't afford a luxury car like a Porsche. Besides, I've been dealing with him for a long time, and I know his temper and character thoroughly. Even if he wanted to pretend to be rich and take out a loan to buy a car, he would at most take out a loan to buy a cheap car for commuting to work. He definitely doesn't have the guts or the strength to take out a loan to buy a Porsche. It's just crazy talk. I think it's his girlfriend's vanity that's at work, wanting to take pictures to post on her moments to show off, so she dragged him here against his will. In fact, Zhang Sheng didn't even know Chen May, and he was just guessing here based on his own assumptions, and he even made it sound like the truth. Yu Yang was a little hesitant at first, worried that he might offend the customer if he made a wrong judgment. But after hearing Zhang Sheng's emphatic words, he began to doubt himself, thinking that this was probably what had happened. After all, Zhang Sheng had this relationship with Ding Long, and he felt that Zhang Sheng would not say anything without reason. So, Yu Yang cleared his throat, walked up to Ding Long and Chen May, and forced a smile on his face, but there was a hint of impatience and contempt in that smile. He said, I'm really sorry, guys, but I don't think you're serious about buying a car. Either that or you should leave. This is a place of business, and we don't welcome your kind of behavior." Upon hearing this, Ding Long's brows immediately furrowed into a shape, and he stared straight at Yu Yang, saying, "You believe him so easily? You don't even know me, so how do you know I can't afford it?" Yu Yang, however, shrugged indifferently and said with a determined look on his face, "Of course I believe him. If he was just a nodding acquaintance or an ordinary friend of yours, I might have some doubts. But you are his sister's ex-boyfriend, and he definitely knows more about your situation, so I think the credibility is still very high. In my opinion, you should be in the situation he described, so please leave and don't interfere with our business here." Chen May, who had been standing by without saying a word, could no longer hold back at this time. Her face turned red with anger, and she walked up to him, took Ding Long's hand, and said, "Honey, let's go. Since these people here look down on others and don't welcome us, there's no need for us to put up with this nonsense here. With money, who says we can't buy a car? Let's go." After saying this, Chen Meng took Ding Long's hand and strode purposefully towards the shop's exit. She felt extremely aggrieved. She had come to buy a car happily, thinking that she could pick a car she liked, but instead she was humiliated like this. How could she swallow this insult? You know you've no face to stay here anymore, don't you?" Zhang Sheng followed behind, with a smirk of smug satisfaction on his face, and kept taunting, "In the future, you two should learn from this and not just go to this kind of luxury car 4S shop for no reason. This is not a place for people like you, who are so poor and unkempt." Chen Meng didn't want to deal with Zhang Sheng at all. She turned her head and looked at Ding Long, her eyes firm as she said, "Honey, let's go to the Maserati store next door and buy a Maserati. I just don't believe that we can't buy a car if we have the money." Maserati was the alternative car they had discussed before. Before coming, they had done a lot of research online, checking information on various models, and they also knew that the Maserati store was next to the Porsche store. "Okay, honey, let's go." Ding Long looked at Chen Meng with a hint of tenderness and determination in his eyes, nodded, and walked towards the Maserati 4S store with Chen Meng. "You still want to buy a Maserati? Don't even dream about it." Zhang Sheng followed behind, and when he heard Chen Meng's words, he laughed again, his laughter full of disdain and mockery. "Just the two of you? Go to the Maserati 4S store and take pictures to post on WeChat Moments. If you can afford a Maserati, I'll be the president of Maserati. I'd like to see what kind of trouble you can get into." Yu Yang followed him out of the shop, arms folded across his chest, watching Ding Long and Chen Meng walk into the Maserati 4S shop. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, "These two are really hopeless. They're at this point, but they're still trying to save face. They really won't learn until they hit rock bottom." Zhang Sheng also chimed in, with a hint of ridicule on his face, saying, "Exactly, brother you. These kinds of people are broke but still love to act like they're rich. They're always messing with these impractical things, and they'll just end up eating and waiting to die at the bottom of society their whole lives. They'll never amount to anything." Yu Yang turned his head and looked at Zhang Sheng. He suddenly remembered that he had said he had something to ask him, so he asked, "You said you had something to ask me. What is it? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng's face flashed with embarrassment. He rubbed his hands together a little awkwardly and said, To be honest with you, I'm running out of money recently and I'm having a hard time making ends meet, so I want to borrow some money from you to tide me over. Is that okay?" As soon as Yu Yang heard this, his eyebrows immediately furrowed, and he looked at Zhang Sheng like he was looking at a monster, saying, "Isn't your salary quite high? Besides, your father is still the vice president of the company, so if you don't have any money, why are you still coming to me to borrow?" Zhang Sheng smiled bitterly, with a hint of helplessness on his face, saying, "Brother you don't know my difficulties. It's because my salary is high that I'm embarrassed to ask my father for money. If I ask him for money, he will definitely scold me, saying that I am hopeless and that I am such a big person and still asking for money from my family. Don't worry, this is just a temporary cash flow problem. At most, it will be 6 months. After I get over this, I will definitely be able to pay you back." Yu Yang stared at Zhang Sheng's eyes, which revealed a hint of doubt, and asked, "What did you do? How did you lose all the money? Don't lie to me. If I find out you're lying to me, we can't be friends anymore." Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered a little, and he didn't dare to look Yu Yang in the eye. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I've been gambling recently, and my luck hasn't been very good, and I've lost some money. It's just that tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday, and I don't have any money to buy her a present, so I had to come to you and borrow some. Please help me out this time, Yu Yang sighed deeply upon hearing this, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "So how much do you want to borrow? I need to see if I have that much money first." This was considered an agreement to lend him the money, but he still had to ask Zhang Sheng how much he wanted to borrow. If the amount was too large and beyond his means, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Sheng hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "You go, it's not much, just borrow 100,000 yuan. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's brows furrowed even more tightly, and he looked at Zhang Sheng like he was looking at an alien, saying, 100,000 yuan is not a lot? Do you need that much money for your girlfriend's birthday? Have you been cheated? Zhang Sheng hurriedly explained, "Brother, you don't know, I lost money gambling and also owe tens of thousands of yuan in external debt. Those creditors are pressuring me every day to pay back the money, and if I don't hurry up and pay it back, the interest will be terrifyingly high, and then I won't be able to pay it back anymore. What's left is for my girlfriend's birthday and this month's living expenses. I have to hold out until next month's salary, so 100,000 yuan really isn't much." Yu Yang thought about it some more, and finally nodded helplessly, saying, "Okay, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I'll help you this once. You wait in my office for a while, and we'll have lunch together at noon, and I'll go to the bank and transfer it to you then." The reason he agreed to lend Zhang Sheng money was that, firstly, the two of them had a good relationship and often drank and chatted together, so they were considered to be close friends. Secondly, he felt that Zhang Sheng had a well-off family background with a vice president father, so he was sure that Zhang Sheng would not be afraid of not being able to pay him back. And he was not afraid that Zhang Sheng would renege on the debt. If Zhang Sheng did not pay him back, he could just go to the company where Zhang Sheng worked to find him, or go to Zhang Sheng's home and make a scene. After all, Zhang Sheng was a native of Jiangcheng, so he could not run away. If he were a foreigner, he could just walk away after borrowing the money, and where would you find him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng looked at Yu Yang in a little surprise and said, "Brother Yu, why don't you just transfer the money to me via WeChat? That would be so much more convenient, and you wouldn't have to go to the bank." Yu Yang shook his head and said with a serious face, "I don't have that much money in my WeChat account." Zhang Sheng looked at Yu Yang in puzzlement and said, "Didn't you link your bank card? Isn't that the same thing? Just transfer it directly from the bank card to WeChat and then to me, won't that work?" Yu Yang patiently explained, "The bank card I linked to WeChat is the one I usually use to buy small things and pay utility bills, and there's not much money in it. I dare not link the bank card with money in it to WeChat. In this society, there are too many scammers. In case I lose my phone and someone cracks the password for my phone in WeChat, the worst that can happen is that they transfer the little money in WeChat. If I link the bank card that I save money in, then all the money in the card will be gone. I can't take the risk, it's just not safe enough." Zhang Sheng was stunned, his eyes wide open. He said, "Brother Yu, aren't you being a bit too cautious? How can something like this happen? I think you're worrying too much." Yu Yan looked at Zhang Sheng with a serious expression and said, "Better safe than sorry. I don't care what other people do, but I think it's necessary to do this. This is being responsible for your money and your life. You need to be more careful in the future, and not be so careless, especially when it comes to money. You must be cautious." Zhang Sheng shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, brother Yu, I'll wait for you in your office and have lunch together. Thank you so much this time, brother Yu. When I have money, I will definitely pay you back first." Chapter 27 Full Payment for a Maserati. Ding Long and Chen May turned around and returned to the Maserati store. As soon as they entered the store, a beautiful salesperson came up to them with a smile on her face and enthusiasm in her heart, as if she had just seen a long-lost relative. It was a coincidence. Ding Long and Chen May had already chosen the car online last night, and they liked the Maserati Quattroporte. They went to the store today and experienced it carefully again. After the test drive, they felt quite satisfied in all aspects, and decided to buy it right away. The manager of the Porsche 4S store over here heard Zhang Sheng yelling downstairs in the office on the second floor just now, and he was wondering. When he came downstairs, he saw Ding Long and Chen May leaving. This made him feel uneasy, and he always felt that he had to find out the situation, why Yu Yang wanted to get rid of these two people. If someone got angry and complained, or posted on the internet that their store bullied people, it would be a big problem, and it might even trigger a public relations crisis, which was no joke. "Yu Yang, what the hell is going on?" The manager walked up and asked with a serious expression. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly told the manager everything that had happened, while Zhang Sheng, who was standing next to him, interjected from time to time to add details. "You said that these two people went to the Maserati store next door? The manager frowned and asked thoughtfully. Yes, manager, Zhang Sheng said with a smug smile on his face. These two guys, after we chased them away, must have wanted to go to the Maserati store to take more pictures to show off. The people there didn't know anything about them, so they probably let them do it. The manager didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, then without saying anything else, walked straight out of the store and looked in the direction of the Maserati 4S store. Yu Yang, what does the manager mean? Zhang Sheng looked at the manager's back and poked Yu Yang, asking with a puzzled face. I don't know either, maybe he wants to verify something. Never mind, let's leave him alone. Come on, I'll take you to my office first, I still have a bunch of work waiting to be done. Yu Yang said while leading Zhang Sheng to the office. At the Maserati 4S store, Ding Long and Chen May were methodically going through the car purchase procedures. The beautiful salesperson, holding a stack of documents, walked up to Ding Long with a smile on her face and said softly, Sir, the paperwork is already here. If you have no problem with it, you can sign it. Ding Long took the documents, looked them over carefully, then picked up a pen and signed his name with style. The manager of the Porsche 4S store stood outside the Maserati store, his eyes fixed on the movements inside. When he saw the beautiful saleswoman holding the contract and walking towards Ding Long, his heart skipped a beat and his eyebrows furrowed instantly. Could it be that these two people are really here to buy a car? And they even signed a contract? The manager muttered to himself, not quite sure if what he had seen was real. Fortunately, he knew someone here, so he quickly pulled out his phone and called that person. In a moment, the manager hung up the phone, and his face turned an unusual shade of pale. The news he got came as a big surprise to him. It turned out that Ding Long and Chen May had indeed bought a car, and it was the top-of-the-line Maserati Quattroporte. Not only that, but it also had a lot of luxury features installed. The total price for the set was as high as 2.3 million. What's more surprising is that they paid the full price in one lump sum. What does this show? The financial strength of these two people definitely cannot be underestimated. The manager returned to the Porsche 4S store with a stern face, stopped a passing salesperson, and ordered, Go, get Yu Yang for me. In a moment, Yu Yang hurriedly ran out, followed by Zhang Sheng. At this time, it was almost time to eat, and Zhang Sheng was a bit stifled in the office, so he wanted to come out for some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. Manager, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Yu Yang looked at the manager's gloomy face, and his heart couldn't help but thump uncontrollably. He really couldn't understand what was wrong with him, and it didn't seem like he had done anything wrong. Humph. The manager snorted, his face turning ashen, and said, The two people you just drove away just bought a car from Maserati. What? How is that possible? Yu Yang hadn't had time to speak when Zhang Sheng, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screamed so loudly that it could have lifted the roof off the room. The manager gave Zhang Sheng a cold glare and said nothing. After all, Zhang Sheng was not an employee of their store, and he couldn't care less. Manager, my friend has made it clear that these two people just came here to take photos to show off, and they don't have the money to buy a car at all. Did you hear or see it wrong? Yu Yang said anxiously, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Misheard? Misread? The manager sneered and said mockingly, I saw with my own eyes the salesman over there give the man a contract to sign. Do you think I'm blind or deaf? I even asked someone I know over there specifically, and they said clearly that these two people bought the top-of-the-line Maserati Quattroporte, paid the full price, and added quite a few nice things, for a total of 2.3 million, not a penny less. No way. I don't believe it. Zhang Sheng's eyes bulged like copper bells as he shouted, how could they afford a Maserati Quattroporte? 2.3 million. Just the two of them, where did they get that kind of money? Zhang Sheng's face was full of disbelief. He really didn't want to believe that Ding Long and Chen May had the financial strength to buy a car, and still pay the full price. Yu Yang's face also turned very ugly. He knew in his heart that this was bad. The people originally wanted to come to them to buy a Porsche, but he had driven them away. Judging from the situation where Ding Long and Chen May bought the Maserati Quattroporte, if they bought a Porsche, it would probably be a luxury car worth 2-3 million. In other words, he had impulsively given up a major customer. When he thought about this, Yu Yang couldn't help but show a hint of resentment in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng also noticed Yu Yang's gaze, and he defended himself sheepishly, You good, don't look at me like that, I swear, they definitely don't have the money, I really don't believe they can afford a Maserati Quattroporte. Humph. The manager snorted in disdain, saying, Are you saying that I'm blind? That my friends over there are lying to me? No, manager, that's not what I meant. Yu Yang waved his hands in fear, shaking his head like a rattle. Something must have gone wrong, I'll go take a look. After saying that, Yu Yang didn't care about anything else and ran towards the Maserati 4S store. As soon as he entered the store, he ignored the salespeople who wanted to come up to greet him and walked straight towards the lounge area, where Ding Long and Chen May were sitting. At this time, Ding Long had already signed the contract and was leisurely drinking tea, waiting for the paperwork to be completed and then driving his new car home. The salesperson told him that if the paperwork was done quickly, it would be done in about an hour, and it was almost time. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Sheng appear in front of him like a ghost. Ding Long and Chen Meng's faces instantly fell, and they both frowned angrily. However, they had no intention of paying any attention to Zhang Sheng and just ignored him as if he were air. Ding Long, did you really buy a car? Zhang Sheng asked, glaring at Ding Long and staring at him intently. Yes, Ding Long replied, not even raising his eyelids. What kind of car did you buy? A Maserati Quattroporte? And did you pay the full price? 2.3 million? Zhang Sheng asked several questions in quick succession, his face showing a mixture of surprise and anger. Yeah, how did you know? Ding Long looked at Zhang Sheng with some confusion, wondering why this guy was acting like such a curious baby. Do I not know your family background? And your jobs? I know exactly how little you earn. How could you possibly afford to buy a Maserati Quattroporte in full? Zhang Sheng's face turned an ugly shade of green, as if he had just eaten a dead fly. This doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Ding Long put down his teacup, looked up, and looked at Zhang Sheng with a half smile. You're not going to say that we having money has anything to do with you, are you? Are you going to say that Chen May is your half-sister's sister? At this, the corner of Ding Long's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sneering smile. You! Zhang Sheng's face turned white and then red at these words. He also knew that if he said something like that, he would definitely be laughed at and no one would pay any attention to him. Do you have anything else? Ding Long's face became serious as he said coldly, if not, please move aside and stop shouting at me. I don't like people buzzing around like flies. I came here to buy a car, not to listen to you yelling. I'm a customer here now, and if I find you causing trouble again without a good reason, I'll have the security guard throw you out. Don't make me do it. You've got some nerve. Zhang Sheng was shaking with anger at Ding Long's words, his face ashen, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What a turn of events. Just now at the Porsche 4 store, Zhang Sheng had brazenly told Yu Yang to get Ding Long and Chen Meng to leave, and now, well, it was his turn to be asked to leave. Zhang Sheng also knew that he was now a joke, and that staying any longer would only be an embarrassment, so he glared at Ding Long fiercely, then turned around and left in disgrace. Zhang Sheng returned to the entrance of the Porsche 4 store, and Yu Yang hurriedly went up to him, anxiously asking, what's the verdict? Is it true? Although he already believed what the manager had said, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping that it was all a misunderstanding. It's true, Yu Yang said with his head hanging down, in a hoarse voice. They bought a Maserati Quattroporte, the top model, and paid the full price. Alas! Zhang Sheng let out a deep sigh as he heard this, and his expression became even more unpleasant. He knew that this time he had really lost face, and had also implicated Yu Yang. Chapter 28 He won the lottery? Yu Yang, you've really messed up this time. You've driven away a major client, which has caused the store a lot of losses, and may also damage our store's reputation. Just imagine, when a customer like that tells someone about buying a car in the future, they will definitely mention what happened to them here today. This will affect an unknown number of potential customers. Friends of his, and friends of their friends, who were originally planning to buy a Porsche from us, may change to another store after hearing about this. The loss is simply immeasurable. The manager's face was full of anger, his voice raised an octave, and he glared fiercely at Yu Yang. I have decided to cancel your annual bonus, including quarterly and year-end bonuses, and to publicly criticize you in the entire store. Not only that, I will also report your incident to Porsche Longhua headquarters. You better watch yourself. After the manager finished, he angrily turned around and went back to the store, leaving Yu Yang standing there. Zhang Sheng stood by the side and, upon hearing the manager's words, his face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. This punishment is really too heavy for Yu Yang. You have to know that although Yu Yang is only a supervisor, with his position, the quarterly and year-end bonuses combined are quite substantial, almost 300,000 yuan a year. To lose it all like this is like cutting off his flesh. And with a public reprimand, he will be completely humiliated in the store, and those employees will no doubt laugh at him behind his back in the future. What's more, the manager reported the incident to the headquarters, and he would probably be fired. If he were fired because of this, he would basically be unable to survive in the industry. After all, who would dare hire him in the future? Everyone was afraid that he would make similar mistakes again, causing major losses. By then, he would have to change careers and start all over again. He was already middle-aged, so this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue and a major piece of bad news for him. And the cause of all this is ultimately because of Zhang Shang. If Zhang Shang had not sworn that Ding Long and Chen May had no money, or that they had come to take photos to post on WeChat Moments to show off, Yu Yang would not have easily kicked the people out. Thinking about this, Yu Yang turned his head and looked at Zhang Shang with hatred in his eyes, as if those eyes could eat people. Zhang Shang felt his heart tingling at Yu Yang's resentful gaze. He felt a little uncomfortable and laughed nervously, saying, "Brother Yu, why are you looking at me like that? It's already time for us to go home from work, let's go eat first." Eat? Eat your mother's food. Yu Yang was already full of anger, and now he couldn't hold it in anymore, so he just started cursing. "Brother Yu, I admit that I was wrong in this matter, but I really don't know what's wrong with them. According to what I know, they just don't have any money." Zhang Shang looked bitter. He really couldn't figure out why Ding Long and Chen Meng suddenly had the money to buy a luxury car, and to pay for it in full. It was just too unbelievable. The car he drove himself was an Audi A4 that cost more than 300,000 yuan, and he had bought it on credit. You understand? You understand shit. Yu Yang scolded again, "I don't think you know anything about them at all. If someone doesn't have any money, how can they buy a Maserati Quattroporte in full? Use your brain. I don't know where the mistake is either. It's already happened, and there's nothing I can do to change it. I'll definitely find out some other day how they got so much money." "Yuga, let's go eat first," Zhang Sheng continued, not giving up. "Still thinking about dinner? You heard the manager's punishment of me just now, do you think I'm in the mood to eat now?" Yu Yang stared at Zhang Sheng fiercely and said coldly. "Brother Yu, no matter what, we always have to eat." Zhang Sheng smiled sheepishly and then said, "Of course, if you don't want to eat, then eat later. Some other day I'll treat you. So shall we go to the bank first? You'll transfer the money to me? Damn it, you're going to get me killed, and you have the nerve to ask me to transfer you money?" Yu Yang was furious when he heard this, and he started to yell. At this point, how could he possibly lend Zhang Sheng any money? It was already good that he wasn't claiming compensation from Zhang Sheng. "Brother Yu, I admit that I was wrong in this matter, but you calling me a murderer is a bit much, don't you think?" Zhang Sheng's face also turned a bit ugly. He could see that he would not be able to borrow the money today, and in that case, he didn't want to hold back anymore. "That's too much?" Yu Yang sneered, and suddenly kicked him, sending Zhang Sheng flying to the ground. Zhang Sheng rolled on the ground like a balloon, stopping only after several circles. "Damn it, Yu Yang, you're fucking crazy." Zhang Sheng got up from the ground, his face full of anger, his eyes bulging like copper bells, his hands clenched into fists, wanting to rush up and fight Yu Yang. But then he realized that Yu Yang was tall and strong, while he himself, who usually partied every night, was already very weak, and was no match for Yu Yang at all. If they really fought, he would definitely suffer. Thinking about this, he stopped in his tracks. "Get out of here. From today on, I don't want to be friends with you." Yu Yang shouted angrily again. This friend has caused him a lot of trouble today, and it's still debatable whether he can keep his job. It's not easy to become a supervisor in this place, and friends like Zhang Shang should definitely not be made in the future. "Damn it, over such a trivial matter, you're breaking off our friendship?" Zhang Shang was also anxious when he heard this. Fine, you're really something. But I still want to make things clear. You think I've caused you harm, but have you considered whether you were also at fault in this matter? In fact, you also thought in your heart that they couldn't afford a car. You were looking down on them, and it was only because of this that you listened to me and drove them out. If you had treated them like any other customer, regardless of whether they could afford a car or not, nothing would have happened. I made a mistake, but the biggest mistake was yours. You are the one who should take the main responsibility, not anyone else. Since they had already broken up, Zhang Shang had nothing to lose, so he simply let out everything that was on his mind. To be fair, what he said was not entirely unreasonable. After all, his words were just the trigger, and in the end, Yu Yang was the one who made the decision. However, Yu Yang, who was in a rage, could not listen to Zhang Shang's words. In Yu Yang's opinion, Zhang Shang was shirking his responsibilities and making excuses to justify himself. Damn it, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, why would I have to kick them out? Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you. Yu Yang said, and kicked Zhang Sheng again. However, this kick was not as fierce as the previous one, and Zhang Sheng did not fall over. Damn it, you just wait, I'll get you some other day. Zhang Sheng knew he couldn't beat Yu Yang, but he didn't want to be bullied like that, so he could only say something menacing and then get into his car and leave in a huff. As soon as Zhang Sheng pulled out of the parking space, he saw a brand new Maserati Quattroporte slowly pulling out of the Maserati 4 store. Sitting in the car were Ding Long and Chen May. Shit, I can't borrow any money today, and I've been kicked twice. It's all your fault, you couple of scumbags. Zhang Sheng was so angry that he kept slapping the steering wheel with both hands, and his facial muscles kept trembling with anger. He hated them so much that he wanted to slam on the gas pedal and crash straight into the Maserati Quattroporte. But he was just thinking about it. He was afraid to do something that could kill someone. Even if no one died, he would have to go to jail for such a hit, and that was not a consequence he could afford. And there was no need to go to that extent. After all, the two sides were far from the point of no return. However, he was really puzzled in his heart. How could Ding Long and Chen Meng afford to buy a luxury car? 2.3 million, where did they get so much money? Did they win the lottery? He thought about it and could only think of this possibility. As for Ding Long and Chen Meng making money from other places, he felt that it was simply impossible. He knew the situation at Ding Long's home and knew that they definitely could not come up with this kind of money. Chen Meng's father, Chen Hai, ran a small restaurant and might have saved some money, but he didn't think that the two of them would ask Chen Hai for money to buy a car. Damn, I don't even know who to borrow money from now, Zhang Sheng muttered to himself while driving. Tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday, I have to borrow money, otherwise I'll have to ask my dad for it, but then he'll definitely scold me. Zhang Sheng pulled over, took out his phone, and began to flip through his contacts to see who he could borrow money from. He looked at each number, his finger constantly sliding across the screen, muttering to himself. After making several calls, he finally found someone willing to lend him the money. Zhang Sheng let out a sigh of relief, quickly started the car, and drove towards the agreed-upon location. Chapter 29 1,000 times over. In the evening, the Zhang family dining room was brightly lit. The family was sitting around the table, eating. Suddenly, Zhang Sheng put down his bowl and chopsticks heavily, his face full of confusion. He turned to Chen May and asked, Chen May, guess what I saw today? I saw Ding Long and Chen Meng go car shopping, and they bought a Maserati Quattroporte. Holy cow, it cost a total of 2.3 million. Do you know how they got so much money? What? Chen May hadn't had time to say anything yet when Meng Wan screamed like she'd been electrocuted. They spent so much money on a luxury car? How is that possible? Where did they get so much money? Zhang Tianchang, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He looked at Chen May with eyes full of surprise and confusion. He thought to himself, I'm after all a vice president of the company, and I've seen the big wide world. But I only drive a 500,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz S350, and Ding Long suddenly came up with so much money to buy a car, which is really unexpected. Meng Wan was so anxious that she couldn't help but ask again, Chen May, do you know what's going on? Tell us. Chen May looked at Chen Meng and saw that she looked calm and wasn't surprised at all. She knew in her heart that her sister must know what was going on. So, without haste, she said, I know that Ding Long has recently made some money from futures investments, but the key is that he had a stroke of luck yesterday in the antique market and found a great bargain. What kind of leak? Zhang Sheng's eyes bulged like copper bells, and he stopped eating and asked anxiously. He spent 50,000 yuan to buy the authentic work of Tang Bohu, ladies-in-waiting, and then Vice President Jiang of the Antique Association took one look at it and spent 50 million to buy the painting. As soon as Chen May said this, the table suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The three of them were like they had been struck with a nerve point, sitting there motionless, their faces full of shock. Shit! 50 million! Zhang Sheng couldn't help but yell out, his mouth wide open. Fortunately, there was no food in his mouth, or else it would have been spattered everywhere. You said he got a bargain, so how much did he spend on buying this painting? Zhang Tianchang had experienced some things after all, and he was the first to come back to his senses and ask. 50,000, Chen May replied indifferently. Nima, this is an instant 10,000% increase. Zhang Sheng heard this and became jealous, his face turning red, his eyes full of fire, and his teeth clattering. He was so angry inside, thinking that Ding Long was too lucky, not only surrounded by the Chen sisters, Chen May and Chen Meng, but now he had also made so much money all at once. He secretly calculated in his heart that although his family also had some assets, the total assets of the Zhang family, when added up, were only 30 million to less than 40 million yuan. The villa they lived in was worth more than 20 million yuan, and the other assets, when added together, were only that much. But Ding Long's wealth had suddenly far exceeded that of their entire family, so how could he not be jealous and furious? How could this happen? Ding Long is just too lucky. Meng Wan sat there, feeling very uncomfortable. It was like a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, if Chen May hadn't broken up with Ding Long in the first place, then she would be Ding Long's mother-in-law now. Ding Long has 50 million, and if she asked him for some money, he wouldn't refuse to give her a few million, right? Although Chen Meng is also her daughter now, and genetically speaking, she is also Ding Long's mother-in-law, Chen Meng simply does not recognize her as her mother, so there is no way she can get any money out of Chen Meng. Zhang Tiancheng felt the same way. At the beginning, he didn't take Ding Long, a young guy, seriously at all, but who would have thought that this kid would suddenly become rich by picking up a bargain, and his worth far exceeds his own? Zhang Tiancheng calmed down a little and asked again, Chen May, you just said that Ding Long made some money investing in futures. What futures did he buy? How much did he make? Chen May answered while eating, he bought gold futures. According to my estimate, he should have made 3 to 4 million by now. During this time, Chen May had been paying attention to the price trend of gold futures and roughly calculated in her mind how much money Ding Long could make. She knew that the price of gold futures had risen by 20% and originally thought that Ding Long had only invested 2 million, so she said he had made 3 or 4 million. You can make that much money just buying gold futures? How did he manage to predict it so accurately? Zhang Tiancheng's brow furrowed even more tightly when he heard this. He usually speculated in the stock market himself, investing several million, and although he had never speculated in futures, he would still watch the financial news every day. He knew that the Federal Reserve had sharply cut interest rates, causing the price of gold to skyrocket. He also took a look at the chart of domestic gold futures, and saw that there had been 2 trading limits. This time, he really did see it right. Chen Mei thought back to when she had confidently told Ding Long that gold futures would fall, but now he was making a fortune. She felt hot and ashamed, and wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. If this guy had that kind of talent, he would have made a fortune a long time ago. He must have just gotten a huge amount of luck to make so much money. Zhang Sheng couldn't help but become jealous and bitter, and his words were unpleasant to hear. Chen Mei, Zhang Tiancheng, and Meng Wan all glanced at Zhang Sheng when they heard what he said, their eyes full of disgust and speechless. It was late at night, they were eating, and he suddenly said something so lucky that everyone felt disgusted and lost their appetite. Zhang Sheng also realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. I mean, it's just a blind cat that happens to meet a dead mouse, and it happens to be the right choice. If you say that he can predict that gold futures will rise, I don't believe it. Zhang Tiancheng nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I also think he is just lucky. How could he be capable of that? Meng Wan was listening to what they were saying, and it seemed like she suddenly remembered something, so she asked, Chen Mei, you said he made 3 or 4 million. To make that much, he would have had to invest at least 1 or 2 million yuan in capital, right? He couldn't have made that much just by investing a few tens of thousands of yuan. So where did he get so much money to buy gold futures? It's Dad. Chen Mei paused here and suddenly glanced at Zhang Tiancheng. The dad she mentioned was of course not Zhang Tiancheng, but Chen Hai. The money was given to Chen Meng for 2 million yuan. It was originally intended for them to use as a down payment on a house, but Ding Long used the 2 million yuan to buy gold futures. Upon hearing this, Meng Wan's face immediately turned sour. She pursed her lips and said, this Chen Hai is really generous. This 2 million must have been saved up by him over the years with great difficulty, and he suddenly took it out to help Chen Meng and Ding Long buy a house. Then, as if she had found a reason to blame, she added, Ding Long used the money to speculate in futures, and Chen Meng just let him? This is too much. Yes, Zhang Tiancheng echoed, futures are very risky. I wouldn't dare touch them. Ding Long made a profit this time, but if he doesn't know when to quit while he's ahead, he'll definitely lose money in the future. In the financial market, without real skills, sooner or later the money you make will be lost. Zhang Sheng gloated, maybe even the 50 million he made from picking up the bargain will be lost. In fact, that's what he was thinking. He was hoping that Ding Long would lose all his money, so that he could feel better. After listening to Zhang Sheng's words, Meng Wan felt that as a mother, she had to do something, so she said, no, I have to talk to Chen Meng properly, I can't let her behave like this. After saying this, Meng Wan put down her chopsticks and got up, walked over to the sofa and sat down. She took her phone out of her bag and dialed Chen Meng's number. The phone rang for a while before it was answered. "Why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" Meng Wan asked angrily as soon as the phone was connected. "What do you want?" Chen Meng said coldly on the other end of the line. She never called Meng Wan mom, and in her heart, she didn't recognize her as a mother. It was because of the things Meng Wan had done in the past that had hurt her father so much. If it weren't for Meng Wan, her father wouldn't have ended up barely making ends meet by running a small restaurant. Her father was actually quite capable if he had kept working for a big company. Making millions a year would have been no problem at all, but Meng Wan ruined everything. Meng Wan didn't care about Chen Meng's attitude and asked directly, "I heard Chen May say that Ding Long took the 2 million yuan your father gave you to buy a house and invested it in futures? Is this true? So what if it is?" Chen Meng replied impatiently. Upon hearing this, Meng Wan immediately put on a lecturing tone and said, "That was the money your father gave you to buy a house. How could you let Ding Long speculate in futures with it? What would you do if you lost it? Then you won't have anywhere to cry." In fact, Meng Wan didn't really care about Chen Meng. She just couldn't stand Chen Meng's approach and wanted to interfere in her life, just like she had interfered in Chen May's. Chen May had found Ding Long as a boyfriend, but she wasn't satisfied, so she tried to get them to break up. Now she wanted to meddle in Chen Meng's affairs. Chapter 30 Resign. Whether it's a profit or a loss, what does it have to do with you? Why are you worrying about it? Chen Meng's voice was as cold as ice, and her face did not have a single extra expression, like an iceberg, leaving people unable to feel the slightest warmth. "How can you talk to me like that? I'm your own mother." Upon hearing this, Meng Wan's face instantly turned red, as if she were filled with anger, and the veins on her forehead bulged up, like worms wriggling around. Her hands trembled non-stop, as if she had Parkinson's disease. I never admitted that you were my mother." Chen Meng's voice was even colder, and there was a hint of disdain in her eyes, as if Meng Wan were a worthless stranger, and she didn't even bother to look at her. You child, why are you so inconsiderate?" Meng Wan was so angry that she was shaking all over, her lips were trembling, and she couldn't get her words out smoothly, as if she had a piece of hot tofu in her mouth. She was so angry that it felt like there was a raging fire burning inside her. Every time she spoke to Chen Meng on the phone, it never went smoothly. Either she was left speechless for half the time, or she was so enraged that she could hardly contain her anger. She just couldn't understand why her own daughter, born of her womb after 10 months of pregnancy, could be so cold and heartless towards her. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm going to hang up." Chen Meng still looked indifferent, as if she hadn't seen Meng Wan's anger. It was as if Meng Wan's emotional fluctuations had nothing to do with her, and she was completely detached. "Do you hate me that much?" Meng Wan held back her anger, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and unwillingness. Her eyes were a little red, as if she would cry at any moment. She just couldn't figure out why her own daughter was so cold to her, as if she were her enemy. "I wouldn't say I hate you. After all, you and I never had much affection for each other." How could someone hate someone they have no connection with and no affection for? Chen Meng's tone was as flat as if she were saying that the weather was nice today, but every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing Meng Wan's heart, making her feel pain. "You!" Meng Wan felt her head buzz and a surge of hot blood rushed to her face, making her angry to the point of exploding. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt as if it had been choked by something, and she couldn't say a word. She could only stare, like an enraged lion with no way out. "If that's all, I'll hang up," Chen Meng said, and without waiting for Meng Wan to reply, she hung up the phone with a pop, her actions clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. "That damned girl is really going to make me mad to death." Meng Wan listened to the beep sound coming from the phone, gritted her teeth in anger, and held the phone tightly in her hands as if she wanted to crush it to get some relief. She sat on the sofa for a while, dumbfounded, and finally calmed down a little. Then she got up, returned to the dinner table with a dark face, and continued eating. She didn't say a word the whole time, and the air around her seemed to have frozen. Zhang Sheng, Zhang Tiancheng, and Chen May looked at Meng Wan's face and knew that things on the other end of the phone were not good, but no one dared to say a word. For a while, the atmosphere at the dinner table became extremely dull. There was only the occasional sound of utensils clinking. Everyone ate in silence, each with their own thoughts, as if they were all thinking about their own things, but also as if they were all worried about something. Ding Long may have some money, but what's so great about that? Compared to Wu Xiao, he's still far behind. Zhang Sheng deliberately changed the subject in order to break the suffocatingly awkward atmosphere. He wore a look of disdain on his face, shrugged his shoulders, as if talking about a trivial matter, but also as if to show off his superiority. Exactly, Mr. Wu is a second-generation rich kid from a wealthy and powerful family. Ding Long is just lucky and has made a small fortune, but how can he compare to him? Zhang Tiancheng hurriedly agreed, stuffing a mouthful of food into his mouth while he spoke, chewing noisily as if that would show his disdain for Ding Long, and as if he were covering up some inner unease. Yes, Chen May, someone like Wu Xiao is your ideal partner. That Ding Long, even if he has some money, there's nothing to be envious of. Meng Wan followed suit, her eyes full of yearning for Wu Xiao and contempt for Ding Long. In her opinion, only a rich kid like Wu Xiao could bring Chen May happiness and wealth, and enable her to live the life she wanted and satisfy her vanity. Chen May sat there, eating in silence, without saying a word. In fact, she didn't really like Wu Lei either. She felt that he smelled a bit like a playboy, and that he spent all day eating, drinking, and having fun, with no ambition whatsoever. However, she had to admit that compared to Wu Lei, Ding Long was indeed a long way behind in terms of financial strength. Wu Lei's father is a big boss, worth billions, and in charge of a large investment company. As the only son in the family, Wu Lei doesn't have to do anything and will inherit a family fortune of billions in the future. This is something that many people dream of. Ding Long, on the other hand, has only recently made some money, and it's not even clear if he can hold on to it. After all, the business world is like a battlefield, with ever-changing circumstances. One can lose everything if one is not careful. Chen May, how is your relationship with Wu Xiao now? Zhang Sheng turned his head and asked Chen May, his face showing a hint of urgency, as if Chen May's relationship with Wu Xiao was the thing he was most concerned about at the moment, as if he had a vested interest in the matter. Not very well, Chen May replied indifferently, her eyes showing no signs of emotion, like a calm lake, undisturbed by any outside interference. Oh dear, you can't do that. Didn't I tell you last time? Rich second-generation guys like Mr. Wu who like you are hard to find, you have to seize the opportunity. Zhang Sheng became anxious at Chen May's reply, put down his chopsticks, leaned forward, and stared at Chen May with his eyes wide open, as if trying to force his thoughts into her head, or as if scolding her for not knowing how to cherish such a good opportunity. Yes, Chen May. If you make Mr. Wu impatient and he stops chasing you, then you will have missed your chance. By then, even if you want to be with him, there will be no chance. Zhang Chengtian also advised from the side, his tone tinged with a hint of worry and rebuke, as if Chen May would be committing an unforgivable mistake and would regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't seize this opportunity with Mr. Wu. Meng Wan also chimed in, Chen May, I really have to give you a good talking to about this. Where else are you going to find a rich second-generation guy like Wu Xiao? He likes you, so you should quickly agree to be his girlfriend, and then take advantage of the situation to talk about marriage and getting married early. In that way, you won't have to work hard, and you can do whatever you want every day, beauty treatments, shopping, buying whatever you want, and enjoying life to the fullest. If you still want to work, you can also go to his father's company and find an easy job that pays well and doesn't tire you out. You must seize this opportunity, don't miss it. Meng Wan became more and more excited as she spoke, her face filled with visions of a better future, as if she could already see Chen May's happy life after marrying into a wealthy family. In fact, she was more anxious for Chen May to marry Wu Xiao for her own sake. She thought that if Chen May married Wu Xiao, she would become the mother-in-law of a rich man, and she would have face in society. She could ask Wu Lei for money when she ran out, and buy whatever she wanted. This was the life she had always dreamed of. To be honest, although she now lives in a villa, she drives a BMW that costs 400,000 yuan, and she has to be careful when buying luxury goods, not being able to do whatever she wants. This makes her feel very dissatisfied, and she feels that her life is not yet of a high enough standard, and that she has not yet reached the level of luxury she wants. I see, Chen May replied perfunctorily, then put down her chopsticks, got up and went back to her room. She really didn't want to hear them nagging anymore, and she had heard enough to get calluses on her ears. She felt that their way of thinking was too worldly and utilitarian, and completely at odds with her own values. You child, why are you so disobedient? Meng Wan looked at the departing back of Chen May and was infuriated. She wanted to give Chen May a few more lectures, but Chen May didn't give her the chance. She had already gone back to her room and closed the door, shutting her out. On Monday morning, the sun was shining brightly. Ding Long drove Chen Meng to the bank in his brand new Maserati Quattroporte, and then went to work. When he parked the car in the company parking lot and got out, he immediately attracted the attention of his colleagues. Ding Long, you bought a car? A colleague came over in surprise, his eyes wide as two copper bells, staring at the Maserati Quattroporte, his face full of envy, as if he had seen a rare treasure and couldn't bring himself to blink. Well, I just bought it. Ding Long nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face, looking very confident and contented, as if he were showing everyone his success and happiness. Wow, a Maserati Quattroporte. That must have cost a lot of money, said a colleague, while circling the car and exclaiming with admiration. He couldn't help reaching out to gently stroke the bodywork, as if he were touching a precious work of art, afraid of damaging it. His movements were gentle, and his eyes were full of awe and love. Ding Long, have you recently become rich? Another colleague also came over, curious, his eyes shining with a strange light, as if he were exploring a mysterious treasure, wanting to know the secret of Ding Long's sudden wealth. Ding Long, you are really a hidden gem. In the past, when it came to buying a car, you always said you didn't have the money, but now, well, without saying a word, you've bought such a luxurious car. Other colleagues also gathered around, talking excitedly. Everyone's face was full of surprise and curiosity, as if they were looking at a sudden miracle and couldn't believe their eyes. Yes, we were still debating whether to buy a Mini or an Ant, thinking that they were both cheap and convenient to charge at the office. I never expected you to just buy $1 million luxury car. One colleague said with a smile, with a hint of teasing and envy in his tone, as if Ding Long's success made him a little uncomfortable, but he had to admire it. Ding Long, tell us, are you a rich second generation? Were you deliberately keeping a low profile before? A colleague asked with a wink and a mischievous smile, as if digging up an interesting piece of gossip to satisfy his curiosity and entertainment spirit. Of course, otherwise how would you suddenly have the money to buy such a nice car? He must have been pretending to be poor in front of us. Another colleague chimed in. Everyone was very curious and surprised by Ding Long's sudden wealth, as if watching a suspenseful movie, wanting to know the truth. I didn't realize that there was a rich second generation hidden around us, a colleague said in surprise, which attracted a burst of laughter from everyone, as if sharing a funny joke, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and happy. Ding Long, you're not being fair. You should have kept a low profile. Now that you've suddenly revealed your identity, we're all a bit uncomfortable. A colleague teased with a smile, and everyone nodded in agreement, as if to say that Ding Long's behavior had broken their usual way of thinking and left them a bit overwhelmed. Yes, for a moment, I really couldn't accept it, another colleague chimed in, still with a surprised expression on his face, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of Ding Long buying a car. Holy shit, Ding Long, you're not our boss's son, are you? A colleague suddenly had a brainstorm and asked loudly. As soon as the words came out, everyone froze, and then there was a burst of laughter, as if they were listening to a tall tale, finding the idea absurd but also very interesting. Stop it, if I were a second-generation rich kid, why would I keep a low profile? I would have been driving a luxury car to work long ago. Ding Long couldn't help rolling his eyes and chuckling as he looked at everyone's inquisitive faces. He felt that these colleagues had too much imagination and could think of anything, as if they were watching a group of innocent children fantasizing about a fairy tale world. You really aren't a second-generation rich kid? Then how can you afford a Maserati Quattroporte? Even if you take out a loan, you don't have that much money to pay the down payment, do you? A colleague asked suspiciously, his eyes fixed on Ding Long as if he wanted to read the answer on his face. His eyes were full of doubt and inquiry. Everyone knows that this car is the top model, and the price is about $2 million. Even if you calculate it as a 30% down payment, it's still $600,000. Ding Long just graduated this year, so how could he have that kind of money? Even if his family has some money, it's not realistic to take out that kind of money all at once to buy a car. Besides, everyone knows Ding Long's character. He would never ask his family for money to buy a luxury car. He has always been a very independent and assertive person. Yes, let alone a 30% down payment, even if it's a 10% down payment, you can't come up with it, can you? Another colleague followed up, with a puzzled look on his face, as if trying to find a reasonable explanation to solve the mystery of Ding Long buying a car. Ding Long, you're not dating a rich woman, are you? A colleague suddenly joked. Everyone froze up at the words, then burst into laughter, as if they were telling a not-so-believable but very funny joke. The atmosphere became more relaxed and humorous. Holy shit, no way. That's a pretty far-fetched guess, said one colleague with a smile. Although he said that, he was a little curious, too. He felt that it wasn't impossible, after all, it happened in real life from time to time. It was like imagining a romantic love story, but he didn't think it would happen to Ding Long. I think it's possible. Ding Long is quite handsome and has a good figure, so it's normal for him to be picked up by a rich woman, said another colleague seriously, which attracted another round of laughter from everyone, as if they were watching a comedy show. They thought this colleague's idea was naive but cute. Yes, I regret it too. Why don't I have a handsome face and a good figure like Ding Long? Otherwise, I'll try to hook up with a rich woman too. One colleague teased with a smile, and everyone laughed, as if sharing a common dream, but knowing that it was just a joke and would never really happen. Ding Long, just come clean, did you get a rich woman? A colleague asked with a smile, and everyone looked at Ding Long, waiting for his answer, as if anticipating the ending of a wonderful story, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. I'm really impressed by you guys. Just now you said I was a rich kid, and now you're saying I'm with a rich woman. Your imagination is really rich. Ding Long looked at everyone, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. He felt that these colleagues' speculations were ridiculous and did not match the facts at all. It was as if he were watching a group of children playing house, full of childlike innocence but also very childish. You're not a second-generation rich kid, and you're not dating a rich woman, so how did you get the money to buy this car? Just stop being so mysterious and tell us. One colleague said anxiously. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Ding Long, full of curiosity and anticipation, as if waiting for the answer to an important mystery to be revealed. Did you win the lottery? One colleague suddenly guessed, his eyes brightening up as if he had found the answer. His eyes were full of hope and surprise, as if he were fantasizing about having such good luck himself. So lucky? Another colleague followed suit, his face showing a hint of surprise, as if to say that if Ding Long really did win the lottery, then his luck would be too good to be envied. That's possible. Other colleagues also chimed in, everyone full of curiosity and speculation about the source of Ding Long's wealth, as if discussing a mysterious event. Everyone had their own thoughts and speculations, but none were sure. Ding Long, let's stop guessing, you might as well tell us, said one colleague with a smile, and everyone fell silent, waiting for Ding Long's reply, as if waiting for an important speech. The atmosphere became tense and expectant. Yes, it's pointless guessing, just tell us directly, another colleague followed, everyone looked at Ding Long, their eyes full of expectation, as if waiting for a long-awaited gift, hoping that Ding Long would give them a satisfactory answer. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm not a second-generation rich man, I didn't marry a rich woman, and I didn't win the lottery. I can afford this car because I recently invested in futures and made some money. Ding Long said with a smile, a hint of confidence on his face, as if he were showing off his wisdom and courage to everyone, proud of his success. Investing in futures? One colleague asked in surprise, a hint of doubt on his face, as if to say that investing in futures is a very mysterious and dangerous thing, that he doesn't quite understand it, and doesn't quite believe that Ding Long can make money at it. You're still capable of that? You can make money in the futures market? Another colleague asked, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief, as if he were witnessing a miracle, and it was unbelievable that Ding Long could make money in the futures market. I heard that futures is very risky, said a colleague, his face full of concern, as if reminding Ding Long to be careful and not be swallowed up by the risks of the futures market, and also feeling grateful for his own ignorance and caution. High risk, high return. The risk is high, the return is also high, said a colleague who knew a little about futures, with a touch of emotion in his tone, as if to say that the futures market is a place full of opportunities and challenges, where only the brave can succeed, and also regretting that he himself did not have the courage to try. Ding Long, what kind of futures did you invest in? How much did you invest? How could you make enough money to buy a Maserati Quattroporte? A colleague asked curiously. Everyone perked up, waiting for Ding Long's answer, as if they were listening to an important business secret, hoping to gain some insight and experience from Ding Long's answer. Ding Long had already told his colleagues about getting a marriage license with Chen May and had even bought sweets to share with everyone. So everyone knew that he was already married and also knew a bit about his father-in-law. I bought gold futures and used the 2 million yuan my father-in-law gave me for the down payment on a house. I bought it all and luckily made some money, Ding Long said with a smile, his face full of a happy smile, as if he was showing everyone his happy life and good fortune and also thanking his father-in-law for his trust and support. Holy cow, your father-in-law is so nice? He even gave you 2 million for the down payment. A colleague said in surprise, his face full of envy. You really have found a good wife. Another colleague followed suit, his tone full of jealousy and envy. Alas, look at Ding Long, and then look at myself. I haven't even seen the shadow of a girlfriend, and I'm really pitiful. A colleague hung his head, let out a long sigh, and his face was full of loss, looking like a battered eggplant, listless. I do have a girlfriend, but her parents' demands are simply outrageous, and the conditions they've laid down are too harsh. I was scared to even mention marriage as soon as I heard about it. Another colleague grimaced with a bitter smile, his face overflowing with bitterness, as if he had eaten bitter herbs, full of helplessness. We are still worried about the sky-high bride price, and Ding Long is fine, he didn't spend any bride price and got a good wife, and an understanding father-in-law. This person really makes people feel half dead when they compare them, and it's not a good feeling at all. One colleague said, shaking his head helplessly. His words were full of envy and jealousy, and his colleagues around him all felt the same way. They nodded their heads, with a complex expression on their faces, with envy, jealousy, and dissatisfaction and helplessness about their current situation. Come on, don't say anything else, just keep moving bricks honestly. From the looks of things, if you don't work hard, you might really end up a bachelor for the rest of your life. One colleague said half jokingly, but there was a hint of truth and sadness in the joke, which drew a loud laugh from everyone. However, the laughter also hid everyone's helplessness and bitterness about life, which sounded a bit heavy. The colleagues lamented one after the other, and everyone looked at Ding Long with envy in their eyes. Looking at their own lives again, they were full of helplessness, as if Ding Long's good fortune and happiness highlighted their ordinariness and hardships even more. By the way, I have something to tell everyone. I'm going to resign today. I've been here for a few months, and I've had a really good time with everyone. You've all looked after me, so I thought I'd say goodbye. Ding Long suddenly spoke up, with a hint of reluctance on his face. After all, he had formed some friendships here, and saying goodbye made him feel somewhat nostalgic. What? You're resigning? A colleague asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise, as if he had heard something unbelievable. His mouth was slightly open and he couldn't quite close it. What's going on? What are you going to do after resigning? Another colleague followed up, and everyone's gaze turned to Ding Long, full of curiosity and doubt, waiting for him to give an explanation. Here's the thing. Some time ago, I invested in futures and had some luck, making some money and getting a bit of capital together. I thought I'd take this opportunity to go out and try my hand at something else. I haven't quite decided what yet, but I'll talk to you all about it when I have a direction. Ding Long explained with a smile, his face full of longing and anticipation for the future, his eyes shining as if he could already see the infinite possibilities of his future. Oh, I see, that's what it's about. A colleague nodded thoughtfully, as if he understood Ding Long's thoughts. After all, if anyone has a better opportunity, they want to go out and make a difference and change the trajectory of their lives. You have the capital now, so it's good to go out and explore. Working for someone else is really hard work, and you won't earn much even if you work really hard. It's better to go out and look for other opportunities, said another colleague, full of admiration and support. He also knew in his heart that if he had such an opportunity, he might make the same choice. Yes, the upper limit of working for someone else is there, and there is not much room for development. It's a waste of time and energy. Going out and doing something else might even open up a new world. A colleague echoed, and everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood the difficulty and limitations of working for someone else, so they all expressed their understanding and support for Ding Long's decision. Okay, then we wish you success. If you become rich in the future, don't forget your brothers who have struggled together, said one colleague with a smile, his face full of sincere blessings. The others also sent their own blessings one after the other. Those smiling faces, although they showed their reluctance to see Ding Long go, were more filled with expectations and wishes for his future. Don't worry, I won't forget you all. When I succeed, I'll definitely come back to find you. Ding Long responded with a smile, his heart warmed. He was very grateful for his colleagues' understanding and blessings, which also made him feel more confident about the future. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed as it was almost time to go to work. Ding Long walked straight to the supervisor's office to submit his resignation. The supervisor was a mature woman in her 30s who was not only beautiful but also very capable at work. She usually took good care of Ding Long and the two got along well. Boss, I want to resign. Ding Long knocked gently on the door, received permission, pushed open the door, and said directly, with a firm expression on his face, obviously having thought about it carefully. The boss was intently reading a document when she heard Ding Long's words. She raised her head slightly, her face showing a surprised expression, her eyes full of doubt, as if she didn't quite understand why Ding Long was resigning at this time. Why do you suddenly want to resign? Can you tell me the reason? The supervisor asked, her tone gentle. She had always been quite satisfied with Ding Long's work performance. In her opinion, Ding Long was a very promising employee, and in another month he would be able to change his status to permanent employee, and his salary would also increase quite a bit after that. So she didn't quite understand why Ding Long would choose to leave at this juncture. Supervisor, here's the thing. I've recently made some money investing in futures, and I have a certain amount of capital on hand, so I want to take this opportunity to try doing something else. I think this could be a better development opportunity for me, so I'm going to resign. Ding Long frankly explained his situation briefly. He felt that since he had already told his colleagues, the supervisor would find out sooner or later, so there was no need to hide anything. It would be better to tell the truth, which would also show respect for the other person. So what are you going to do? The supervisor asked, and she could actually understand Ding Long's thoughts. After all, people go high and water flows low. If there are better opportunities, everyone wants to go out and try their luck. And she also knew that since Ding Long already had such plans and had already made a decision, no matter how much she tried to persuade him, it was unlikely that she could change his mind. After all, trying to persuade him would only make her seem unkind, and it wouldn't be of much use. Chapter 31 Goodbye, Zhang Jiang. Well, I have a general idea of the direction I want to go in, but I can't really say exactly what it is, Ding Long said, scratching his head and smiling as he spoke to his supervisor. Okay, then just write your resignation letter. I'll approve it for sure. Just follow the company procedures and complete the resignation formalities properly. Make sure the handover goes smoothly. The supervisor pushed his glasses up his nose, looked concerned but serious, and said, Okay, thanks, boss. Ding Long replied, turned around and left the supervisor's office, returning to his workstation. He quickly wrote the resignation letter, hurriedly took it to the supervisor to sign, and then started the handover without a moment's rest. After all this, more than an hour had passed. Ding Long said goodbye to his colleagues one by one, then picked up his things and strode out of the company. Starting today, I'll be completely free. As soon as he stepped out of the company gate, Ding Long stretched so long that his body almost stretched into a bow. He looked up at the sky, feeling that the sky today was bright blue, the sun was shining warmly on his body, and the air was fresh. He felt refreshed and exceptionally happy. Ding Long didn't go straight home, but drove around leisurely. After all, he had just bought a new car and hadn't yet had enough of driving. At noon, he ate something at a random place and then went back to the car to take a nap. At about 2:30, Ding Long arrived at a tea house. Last night, he sent Jiang Zheng a message to meet at this tea house at 3 p.m. Ding Long thought that it was better to arrive early than late, so he came half an hour early. As soon as he walked into the private room, a tea artist dressed appropriately and with graceful manners came in to prepare the tea. To be honest, Ding Long is not very proficient in the art of tea drinking. He chose this tea house mainly because he figured that an antiques collector like Jiang Zhang would probably like to drink tea and would also have studied tea, so he wanted to learn about it here. This was the first time he had entered such an upscale tea house. As soon as he entered, he felt that the environment was quiet and elegant, and he thought to himself that this place was indeed a good place to drink tea and chat. At 2:50 p.m., Jiang Zhang arrived on time. Ding Xiaoyu, have you been waiting for a while? I'm really sorry, there was a bit of traffic, so I'm a few steps late. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Zhang hurriedly apologized, his face showing a hint of apology, and his speech polite and courteous. President Jiang, what are you talking about? I just got here a little while ago too. We were supposed to meet at 3 o'clock, so you're not late. Don't be so formal, Ding Long smiled, stood up to greet him, and his attitude was very warm, his face beaming with a smile. After a few words of small talk, the two sat down. President Jiang, I'm not sure what kind of tea you usually like, so I just ordered a random one. It's the best de Hongpo from Huaishan, and I'm not sure if it's to your liking. If you don't like it, we can change it, Ding Long said, scratching his head a little embarrassed. The best de Hongpo from Huaishan? This is considered one of the signature teas of this tea house. If I say I don't like it, people will laugh at me for being ignorant. Jiang Zhang laughed heartily and said half-jokingly. From his words, Ding Long guessed that Jiang Zhang must be a regular customer here and know a lot about the tea here. I'm glad you like it, Ding Long said with a smile. The two men chatted about everything under the sun while drinking tea. As they chatted, they discovered that they were quite compatible, and before they knew it, they were already on a first-name basis and the atmosphere was getting more and more harmonious. After chatting for a while, Ding Long felt that it was time to get down to business. From a small bag he was carrying, he carefully took out an exquisite little box and placed it gently in front of Jiang Zhang, saying, Brother Jiang, this is a little trinket I found at a street stall in the antique street the other day. Would you mind taking a look at it for me? Oh. Great. Jiang Zhang's eyes lit up, and he put down the teacup in his hand and gently opened the box. Inside lay a blood-red jadeite bangle, glowing with a warm luster in the light. Zhang Zhang immediately took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently removed the bangle from the box, examining it carefully without blinking. Gee, ding, it looks like you've struck it rich again. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. Really? Ding Long asked, feigning surprise. Brother Jiang, tell me about it, I really don't know much about this. It's just blind luck. Zhang Zhang looked up, gave Ding Long a glance, and shook his head with a smile, saying, Ding, don't be modest. I can see that you know a lot, maybe even more than I do. Brother Jiang, you're overestimating me. In your presence, I'm just a beginner, and what I know is just the tip of the iceberg, Ding Long responded with a smile, his face showing a hint of modesty. Ding, you're being modest again. Tell me, how did you find this thing? Zhang Zhang asked curiously, his eyes full of curiosity. Ding Long rolled his eyes and said half-truthfully, it was like this. The other day, I saw a vase on the antique street and thought that its bottom was particularly thick, which was very different from other vases and looked out of harmony. I wondered to myself, is there something hidden underneath? So I paid for it and bought it. When I got home and knocked on it, hey, I really found this ring finger. Zhang Zhang gave Ding Long a deep look and said with a thumbs up, Brother Ding, your powers of observation are really amazing. In fact, Zhang Zhang was also wondering. He wondered if Ding Long might not have bought the vase just because of its thick bottom, and perhaps saw other inconspicuous clues. But since Ding Long didn't mention it, he didn't want to ask. After all, in the antiques business, asking too many questions is frowned upon and can easily turn people off. There's also an element of luck involved, Ding Long laughed and tried to gloss over the matter. Okay, let's talk about this jadeite ring. In my opinion, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the ring that Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty wore. It is said that Wu Zetian gave it to Tang Taizong, but this is not recorded in the official history, only in the unofficial history. Now that the ring has appeared in the world, it can be said to have added a solid proof to this unofficial history. This small ring is not simple at all. Not only does it have a high collection value, it is also of great significance to archaeological research and historical research. It is worth much more than that painting of Tang Bohua's ladies in waiting you bought last time. Zhang Zhang was talking while staring intently at the thumb ring in his hands, his eyes full of awe and love, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Brother Zhang, then how much do you think this thing is worth? Ding Long asked curiously, his eyes also shining. After all, this concerns his own vital interests. At least 80 million yuan, Zhang Zhang said with a serious expression. If you're not in a hurry to use the money, Ding, I suggest you take it to an auction house. The value of this ring is such that if it goes to auction, it will easily fetch over 100 million yuan. I was planning to do just that, so I'll take it to your auction house, Ding Long said with a smile. He felt that Zhang Zhang was a reliable person, and he was at ease with leaving the item with him for auction. That's great. Zhang Zhang's face lit up at this news. This jadeite bangle will definitely cause a stir in the antiques world at next month's auction. This is a godsend for our auction house, as it will increase our income and enhance our reputation. Next, Zhang Zhang gave Ding Long a detailed introduction to the rules of the auction house. Generally speaking, auction houses charge a 5% commission based on the hammer price of the item. However, as a shareholder, Zhang Zhang gave Ding Long a discount and only charged a 3% commission. Ding Long naturally had no objection. He felt that as long as things were done according to the rules, and Zhang Zhang was willing to offer a discount, he was of course happy to accept. Although the 2% discount was not much, if the auction price of the bracelet reached 100 million, the 2% would be 2 million, which was not a small sum of money. Zhang Zhang immediately called the auction house to have the contract sent over, and it arrived shortly afterwards. Ding Long carefully read the contract terms and, after finding nothing amiss, signed it with Zhang Zhang. After signing the contract, the two men chatted for a while longer before Zhang Zhang left with his staff. After all, this was a treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the highlight of next month's auction, so it had to be handled with the utmost care. Ding Long looked at the time and realized it was almost time to pick up his wife from work, so he got up to settle the bill. When he did, he realized he had spent an astonishing 8,000 yuan on tea. He thought to himself, the spending habits of the rich are really different. If he hadn't become financially comfortable, he would probably never have the chance to come to such an upscale place to drink tea in his life. Chapter 32 Buying a House. On Wednesday, Ding Long took advantage of the opportunity and closed out the gold futures in his hands. After this wave of operations, he made a profit of more than 11 million. He quickly transferred 5 million to the stock account and picked 2 stocks that looked pretty good and bought them. The rest of the money was left in the futures account and used to buy Apple futures. These investments were not made blindly. He carefully analyzed them using his skills as an investment guru. As long as nothing goes wrong in the middle, he will make a profit and just wait for the money to come rolling in. Time passed quickly, and it was almost Saturday. Ding Long and Chen May got up early, had breakfast, and then went out to look at houses happily. Why were they so happy? Because they are going to buy their own house. Chen May was all smiles the whole way, thinking to herself, finally, we'll have a home that truly belongs to the two of us. We can decorate it to suit our own tastes and make it warm and comfortable. Just thinking about it makes me happy. They arrived at the sales office of Century Garden. Wow, there were quite a few people here. Fortunately, there was a salesperson who was particularly enthusiastic, and he hurried over to greet them and lead them to the sand table of the property. The salesman was very talkative and gave them a detailed introduction to the overall situation of the property, what the characteristics of the various types of houses were, how complete the surrounding supporting facilities were, and so on. After the introduction, he asked Ding Long and Chen May with a smile what kind of house they wanted to buy. In fact, Ding Long and Chen May had already discussed this for a week, and they wanted to buy a villa. In the current market, a villa can be bought for about 30 to 40 million yuan. Ding Long thought to himself, since he has money on hand now and will definitely make even more in the future, he might as well buy a villa in one go. This way, whether it's his parents or his in-laws coming to stay, they'll all have plenty of space and be comfortable, and there'll be somewhere to entertain friends. At first, Chen May wasn't too keen on buying a villa. She felt that spending 30 to 40 million yuan on a villa was too extravagant and unnecessary. She thought that a 3-bedroom apartment would be fine and she would be quite satisfied. Moreover, Ding Long had made 50 million yuan from the bargain, so if they spent 40 million yuan on a villa, there would not be much money left. There was still a long way to go and they would need to spend money everywhere. In the future, if they had children, she planned to have 2, and raising children would cost a lot of money. However, Ding Long told her not to worry about money, because the jadeite bangle could fetch around 100 million yuan at auction. Chen May had nothing to object to after hearing this. 100 million yuan would be enough to cover living expenses, retirement funds, and the education fees for their 2 children. You said that the villas are discounted by 10%, right? Ding Long asked the salesperson. Yes, there is a 10% discount on all villas. If you buy 2 or more, there are even more discounts. The salesman's eyes lit up at this news and he quickly replied. He wondered if the couple was going to buy a villa. If they did, he would get a big commission, at least 30 million for each villa, so how much would that be? How much is Villa 39? Ding Long asked. 40 million, 10% off is 36 million, the salesperson replied, delighted. He thought to himself, if Ding Long was just casually asking about discounts before, then asking about the price of a specific villa now, then he must be seriously thinking about buying, otherwise he wouldn't be asking. It seems like this deal is going to work. Then take us to see Villa 39. Ding Long nodded and said. He felt that buying a house was not a trivial matter after all, and you still had to go and see it for yourself, to see what the decoration style was like, whether the layout and planning were reasonable, and you had to be satisfied yourself before deciding whether to buy it or not. Although he was rich now, he couldn't spend money blindly. He wouldn't be like some people, recklessly pointing directly at a house and buying it without even looking at it. That kind of person is either a property speculator during a real estate boom or a second-generation rich kid with no brains who just wants to act cool. Ding Long is not like that. He is more prudent in his actions and naturally follows the normal process. Okay, please wait in the lounge for a moment while I go get the keys. The salesperson took Ding Long and Chen May to the lounge and then hurriedly went to get the keys. 36 million, that's not bad, lower than I expected, Ding Long said to Chen May with a smile. Honey, if it were before, I wouldn't have dared to think that we could buy a villa, Chen May said, hugging Ding Long's arm, her face beaming with happiness and her eyes full of anticipation for their future life. In the future, we'll drive luxury cars and live in villas, and that'll be our life. If you have any dreams, just tell your husband, I'll help you achieve them, Ding Long looked at Chen May and said with a loving face. My dream is to live happily with you forever. Chen May leaned on Ding Long's shoulder and said with a happy face. Don't worry, I promise that your dream will definitely come true, and we will never be apart for the rest of our lives and live happily ever after. Ding Long tightly held Chen May's hand and promised very seriously. Since Ding Long had chosen Chen May, he was determined to live a good life with her and would not have any other messy thoughts. Honey, I believe in you. Chen Meng's face broke into a happy smile again, and her heart was sweet. Isn't this Ding Long? You're here to buy a house too? Just then, a voice suddenly came over. Ding Long turned his head and saw a young man about his age, walking over with a young woman dressed up in fancy clothes in his arms. Do you have something on your mind? Ding Long asked indifferently, his face expressionless. This person was his former colleague Yang Chao, who had also just graduated this year and joined the company for an internship in the same batch as Ding Long. Yang Chao was a local, and always had an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of outsiders. In particular, knowing that Ding Long came from a small county outside the city, he often looked down on Ding Long. From time to time at work, he would ridicule Ding Long for being a bumpkin, and if it came to something Ding Long didn't understand, he would also taunt him for being ignorant. Not many people in the company got along with him, and Yang Chao resigned after just 1 month. Why? It turned out that his family's house had been demolished, and he had received 80 million yuan in compensation, as well as 2 other houses. This guy suddenly became rich, and he felt that working was too tiring, so he simply quit and went home to become a big shot. Ding Long, you don't have to be so cold when you meet an old colleague. Yang Chao pulled his girlfriend and sat down casually opposite Ding Long and Chen Meng. He saw Chen Meng hugging Ding Long's arm, and a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. He thought to himself, this Ding Long is a bumpkin from the countryside, and his girlfriend is actually so pretty. When compared to her, his own girlfriend is simply worlds apart. There is just too big a difference. He had originally felt quite proud to be seen out with his girlfriend, but now compared to Chen Meng, he felt a bit embarrassed, and it was not a pleasant feeling. What kind of attitude do you want me to have? Ding Long didn't want to deal with Yang Chao at all. Everyone was an adult, and Ding Long knew that Yang Chao was a difficult person to change. He had deep-rooted prejudices against people from other places, so Ding Long chose not to associate with him, out of sight, out of mind. Ding Long, you're from a small county, so what gives you the right to give me attitude? Yang Chao's face turned ugly when he heard these words. He thought to himself, I'm a native of Jiangcheng, and I took the initiative to greet this country bumpkin, so it's fine if he's not grateful, but he dares to give me attitude. How can I put up with this? I'm really angry. It's your own fault for being a pain in the ass, coming to me for trouble, don't want to see my face, go. Ding Long would never be polite to Yang Chao. Not to mention that he now has a system. Even if he was just an ordinary office worker before, Ding Long would never give Yang Chao a good face. It's really that Yang Chao is so annoying, all day long he knows how to mock people. FCK, you mother CK. Yang Chao was furious when he heard this, but suddenly it seemed like he thought of something, and his tone stopped suddenly. A smile squeezed out on his face again. Ding Long, you're here to buy a house, right? Chapter 33 Buying a villa? Ding Long glanced at Yang Chao, his eyes looking at someone who was not very smart, and said, if I'm not buying a house, why would I come here? You think everyone is like you, with nothing better to do all day but wander around? Yang Chao's anger flared up at these words, but he still managed to hold it back and not explode on the spot. He took a deep breath, pulled a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, just you? I guess you can only afford the cheapest one if you can buy a good house. In his opinion, Ding Long could not afford a good house at all. Ding Long frowned and impatiently replied, what's it to you? Yang Chao laughed twice, a laugh that made people feel uncomfortable, and then said, what, don't you dare say it? In fact, there's nothing wrong with buying the cheapest house, but some people, when buying a house, still have to take out a loan, and they have to pay it back for decades. They spend their whole lives working hard just for a house. It's really pitiful and sad when you think about it. Ding Long gave him a look, didn't say anything, and didn't want to deal with him at all. Yang Chao, however, continued to prattle on. Ding Long, seriously, if I were you, I would have long since left Jiangcheng and returned to that small county to live a peaceful life. Housing prices are low in small counties, and life is so much easier there. Why be so tired in Jiangcheng? Believe it or not, if you keep tossing and turning in Jiangcheng, in the end you won't get anything, and you'll just be working for nothing. Ding Long said calmly, are you done? If you're done, just go, don't annoy people here. Yang Chao wasn't going anywhere. He didn't just say those things to mock Ding Long, he also had a bad idea in mind. He wanted Chen Meng to know that Ding Long was useless, so that he could take the opportunity to seduce Chen Meng. He had evil intentions because he thought Chen Meng was pretty. As for his girlfriend by his side, he didn't take her seriously at all. If he could get Chen Meng, he could dump his girlfriend immediately. Yang Chao paid no attention to Ding Long at all, turned his head towards Chen Meng, put on a smile on his face, and said, beauty, introduce yourself. My name is Yang Chao, I'm a native of Jiangcheng. I still don't know your name. His girlfriend stood next to him, watching Yang Chao flirt with Chen May, and didn't say anything. She was with Yang Chao because he had some money. Yang Chao is not capable and has a bad temper. She has no intention of marrying him, just trying to get some benefits from him and then break up. Ding Long's eyes suddenly became cold. This guy is shameless, he even poached in front of his face. He was about to speak, but before he could say anything, he heard Chen Meng say coldly, "Do you know that you are particularly annoying? My husband has let you go, why are you still not leaving?" Chen Meng had found Yang Chao unsightly from the moment she first laid eyes on him, and she especially hated the way he spoke to Ding Long in a strange, ambiguous way. Ding Long's cold expression vanished in an instant, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and took Chen Meng's hand, saying, "Honey, don't be angry. Just ignore him, he's like a dog barking." "Who are you calling a dog?" Yang Chao was furious when he heard this. "Do you need to ask?" Ding Long sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "Damn it, I'm going to fix you today." Yang Chao really couldn't hold back anymore, and raised his hand to hit him. "You'd better not do it, or you'll be sorry. Look at your puny body, can you beat me?" Ding Long wasn't afraid at all, looking at him coldly. Ding Long is 1.78 meters tall and has a sturdy and strong build. Yang Chao, on the other hand, is only 1.63 meters tall, thin and small, and has a sallow complexion, which shows that he does not usually take care of his body and does not lead a disciplined life. If they really fight, Ding Long will be able to knock him to the ground in a few moves. I'm not like you, a bumpkin, who fights at every turn." Yang Chao also knew that he was no match for Ding Long, and if he really got knocked out, it would be a huge embarrassment, so he just talked tough. "If you're afraid, just admit it," Ding Long sneered. "You." Yang Chao's face turned ashen with anger, and he snorted, saying, "I came here to buy a house, not to fight with you, and I'm not bothered by you." Ding Long looked at him and said, "Didn't you say that the developer compensated your family with 2 houses? Why are you still buying a house?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chao's face revealed a look of smugness, and he said, "My parents and my brother live in those 2 houses. Of course I have to buy a house of my own. Unlike you, after working hard your whole life, you can only afford to buy 1 house." Ding Long smiled and didn't say anything else. Although Yang Chao was quite annoying, he had to admit that he was indeed leading a pretty easy life. His family had been relocated, and he suddenly had 2 new homes and 80 million in cash. With a house and money, as long as he didn't squander it, he would never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. This was something that many people struggled with their whole lives and never achieved. Ding Long thought to himself, if he hadn't had the system, he might really have worked hard for a house his whole life, just like Yang Chao said. "Mr. and Mrs. Ding, I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling well just now, so I took a rest. Now I'll show you the villa." At this point, the salesperson returned. "It's fine, let's go." Ding Long took Chen Meng's hand and stood up. "Okay, please follow me." The salesperson led the 2 of them out. "Wait." Yang Chao rushed over and stood in front of them. "Sir, what can I do for you?" the salesperson asked. "What did you say? If I heard you correctly, you want to show him the villas?" Yang Chao asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes, why?" The salesperson looked at him with some confusion. "Don't take him there, he can't afford a villa," Yang Chao said loudly, with a hint of ridicule on his face. "Well." The salesman hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, I don't know why you say that, but Mr. and Mrs. Ding want to see the house, whether they buy it or not. As a member of the staff here, I should receive them warmly and show them around." Yang Chao said impatiently upon hearing this, "I told you, why are you so stubborn? I've already told you that he can't afford it, so it's a waste of time to show him around, isn't it?" The salesperson still said politely, "Sir, I'm sorry, this is my job, please excuse me." "What a ungrateful person." Yang Chao snorted and reluctantly stepped aside. "Mr. and Mrs. Ding, let's go." The salesperson smiled at Ding Long and Chen Meng and led them away. I'll see what kind of villa you're looking at." Yang Chao looked at their backs and snorted, dragging his girlfriend behind him. Yang Chao followed Ding Long and Chen Meng to the sales department and got into the car that would take them to the house. The driver was about to start the car when Yang Chao got in with his girlfriend. Ding Long gave them a look, but didn't say anything. The salesperson also didn't say anything. Yang Chao snorted, saying, "What are you looking at? I can't go look at the house?" Ding Long ignored him and didn't even look at him again. The salesperson said to the driver, "Go ahead, driver." The driver nodded and started the car. In a few minutes, they arrived at Villa 39. "This is a nice villa," Yang Chao couldn't help but exclaim as soon as they entered. The salesperson took Ding Long and Chen May on a tour of the villa, giving them a detailed introduction, before asking, "Mr. and Mrs. Ding, what do you think?" The salesman didn't ask Yang Chao and his girlfriend for their opinion, but he didn't say anything else either. After all, they were also here to look at the house, and they might buy it too. Even though Yang Chao spoke rudely, it didn't affect his buying the house. "Wife, what do you think?" Ding Long turned his head and looked at Chen Meng, asking softly. He himself felt that this villa was quite good, but it still had to satisfy Chen Meng. If Chen Meng didn't like it, he wouldn't buy it. Chapter 34. It really is a strange one. This villa is really nice, with a fashionable and youthful style of decoration. I quite like it. Ding Long, if you also think it's fine, then let's settle on this one, Chen Meng said to Ding Long with a smile as she looked around the villa. Fine, let's buy it then, Ding Long said with a cheerful smile on his face, and he felt a lot more at ease in his heart. How can someone from a small county in a remote area like you afford a villa? Yang Chao's eyes widened with surprise and disbelief. Although he wasn't quite sure how much the villa would cost, he had a rough idea that it would cost at least 30 to 40 million yuan. In his eyes, Ding Long was just an outsider with no background, and it was impossible for him to have such strong financial strength to buy a villa. What's it to you? Ding Long glanced at Yang Chao indifferently, his eyes betraying obvious impatience. I can see it now, it must be your girlfriend who paid for it. You found a rich guy to sponge off, haven't you? Yang Chao said, while looking at Chen Meng with a sinister smile and a smug grin on his face. That's right, I'm a soft bread eater, so what? What's it got to do with you? Ding Long didn't mind at all that Yang Chao misunderstood him like this. He felt that there was nothing to explain with such a person, so he simply went along with what he said. You're so righteous about being a soft bread eater, you really are something. Yang Chao shrugged his shoulders, his face with a mocking sneer, his tone full of disdain. I have a soft meal to eat, and that is also my ability. Even if you want to, you don't have the opportunity, so you can only envy and be jealous there. Ding Long's mouth slightly raised, revealing a teasing smile, and his eyes looking at Yang Chao carried a hint of mockery. It's rare to be so tough even when you're living off someone else. Yang Chao was really jealous, and at the same time, he was secretly wondering why such a pretty girl like Chen Meng would fall for a guy like Ding Long, who came from a county town. Could it be because he was good-looking and physically strong? Let's go back and sign the contract, Ding Long said to the salesman, turning around as he didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Yang Chao. Okay, this way please, the salesman quickly replied. Yang Chao, too, followed behind with his girlfriend. Beauty, you're a native of Jiangcheng, aren't you? On the way back, Yang Chao couldn't help but lean over to Chen Meng and ask. Well, why? Chen Meng replied coldly. She didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Yang Chao, and her tone of voice also carried a distinct coldness. Since you are from Jiangcheng, your family should be well off. Why did you find Ding Long, a boyfriend from the county? You can afford to buy a villa, so you shouldn't find someone like him. Yang Chao was still not convinced and continued to pursue the matter, with a hint of confusion and reluctance on his face. I have to make it clear to you that although I am from Jiangcheng, my family doesn't have much money. I didn't buy this villa, my husband did. Chen Meng frowned and said angrily. Ding Long didn't want to explain, but as his girlfriend, Chen Meng really couldn't stand seeing others misunderstand Ding Long like this. Moreover, Yang Chao had been sarcastic and cynical all the way, and she had been holding in her anger for a long time. What? He bought it? Yang Chao's jaw dropped in surprise, and then she shook her head desperately. No way, he's just an ordinary guy from the county. He used to say that his family was just average, and that he couldn't even afford to buy a flat in Jiangcheng, so how could he afford a villa worth tens of millions of yuan? In Yang Chao's opinion, Ding Long was just an ordinary wage earner who simply didn't have the ability to earn that kind of money. My husband is from a county town, but he is not the kind of person you are talking about. Only people with no class like you would call someone from a county town a bumpkin. Chen Meng raised her voice, her tone tinged with anger. No matter where someone is from, there is no such thing as high or low class. Only someone with no education like you would use such an offensive word as bumpkin. My husband's family is average, but he bought this house with his own abilities and didn't spend a penny from his family. What about you? Compared to my husband, you are nothing. So please stop spewing nonsense and stop mocking my husband. The more you talk, the more you show that you have no quality and the more you look like a joke-making clown. Chen Meng's words made Yang Chao's face turn red and white, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Even the salesman, after hearing her, secretly applauded in his heart, thinking that Chen May was really something, pouring out all the things she wanted to say. The salesman himself had also come from a small county to Jiangqing to work hard, and he had often received the cold stares of people like Yang Chao, so when he heard Chen Meng say this, it was more than gratifying. "I don't believe it, he's just an ordinary employee, how could he make so much money?" "You must be saying this to save face for him." Yang Chao still didn't believe it, and his face looked terrible. A villa worth tens of millions of yuan, how could Ding Long, a young man with no background, have earned enough money to buy it in such a short time? He was convinced that Chen Meng was lying to protect Ding Long's pride. "Whether you believe it or not is your business, but please don't jump around like a lunatic in front of my husband and me, you're really annoying," Chen Meng said unceremoniously. Yang Chao's face turned even more unpleasant. He had always felt superior as a native of Jiangchang, especially after the demolition of his home. But now, he was being called a clown by such a pretty girl as Chen Meng. How could he bear it? After a while, the car returned to the sales department and stopped. Ding Long and Chen Meng got out of the car and returned to the rest area. The salesperson went to get the contract. What Ding Long and Chen Meng didn't expect was that Yang Chao and his girlfriend were actually following them. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ding Long asked with a frown and a hint of anger. He had been in a good mood, but Yang Chao had ruined it. "What do you care if I leave or not?" Yang Chao said with a disdainful sneer. In fact, he just wanted to see if Ding Long was really going to buy a house. He was thinking to himself that if Ding Long didn't pay with a credit card, he would never believe that this was real. Ding Long was too lazy to argue with him anymore. In a short while, the salesperson came back with the contract information and the POS machine. The salesperson explained the terms of the contract in detail, and Ding Long carefully read through the contract, then picked up the pen and signed his name, before taking out his card and swiping it for 36 million. He really swiped the card. Yang Chao's eyes were white as copper bells, his face full of shock. Now, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to. Maybe Ding Long really made that much money? But how was that possible? Even if he won the lottery, no one had heard of anyone winning tens of millions recently. After thinking about it, Yang Chao felt that Chen Meng must have given Ding Long the money to let him swipe the card, so as to save Ding Long's face. Yes, that must be it. Thinking about this, Yang Chao looked at Ding Long with the same smug superiority in his eyes. "Ding Long, don't think I don't know what's going on. In my eyes, you're still the same country bumpkin from the county town, just a guy who lives off other people." Yang Chao said this, stood up, and left with his girlfriend. In any case, he was in a terrible mood today. There was no way he was going to buy a house here, lest he run into Ding Long and Chen Meng again in the future and be upset. It was mainly because Chen Meng's mouth was so sharp that he didn't know how to retort during the earlier scolding, which was so embarrassing. "Is there something wrong with this person?" Ding Long shook his head helplessly, speechless. "You, your former colleague, are really a weirdo," Chen Meng couldn't help but comment. When they were looking at the house before, Chen Meng asked Ding Long about Yang Chao, and Ding Long didn't hide anything and told her everything. "Exactly, he is a strange guy," Ding Long nodded in agreement. Soon, the paperwork was all done, and Ding Long got the keys to the villa. The two left the sales office and returned to the rented house. In the afternoon, they started packing their things and preparing to move to their new home. Chapter 35 Moving. That evening, while Ding Long and Chen Meng were eating dinner, Chen Meng suddenly said to Ding Long, "Honey, we're moving into our new home tomorrow, and I was thinking of inviting Dad, my uncle, my cousin, and Jiegu over for dinner. What do you think?" Ding Long nodded in response as he chewed his food. "Sure, that's a good idea. They don't know we bought a house yet, so this is a good opportunity to let them know that we bought a villa, and it will be more convenient for them to come over in the future." Chen Meng nodded repeatedly after hearing Ding Long's words. "Okay, then that's settled." After dinner, Chen Meng called her father, uncle, cousin, and Lin Junjie to tell them about the new house and invite them over for dinner the next night. After the call, she sent each of them the address of the new home. "Honey, look at this house. It's like a mountain of stuff. Let's find a moving company. It's too much work for just the two of us to carry everything in the car boot and make several trips back and forth." Ding Long looked at the living room, which was full of things, and felt that finding a moving company would save a lot of trouble. "Well, I also think it's a good idea to find a car," Chen Meng agreed. Ding Long then went online to find a moving company, called to ask for a price quote, and set a time for the move the next day. The other party readily agreed to send someone to help on time. The next morning, after having breakfast, Ding Long and Chen Meng went to the landlord's office to check out. They first moved some valuables downstairs and put them in the trunk of the Maserati, then waited there for the movers to arrive. The appointment was for 9:30, and at 9:20 they heard someone knocking at the door. "I think it's the movers," said Ding Long, getting up to answer the door. When he saw the person standing there, he froze for a moment. "CFA, why is it you?" Ding Long then reacted, "You're from the moving company?" CFA also froze for a moment, then laughed and said, "Yes, I'm from the moving company. I didn't expect it to be you moving." "Come on in," Ding Long said, ushering CFA into the house. "Chen May, long time no see," CFA said, greeting Chen May. They were classmates and knew each other quite well. "CFA, I remember you seem to be running a business at a fund company, so why are you doing this moving job?" Chen May was very surprised to hear their conversation. How could CFA be doing a moving job? Previously, in the group of classmates, CFA had also talked about his work situation. CFA explained with some helplessness, "The market has been bad recently, business is difficult, and there is a lot of pressure at home. I came out on the weekends to do some part-time moving to earn some extra money to help support my family." Then he asked, "I saw a message in the group chat earlier that Ding Long seems to have made a lot of money investing in futures. Are you moving because you bought a house?" Chen Meng nodded with a proud smile, "Yes, we bought a house, and we're moving into it today." CFA smiled and congratulated them, "Congratulations to you. Among our classmates, apart from those who are rich second-generation kids who can afford to buy a house, it's still a long way off for those who have to work hard to buy a house on their own." After chatting for a while, the three of them started to move the things. Ding Long could have avoided helping since he had paid someone to move the things, but since CFA was a classmate, Ding Long helped out. After half an hour, everything was moved downstairs. Ding Long asked the landlord to come over and check the house again. After the landlord confirmed that everything was fine, Ding Long returned the key and left. More than an hour later, two cars drove into Villa 39, one after the other. "Holy shit, you bought a villa." CFA was so surprised that his jaw almost hit the ground when he saw the villa. Ding Long and Chen Meng smiled at each other without saying a word. "My god, Ding Long, did you make so much money investing in futures?" CFA couldn't help but ask curiously. In theory, he shouldn't have made that much money. As Ding Long had said before, he had used his father-in-law's 2 million yuan to buy gold futures, and CFA had also paid attention to the trend of gold futures. Even if Ding Long had invested all the money, from beginning to end, and used floating profits to increase positions, it was impossible to make the money to buy this tens of millions yuan villa. "Futures didn't make that much money, and I've also made some money from somewhere else recently," Ding Long said with a smile. "Somewhere else? Where is it so easy to make money?" "Let me see if I can make some money too." CFA's eyes lit up, as if Ding Long had discovered some secret to getting rich. "I didn't have anything to do last Saturday, so I went for a stroll in the antique street and picked up a bargain," Ding Long replied. "Holy shit, you went to the antique street to pick up bargains? You can buy a villa just by picking up bargains, you're really something." CFA exclaimed again, then said with a bitter smile, "It seems that this way of getting rich is not for me, I don't have that kind of luck. Picking up bargains is not something that happens to just anyone, it depends on luck." CFA felt that he didn't have good luck and wasn't that kind of person. After moving the things into the villa, CFA was guided by Ding Long on a tour of the villa. At noon, Ding Long and Chen Meng invited CFA to a restaurant outside the community for a meal. After dinner, Ding Long and Chen Meng said goodbye to CFA and returned to the community. CFA got back into his minivan, but instead of driving off right away, he took out his phone and sent a few photos he had just taken of the Maserati Quattroporte in the villa to a group of his classmates. Classmate A, "Holy shit, CFA, you bought a luxury car and a villa?" Classmate B, "CFA, you work in a fund company and make so much money? You can buy a luxury car and villa?" Classmate C, "No way, I met him last week and he was complaining to me. He can't afford a luxury car and villa." Classmate D, "So what's going on?" Classmate E, "Holy shit, CFA, you're not working as a fund salesman during the day and servicing rich women at night, are you?" Classmate F, "Is there such a good thing? Please introduce me." Classmate Gung, "CFA, life is too hard, I don't want to struggle anymore, so introduce me to a rich woman too." Classmate XIN, "Haha, is this the Maserati Quattroporte that CFA's rich woman gave him?" Classmate Rin, "This villa wasn't given to him by a rich woman too, was it?" Classmate Ju, "I believe it if she gave him a Maserati Quattroporte, but it's a bit more dubious if she gave him a villa. It's probably the villa that the rich woman lives in." Classmate Z, "I'm better looking than CFA, I work out every day, I'm definitely in better shape than CFA, so why hasn't a rich woman approached me? Classmate Cho, me too, the world is unfair. Classmate Ian, I say, why are your thoughts so dirty? Speaking of CFA, just give me the phone number of a rich woman. CFA saw the message and quickly replied, stop joking, this is Ding Long and Chen May buying a Maserati Quattroporte and a villa. Today I went to help them move and even visited their new home. Classmate A, holy shit, is that true? Classmate B, the last news about Ding Long and Chen May was broken by Zhou Haiyuan, who said that Ding Long took Chen May shopping for hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of luxury goods and also bought a Cartier watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Classmate C, where did Ding Long and Chen May get so much money? Classmate D, I don't understand either. Even if they bought gold futures, they couldn't have made that much money. Classmate E, CFA, how do you know? Classmate F, CFA, tell us, what's really going on? Classmate G, CFA, you didn't ask, did you? Chapter 36 Why is Chen May so quiet? Classmate A, I just asked Ding Long, and he said that the money earned in the futures market is not enough to buy a villa at all. But last week, when he was strolling through the antique street, he had incredible luck and found a super bargain, which enabled him to buy a villa. Classmate B, holy shit, Ding Long is so lucky. It's unbelievable. Classmate C, I've been to the antique street too, and I didn't find anything cheap. How come he's so lucky? Classmate D, Ding Long gets all the good things, it's really annoying. No one can beat his luck. Classmate E, he married a beautiful wife, bought a luxury car and a villa. Ding Long is the winner of life, and everyone is jealous of him. Classmate F, it's only been a few months since graduation, and Ding Long is already living the kind of life that we'll probably never be able to achieve after a lifetime of hard work. How can there be such a big difference? Classmate G, it's not a maybe, it's a definite no. I, for example, work hard every day carrying bricks, and I'll never be able to afford a villa even if I work all my life. It makes me sad just thinking about it. Classmate XIN, it's so frustrating to compare people. Why is Ding Long so lucky? Classmate Rin, do you guys feel that Ding Long has changed since he broke up with Chen May and started dating Chen May? He made a fortune from futures trading and now he's made a fortune from buying bargains. Is Chen May a lucky charm? Classmate Kue, I can see that too. Maybe it's true. Ding Long has found a good wife. Classmate Z, Chen May will definitely not be happy to hear what you guys are saying. After all, she was the ex. Classmate Cho, Chen May hasn't said a word recently. I don't know what's going on. Is she depressed? Classmate Ian, is she embarrassed to show her face after seeing how well Ding Long and Chen May are doing? Classmate Mao, don't say that. They're probably just busy with work and don't have time to worry about that. Classmate Chen at Ding Long, at Chen May, your lives are getting better and better, when are you getting married? This is a big deal, everyone is waiting for the wedding candy. Classmate C, yes, this is a crucial question, the certificate has been obtained, the luxury car and villa have been bought, shouldn't the wedding be arranged as well? Ding Long and Chen May returned home and couldn't help but laugh when they saw the group message. When they reached the last message, which asked about the wedding, Ding Long turned to Chen May and said, honey, about the wedding, I was thinking that I would first achieve some results in my career, and then give you a grand and decent wedding. Do you think that's okay? It wasn't that he didn't want to have a wedding, but he really wanted to give Chen May a particularly perfect and grand wedding. This would have to wait until his status had improved, and the preparations would also take some time. Yes, honey, I'll listen to you. You decide when to get married. Chen May had no objections at all, and her heart was full of anticipation for the future. After all, they were still young, they didn't need to hurry to have a child, and there was no big problem with getting married later. The two of them put away the things they had moved together, and they were busy until after 3 p.m. They were planning to go to the supermarket in the community to buy groceries, as Zhao Hai and the others were coming over for dinner that night. Just as they were about to go out, Ding Long's phone rang. Ding Long took it out and saw that it was from his mother. It's my mother calling, let's take a break for a while and go shopping later, Ding Long said. What? Auntie, no, our mother called, I'd better not talk to her for now. Chen May quickly stepped aside, a little nervous. You're my daughter-in-law, what's there to be afraid of talking? Ding Long felt quite strange and couldn't understand why Chen May was hiding. No, I think it's better to talk to your parents face-to-face for the first time. Chen May couldn't explain why, but she felt that it was more appropriate and more formal to communicate face-to-face when meeting for the first time. Okay, in a while I'll take you home to meet my parents, and I'll call them then, so you don't have to hide, Ding Long said. Yes, you should answer the phone, Chen May urged. Mom, Ding Long answered the phone. Son, what are you doing? Jiang Ping asked as usual. Not much, it's Sunday, I'm not working, just relaxing at home. Ding Long hadn't told his parents about his resignation yet, and planned to do so when he took Chen Meng back home in a few days, so as not to worry them. Mom, is there something you need? Ding Long asked again. Son, you're married now, you definitely need to buy a house, you can't keep renting, it's not fair to Chen Meng. I discussed it with your father, we've saved 800,000 yuan over our lifetime, and in the past few days we've recovered some of the loan payments, so we've got 1,000,000 yuan together, and we're going to transfer it to you. We know that property prices in Jiangqing are high, and we're not sure if this 1,000,000 yuan is enough for the down payment. If it's not enough, just let us know how much is missing, and we'll borrow some more from relatives and friends. Jiang Ping knew that after Ding Long and Chen Meng got married, he had discussed this matter with Ding Long's father. When Ding Long heard this, his heart ached. This 1,000,000 yuan was definitely the limit that his parents could come up with. They were giving him all their money and even going to borrow money for him. If there hadn't been the system, after he married Chen Meng, he would definitely have needed this money in order to let her live a good life. But now that there was the system, naturally he didn't need it. In any case, at this moment, he truly felt the deep love of his parents. Mom, you don't need to give me money, I have money, Ding Long held back his emotions and said quickly. Where did you get the money? I won't disturb you if there's nothing else. I'll go to the bank later and transfer the money to you, Jiang Ping said. Mom, listen to me, I really have money. I'm rich now, so you and Dad don't need to worry about buying a house. I already bought a house and just moved into my new home today. I was going to call you tonight to tell you. Ding Long hurriedly explained, afraid that his mother would send him money. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Jiang Ping asked suspiciously. Mom, Chen Meng's father gave us 2,000,000 yuan for the down payment on the house. I used that money to invest in futures and made a lot of money. Now the house is already bought, said Ding Long. Are you serious? Jiang Ping still didn't quite believe it. She had heard of futures and knew that it was risky, but if you did it right, you could make a lot of money. Mom, why would I lie to you? Let me show you on video. Ding Long switched to video call and took the phone and walked around the living room. At this time, Chen Meng had already gone back to her room and hid. This is the living room? It's so big? And there's a staircase to go upstairs? What kind of house did you buy? Jiang Ping had a pretty good idea, but she wasn't sure. Mom, I bought a villa, a 2-story small villa, Ding Long said with a smile. What, a real villa? Jiang Ping exclaimed in surprise, how much did that cost? An ordinary house is expensive enough, but a villa is even more so, must be worth tens of millions. You invested 2 million in futures and made this much money? Son, are you lying to me? Did you do something illegal? Her son had suddenly become rich, and she was afraid that he had made the money through some illicit means and was trying to deceive her by talking about futures speculation. Ding Long was at a loss for words. Mom, what kind of person do you take your son to be? I have a good job, and although I can't become rich, I can live a normal life. How could I do anything illegal? That's true, Jiang Ping nodded, but you shouldn't have made so much money investing in futures, right? Is there something else going on? Ding Long said, yes, I was lucky. I found a great bargain in an antique street. I spent 50,000 yuan on a painting, and then sold it for 50 million. What, a painting bought for 50,000 yuan sold for 50 million? Jiang Ping exclaimed again. Yes, Mom, I'm not lying to you. Specifically, when the Mid-Autumn Festival comes, I'll take Chen Meng back to see you and explain it to you all in detail. Ding Long had long planned to take Chen Meng back to meet his parents during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so that the family could be reunited and he could explain everything to them in detail. Chapter 37 You're so lucky. Okay, that's good. I'm looking forward to meeting Chen Meng. Hey, is Chen Meng not home right now? Jiang Ping was overjoyed when he heard that his son was bringing his wife back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so he stopped pestering Ding Long about the money and looked forward to meeting his daughter-in-law. Well, Chen Meng went out for something and isn't at home, Ding Long casually responded, not wanting to explain too much. Okay, I won't bother you then. Remember, you must bring Chen Meng back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, otherwise you needn't come back, Jiang Ping said half-jokingly. Don't worry, Mom. You'll definitely get to meet your beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law, Ding Long promised with a smile. After the phone call, Chen May walked out of the room. Honey, you promised Mom that we'll go back to see them for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ding Long said as he embraced Chen May. Okay, Chen May nodded, thinking that she would have to meet her in-laws sooner or later, and it was a good idea to go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After that, the two of them went out to buy groceries. At around 6 p.m., Chen Meng's father Chen Hai, uncle Chen Jiang, cousin Chen Shine, and Lin Junji arrived one after the other. Congratulations! Moving to a new home, what a joyous occasion! Everyone handed over a thick red envelope. Ding Long and Chen Meng, how come you're so rich that you can buy a villa? Chen Qing asked curiously. When Chen Meng called yesterday, she said that she had bought a villa, but apart from telling Chen Hai in detail, no one else really knew what was going on. Ding Long looked at Chen Hai and said, I took the 2 million yuan that Dad gave me for the down payment on the house and invested it in futures, and made more than 10 million. Before he could finish, Lin Junjie exclaimed in surprise, What? You made over 10 million from investing 2 million in futures? Lin Junjie usually speculates in stocks and futures, but most of the time he loses money. He has several stocks in his hands, but he dares not hold overnight positions in futures. A few times before, after he held overnight positions, the market moved in the opposite direction to his open positions the next day, and he lost a lot of money. Ding Long nodded and said, Yes. Lin Junjie asked again, What futures did you buy? I see that gold futures have risen sharply recently, and with the US Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, the price of gold has been rising relentlessly. Did you buy gold futures? He usually pays attention to financial news, and anyone who invests knows about the US interest rate cut. Ding Long laughed and said, It was gold futures. I bought them and they hit the daily limit the next day. Lin Junjie's eyes widened, Damn, you're amazing. You bought them and they hit the daily limit. After a pause, he continued, You used 2 million to make over 10 million. You must have been in the market for the whole time, and you must have added to your position as the price went up, otherwise you wouldn't have made so much. Ding Long admitted, That's right. Lin Junjie gave him a thumbs up and said, Ding Long, I'm impressed with your trading. Someday you have to tell me about it. I've been speculating for years and I've always lost money. I'm a regular loser. Ding Long smiled and said, We can exchange ideas sometime. He now has the skills of an investment guru, so it's okay to talk about the ropes, but it's not good to say take or teach to friends, so he just says exchange ideas. Chen Xing asked again, Even if you make more than 10 million, you can't afford this villa. I checked before I came here, and the villas here start at least 30 million. Chen Jiang also followed curiously and asked, Ding Long, did you make money from somewhere else? Ding Long nodded and said, Last week I went to the antique street. And then told the story of picking up a bargain in the antique street. Lin Junjie couldn't help but exclaim, Holy shit, your luck is too good. You went to the antique street once and picked up such a big bargain, making 50 million. To find a bargain, you need both good eyes and luck. Sometimes luck is more important than good eyesight. Just like the painting of a lady by Tang Bohua that Ding Long found. Not everyone could recognize it as a genuine work of art, but Jiang Zhang did. But he didn't appear before Ding Long. If Jiang Zhang had seen it first, Ding Long wouldn't have had the good fortune. Chen Jiang said with a bitter smile, How come you make money so easily? Chen Chang was full of envy. Ding Long had nothing before, but now he has made more than 60 million. If Chen May knew, she might regret it. In fact, Chen May already knew, but she had not yet regretted it. She felt that Ding Long was just lucky, and that sooner or later, he would lose all that money. Chen Hai had not said anything, but he was quite satisfied with Ding Long as a son-in-law. He was relieved that his youngest daughter was with Ding Long. Lin Junjie saw the car parked at the entrance and asked, Ding Long, Chen Meng, is the Maserati in front of your house a new purchase? Ding Long replied, Yes, it's new. Chen Meng couldn't help but say, Brother Jia, you don't know, we were going to buy a Porsche Panamera, but we ended up at the Porsche 4S store. And then she told him about the bad things that happened in the store. Lin Junjie shook his head and said, That Zhang Sheng really is something. Chen Sheng also said, I guess he doesn't know that you guys have made money. Lin Junjie still couldn't get over it and said, Even if he doesn't know, he can't be so against Ding Long and Chen Meng. It's obvious that he's looking for trouble, and people like that are the most annoying. Chen Jiang also said, Actually, the manager also has a problem, dividing customers into different classes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to Zhang Shang. Chen Hai also commented, Exactly, if the manager treated everyone equally, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. Chen Xing continued, This shows that there are problems with the management of that store. Anyway, I won't buy a car there in the future. If anyone asks, I'll advise them not to go. The situation that the Porsche 4S store manager was worried about happened. After Chen May told the story, the others had a bad impression of that store and would never buy a car there in the future. If anyone mentioned buying a car, they might even talk about it, so that more people would know. If they had a choice, no one would go to that store. Lin Junjie said, Ding Long and Chen May, you can ask me if you want to buy a car. I know someone who owns a car dealership and they have cars of all makes and models, and they can even give you a discount. Ding Long said, then I'll ask you next time I want to buy a car. Chen May has been driving to work these days, and it's not convenient for Ding Long to go out. Since they have money now, they can buy another car. Lin Junjie said, sure, just give me a call when the time comes. He was also happy to help, as it was good for both sides of friends. The friend who drove the car could make money, and the friend who bought the car could save money. You guys chat first, I'll go cook, I'll be right back. Chen May got up and went to the kitchen, and Chen Qing followed her in to help. After half an hour or so, the food was on the table, and the several people ate and chatted happily. At around 9 o'clock, Chen Zhang's father and daughter and Lin Junjie left, all of them having had a drink and called a designated driver. Shen Hai stayed here to rest, and it was fine for her to stay the night since she was a daughter. Chapter 38 Rolls-Royce Cullinan. At the weekend, Ding Long discussed with Chen May, wife, I was thinking about buying another car, what do you think? Okay, I've been driving the Maserati to work for a while now, and it's not always convenient for you to go out, so it's time to get another car. Chen May thought this was a good idea. Recently, Chen May has been driving to work every day, and since Ding Long quit his job, it's been a bit inconvenient for him to go out, either taking a taxi or the bus. Anyway, they don't lack money at the moment, and Ding Long's ring, which he plans to auction off, is expected to fetch around 100 million. It's not too much to buy another car, one for each of us. Honey, what do you think we should get for this second car? Ding Long wanted to hear Chen May's thoughts. I'm not going to say, it's your car, you can buy whatever you like. I'm fine with the Maserati, the key is that you like it, Chen May replied with a smile. Ding Long smiled and said, I plan to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. What? A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Isn't that a bit extravagant? Chen May's eyes widened. Rolls-Royce is a symbol of the super rich, and the Cullinan is even known as the most luxurious SUV, costing almost 10 million yuan. Generally, wealthy people can't bear to buy it. Although Ding Long can afford it, is it really necessary to spend so much money? Ding Long explained, my dear, I'm sure I'll be able to earn a lot of money in the future, and I don't want to keep changing it around. I might as well get it in one go. Chen May said helplessly, okay, if you like it, then buy it. Ding Long put his arm around Chen May and said, honey, don't worry, this car is definitely worth the price, and only a car like this is worthy of your husband. Chen May gave him a glare and said, honey, you're really narcissistic. Ding Long laughed and said, I'm just telling the truth. Chen May broke free from Ding Long's embrace and said, then hurry up and call Jay. Ding Long nodded and took out his phone to dial Lin Junjie's number. The call was quickly connected, and Ding Long got straight to the point, Brother Jia, I want to buy a car. Are you free today? Lin Junjie said, I'm hanging out at a friend's car dealership. I'll send you the address. You two come over. Ding Long continued, Brother Jia, I want to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ask your friend if he has any in stock first. Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Lin Junjie was taken aback. Ding Long, you're something, buying such a luxurious car. But with your ability to make money, driving this car is not too much. I'll ask, just a moment. After a while, Lin Junjie called back, there are cars in stock, 2 just arrived the other day. Ding Long said happily, great, send me the address, Chen May, and I will go over right now. After hanging up, not long after, Ding Long received the address sent by Lin Junjie. Ding Long and Chen May set off, and after half an hour or so, they arrived at Dongtai car dealership. Ding Long, Chen May, this way. As soon as they walked into the car dealership, they heard Lin Junjie calling out to them. Ding Long and Chen May looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lin Junjie waving at them. Jiege, the two of them walked over and greeted him. Come, I'll introduce you to my friend. JJ Lin led them to an office on the second floor. In the office was a young man in his late 20s or early 30s, wearing a sharp suit and sitting behind a desk. This is my friend Su Nan, Lao Su. These are Ding Long and Chen May, the two who have already got married, JJ Lin introduced the two sides. Welcome, welcome, please sit down. Su Nan stood up with a smile on his face to greet them, gestured for Ding Long and Chen Meng to sit on the sofa by the coffee table, and then started making tea. After a while of small talk, everyone got to know each other a little better. After the tea was ready, Su Nan cut to the chase. Brother Ding, I heard from Lin that you want to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, right? Ding Long nodded. Yes, that's right. Su Nan said cheerfully, don't worry, I'll definitely give the friend Lin introduced the biggest discount. You won't find a better deal anywhere else. This gave Lin Junjie a face and made Ding Long feel at ease. Ding Long smiled and said, Jiega has said it, I trust him, and naturally I trust you too. Lin Junjie chimed in, Su, you see, I told you Ding Long was a straightforward person, now do you believe him? I believe you now. Su Nan nodded vigorously, then quickly added, oh, it's not that I didn't believe you before, it's just that I haven't seen the person, so I can't say anything. The group chatted for a while longer, and after a while of drinking tea, Su Nan took Ding Long and Chen Meng to look at cars, and Lin Junjie followed along. They arrived at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area, where several Rolls-Royces were parked, including 2 Cullinan. Su Nan said, Brother Ding, sister-in-law, go up and feel for yourself. Ding Long responded, okay. He and Chen Meng got into the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively, while Su Nan gave a detailed explanation of the basic functions and operations. Afterwards, they drove around the test drive area for a while. This test drive really felt different from ordinary luxury cars. Whether it's handling or comfort, it's not comparable to ordinary luxury cars. After all, it's a nearly 10 million luxury car, it really is extraordinary. After the test drive, they returned to the exhibition area. After getting out of the car, Su Nan asked, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Ding Long smiled and said, I feel great, this is the car. As for the accessories, I want. Ding Long listed the accessories he wanted, which he had discussed with Chen Meng during the test drive. Although he would mainly be driving the car in the future, sometimes the two of them would go out together, and he wanted to take Chen Meng's feelings into consideration, so he had chosen a few accessories that Chen Meng would like. Su Nan immediately said, no problem, I'll arrange everything for you, and I'll give you the best price. He asked someone to get the accessories installed and personally calculated the price. In the end, the total price came to 9.2 million, because many of the accessories were super luxurious. Su Nan thought for a moment and said, Brother Ding, I'll charge you 8 million, giving you a discount of 1.2 million, as a way of making friends with you. To be honest, I've never given such a big discount before. The reason why he just thought for a while was to consider how big a discount to give. In the end, he decided to go big. After all, Ding Long could afford a Rolls-Royce at such a young age, so he must be a potential stock worth getting to know better. Lin Junjie also said from the side, Ding Long, this is definitely the biggest discount Su Nan can give. Ding Long said gratefully, then thank you, Brother Nan. Next came the various formalities, which were all completed after more than an hour, and the car's accessories were also installed. Su Nan warmly invited, Brother Ding, sister-in-law, you have come to take care of my business, I invite you to lunch, are you free at noon? Lin Junjie also persuaded from the side, let's have lunch together, we are all friends. Okay, Ding Long and Chen Meng did not refuse. Su Nan immediately called to order a meal. Some restaurants need to be booked in advance, otherwise there will be no seats, which would be embarrassing. Chapter 39 The most arrogant second-generation rich kid in Jiangcheng. President Su, Mr. Li is here to pick up the car, said a salesperson who hurried over at that moment. I know, Su Nan replied, nodding. Lin, Ding, and your wife, go sit in the lounge for a while, I'll go greet Mr. Li, Su Nan said, and turned to leave. Who is this Li Xiao? Ding Long couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Yao, have you heard of him? Lin Junjie answered. Li Yao? Isn't he the one known as the most powerful second-generation rich kid in Jiangcheng? Ding Long was taken aback, his face full of surprise. Yes, that's him, Lin Junjie nodded with a smile. Jie Gui, you and Li Yao are friends too? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Chen Meng also asked curiously. There's not much to say about it. I met him through Su Nan. Lin Junjie is not the type of person who likes to brag about himself, so he didn't mention it much before. So, Su Nan is more or less in the same league as Li Yao's rich parents? Ding Long asked. Well, how should I put it? The Li family has a lot of influence in the business world, and Li Yao's father is very influential in the business world. The Su family's business is not very large, and they mainly have some influence in the officialdom. Su Nan's grandfather is a high-ranking official in the capital, Lin Junjie slowly said after thinking carefully. Compared to them, I'm far behind, just running a small company. The main reason Su Nan and I can be friends is that we get along well. We didn't consider any interests when we became friends, Lin Junjie added. Friends like this are true friends. If you only make friends for interests, this friendship will easily go wrong, Chen May said with emotion. The several people chatted idly over here. On the other side, Su Nan took Li Yao to look at cars. Li Yao was tall and dressed in casual clothes, looking very energetic. Li Yao bought a Bugatti Veyron and was very satisfied after a test drive. Su Nan took Li Yao to the lounge area and introduced Li Yao to Ding Long and Chen May. Everyone said hello and that was how they got to know each other. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Ding Long's mind. Ding! Li Yao went to see a friend this afternoon and was kidnapped by that duplicitous friend and his accomplices. In the evening, after the kidnappers received the money, they killed the hostage. Ding Long's heart gave a sudden thump, and he was secretly shocked. Does this mean that Li Yao is going to meet with misfortune tonight? Ding Long glanced at Li Yao and pondered in his heart, wondering how he could warn Li Yao. Anyway, they've met, and Li Yao is also a friend of Lin Junjie. If I didn't know about this kind of thing, I wouldn't care, but now that I do, I definitely can't just ignore it. Su Nan said, Ding Long just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Li Yao couldn't help but give Ding Long a deep look and said, my father also has a Cullinan, and I usually like to drive it around. Su Nan added, Li Xiao, I'll invite Lao Lin and brother Ding and his wife to lunch together. If you're free, come along. Li Yao nodded and agreed, sure, I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll tag along for a free meal. When it was time to eat, the group left the car dealership and went to a nearby private restaurant, where they entered a private room. After 3 rounds of wine and a lot of dishes, everyone ate and chatted, and their relationship became much closer. Li Yao asked, Brother Ding, what kind of business does your family run? Ding Long was able to afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan at such a young age, so Li Yao naturally assumed that Ding Long was a second-generation rich kid, and so he asked him what his family did for a living. Ding Long said calmly, Mr. Li, you may have misunderstood. My family lives in a small county in Hubei province, and my parents own a small supermarket. Li Yao was a little surprised. I thought you were a rich second generation, but I didn't realize you were a rich first generation. Su Nan was also surprised, Brother Ding, I think the same way as Li Yao. I really didn't realize you worked so hard to get where you are. From their earlier conversation, they knew that Ding Long and Chen May had just graduated from university this year. Now they heard that Ding Long's family came from a small county town, so they assumed that they were not well off. In a county town, not to mention a small supermarket, even a big supermarket would not make much money. Unexpectedly, Ding Long could afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. For this alone, Ding Long had their admiration. When they had just graduated, they had all gone to work for their family companies. If they were to strike out on their own and not rely on family connections, they felt that they definitely could not afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. However, they wondered if Chen Meng's family was rich. Thinking this, both of them glanced at Chen May. Lin Junjie saw what they were thinking and explained, Su Nan, Li Yao, my sister's family doesn't have any money. Her father only owns a small restaurant, and he can barely save 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a year, which is the most he can save. He can't even afford a Rolls-Royce. Ding Long can afford it because of his own abilities. I can tell you that Ding Long bought a villa in Century Garden last week, and I even went to the housewarming party. Hearing that Ding Long had also bought a villa in Century Garden, Su Nan and Li Yao were shocked once again. They knew that a villa in Century Garden would cost at least 30 million. Buying a house and a car would cost at least 40 million. Li Yao couldn't help but ask, Brother Ding, what do you do for a living? He was really curious about what Ding Long did to earn so much money, since he had only just graduated from university. He was not the only one who was curious, so was Su Nan, who looked at Ding Long with eager eyes, wanting to know how he made his money. To be honest, the two of them came from good families and were able to live the lives they are living now largely thanks to their families. When they had just graduated, even with their family connections, they had not earned as much money. I was just lucky. I made some money investing in futures, and I also went to an antique street once and found a great bargain. Ding Long did not hide it, but he did not say exactly how much he had earned. In fact, even if he didn't say it, just looking at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan he bought in the villa, everyone could roughly guess how much money he had earned at least. Brother Ding, you are too modest. In this world, whether it is investing in futures or picking up bargains in antiques, if you want to make money, you can't just rely on luck. You have to have real skills. Yes, if you say winning the lottery or gambling, I believe it is luck, but making money from investing in futures and antique hunting, this is definitely not something luck can explain. Su Nan and Li Yao both did not believe that Ding Long made money by luck, and felt that this was just his humble way of putting it. Moreover, they felt that Ding Long did have the ability, at least in terms of personal ability, and they did not think they could compare with Ding Long. You have to know that futures are not something that just anyone can play with. Anyone who can make money in the futures market is no ordinary person. As for picking up bargains on the antique street, although there is an element of luck, you also need to have vision and ability. If you can't even tell the authenticity of an antique, what's the point of picking up bargains? Chapter 40 Short Video Joding Guild. After everyone finished eating, they came out of the restaurant, said goodbye to each other, and prepared to leave. Ding Long saw Li Yao get into his sports car, suddenly slapped his head, remembered that there was something he hadn't told Li Yao, so he hurriedly told Chen May to go back to their car first, and he quickly ran to Li Yao's sports car, raised his hand and knocked on the window. Li Yao rolled down the window and asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Ding, what's up? What do you want?" Ding Long pointed at the passenger seat and asked, "Can I sit in there and talk to you for a bit?" Li Yao smiled and said, "Sure, come on up." He was puzzled. What did Ding Long want to tell him? It seemed that he didn't want anyone to hear. Ding Long sat in the passenger seat, and Li Yao stared at him, waiting for him to speak. Ding Long organized his words a little and said, "Mr. Li, are you going to meet a friend later?" Li Yao was stunned and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" He hadn't told anyone about this, and it was only when he received a phone call from a friend on the way here that he had planned to meet him in the afternoon. "Don't worry about how I know. I also know that this friend you want to meet may be harmful to you." Ding Long didn't beat around the bush and spoke the truth directly. He didn't have the heart to make up an excuse, and it was up to Li Yao to believe him or not. "What? How is that possible?" Li Yao's eyes widened. "How do you know my friend will harm me?" The friend he was going to meet was actually his girlfriend. They met by chance. Li Yao thought his girlfriend had a good personality, and after getting to know each other for a while, he got together with her despite his father's opposition. He was also very good to his girlfriend, spending time with her whenever he could and buying her an apartment to live in. On the way to dinner today, his girlfriend called to say she wasn't feeling well, so he was anxious to go over and check on her. "I can't tell you how I know, but as a friend, I advise you not to go see this friend. If you really want to go, it's best to bring 1 or 2 helpers," Ding Long said with a serious expression. "Brother Ding, I really can't believe what you're saying," Li Yao shook his head, full of disbelief. He felt that how could his girlfriend harm him? "Mr. Li, I've said all I have to say. Believe it or not is up to you." "I'll leave now," Ding Long said and got out of the car. He had said everything he needed to say. If Li Yao didn't listen to him, there was nothing he could do. Li Yao sat in the car, his face turning white and then red. He thought to himself, there was no reason for Ding Long to come and try to drive a wedge between him and his girlfriend. Could it be that Ding Long knew his father and that his father had asked Ding Long to come and stir things up? But how did Ding Long know that he was going to see his girlfriend this afternoon? Did Ding Long know something? Could it be that his girlfriend really wanted to do something bad to him? But he had been so good to his girlfriend, why would she do such a thing? A bunch of questions went round and round in his head. After thinking about it for a while, Li Yao took out his phone and dialed a phone number. Ding Long got back into his car. Chen May asked curiously, "Honey, what did you and Li Yao talk about?" Ding Long smiled and said, "Nothing much, just a few random things." Chen May didn't pursue the matter. She knew that if Ding Long was willing to talk about it, he would naturally tell her, and if he didn't want to talk about it, there must be a reason. Chen May then said, "Honey, just now Jia mentioned the matter of short videos, and I think you should really give it a try. Choose a direction and make some short videos, and you might just become a super internet celebrity." Ding Long laughed and replied, "I don't want to become some super internet celebrity. If I did, I'd be mobbed wherever I went, and I don't like that." Chen May laughed and teased, "A lot of people are hoping for that, and you're not happy about it." Ding Long shook his head and said, "Different people have different preferences. I just want to live a quiet life as a rich man, which is pretty good." When he was young, Ding Long also longed to be like the celebrities he saw, but as he grew up, he lost that desire. And now that he has the system to help him, he will definitely become rich in the future, so why would he take being an internet celebrity seriously? A super internet celebrity is nothing to him. He doesn't want to be surrounded by people when he goes out in the future. This week, Ding Long has been trying to find something to do, apart from occasionally checking the stock and futures markets. After much thought, he still hasn't come up with a good idea, but he's not in a hurry. After all, with his investment master skills, he can make money in the stock and futures markets even if he doesn't go to work. He'll just wait and see. He feels sure that the system will show him a way to make money, and he can just follow it then. And just as he'd hoped, as soon as he'd finished saying that, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Ding! The TikTok platform will dominate the short video world in no time. The Jiuding Guild, under the leadership of its president Zhao Shang, will become the #1 guild on the TikTok platform. Currently, the Jiuding Guild is encountering difficulties in its operations, and Zhao Shang intends to sell the guild. P.S. A copy of the development blueprint for TikTok and a list of internet celebrities have been sent to the host's email, so don't forget to check. Ding Long's eyes lit up. He can invest in the TikTok platform, after all, it is owned by ByteDance, and those who can invest are all big capital, and he is not qualified. However, the guild can consider investing, and with the difficulties in the operation of the Jiuding Guild, it is estimated that it will not cost much to take it over. And there is that list of future internet celebrities. If they can recruit these internet celebrities under their own guild, they can just wait to collect money in the future. Thinking about this, Ding Long couldn't help but laugh, his mouth couldn't close from smiling. Honey, what are you smiling at? Chen May was very surprised to see Ding Long suddenly smirking. Ding Long came back to his senses, put away his smile and said, I just thought about it, and I think there is really a future in short video. I've decided, I'll do it. Chen May asked curiously, didn't you just say that you didn't want to be an internet celebrity, afraid of being mobbed? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Ding Long laughed and said, honey, you don't have to become an internet celebrity yourself to make short videos. Chen May asked curiously, what else can you do? She didn't know much about the industry, and what JJ Lin had told them was just how to make short videos and do live broadcasts, and nothing else. Ding Long explained, you can start a guild. You can buy or set up a guild, which is similar to starting a company. I'll be the boss, and the internet celebrities will make money for me. It's great. Chen May's eyes lit up and she said, that's a good idea. That way, you don't have to show your face, you won't be surrounded by people, and you can still make money in the short video field. Ding Long laughed and said, that's exactly what it's about. In the future, you'll be the boss's wife. Chen May giggled and said, but you don't have any experience setting up a guild, so won't it be difficult? Ding Long said, I know. Let's go home first, and I'll check to see if there's a suitable guild to acquire. If there is, that will save a lot of trouble. Chapter 41 Kidnapping the Rich Kid? Driving home. Ding Long couldn't wait to open his laptop and check his email. He saw the future development plan for TikTok. This plan clearly shows the future development path of TikTok. And there was the list of future internet celebrities. This is not just a list, but also a detailed explanation of how these anchors became successful. To Ding Long's surprise, he saw a familiar name on the list of future internet celebrities, Lin Junjie. And Lin Junjie was the super internet celebrity among internet celebrities. This came as a surprise to Ding Long. He never imagined that Lin Junjie would become a super internet celebrity. And this was different from the field Lin Junjie was currently engaged in. When Lin Junjie chatted with them, he positioned himself as an outdoor anchor, which meant broadcasting fun things live or uploading short videos to the platform. However, the list shows that Lin Junjie, a super internet celebrity, is not an outdoor anchor, but a food anchor. Lin Junjie has not yet found his niche, and will soon realize that he is not cut out to be an outdoor anchor, and will instead devote himself to the field of food, thus becoming a super internet celebrity. When the time comes to acquire a guild, Lin Junjie must be signed. Such a future super internet celebrity cannot be missed. In an apartment, a young man and woman snuggle together. Honey, do you think when Li Yao comes over, will he come alone? If he brings someone, we won't be able to do this today, the man said with a worried look on his face. Of course he'll come alone. He's here to see his girlfriend, why would he bring someone else? The woman replied confidently. That's good, today we're going to become rich people. After we get the money, we'll go abroad and never come back. No one will be able to do anything to us, the man said with a face full of excitement. Well, we'll be together forever and never be apart again, the woman said, beaming with happiness. Well, never be apart again, the man said with a smile, adding, you have to be careful later, you mustn't let anything slip, otherwise it won't work and we'll both go to prison. The woman gave her word. Don't worry, I know what to do, just get him to drink some water, it's easy, he always drinks water whenever he comes here. The man teased, if he drinks the water, will he do what you want? Stop it. The woman pouted and punched the man in the chest. Don't say that. If you had come to me sooner, would I still be his girlfriend? The man explained, I had no choice. When choosing a school, I could only listen to my parents. Fortunately, I've graduated now and I can make my own decisions. As soon as I learned that you were in Jiangnan, I came to find you immediately. These two people, the woman is Li Yao's girlfriend, named Huang Jingjing. The man is named He Rui. They fell in love in high school. After graduating from high school, they chose different universities in different cities, far apart from each other, and naturally, the high school romance ended. After graduation, He Rui's work did not go well. A month ago, He Rui learned that Huang Jingjing was in Jiangnan and seemed to be doing well in work and life. So, He Rui wanted to rely on Huang Jingjing. He contacted Huang Jingjing through a high school classmate, expressing his deep love for her and his wish to be reunited with her. Huang Jingjing was already the girlfriend of Li Yao, a rich second-generation entrepreneur, and naturally no longer interested in her ex-boyfriend He Rui. However, when He Rui learned that Huang Jingjing's boyfriend was a rich second-generation entrepreneur, the most powerful second-generation entrepreneur in Jiangnan, not only did he not back down, but he used this to successfully convince Huang Jingjing to reunite with him. In this way, He Rui came to Jiangnan and reconnected with Huang Jingjing. The two also conspired to kidnap Li Yao, demand a ransom from Li Yao's father, and then run away and go abroad to live a carefree life. As for their parents, they had no intention of getting involved at all. In their view, as long as they themselves were doing well, that was enough. If he doesn't drink the water, I'll let him go into the bedroom, and you can surprise him and knock him out, Huang Jingjing said. That's it, we'll get him today, we must get the money, said He Rui. While they were talking, they heard a knock on the door. I think it's Li Yao, you go to the bedroom first, whispered Huang Jingjing. Okay, I'll go to the bedroom and hide, said He Rui, smiling and kissing Huang Jingjing before going into the bedroom. Huang Jingjing got up, tidied her clothes and hair a little, then went to the door. She saw Li Yao standing in the doorway. Honey, you're here. Huang Jingjing was pleasantly surprised and pulled Li Yao into the room and closed the door. You said you weren't feeling well just now, are you feeling better now? Li Yao went into the room, sat down, and put Huang Jingjing in his arms. I'm fine now. I just missed you. You haven't come to see me for a few days, Huang Jingjing said pitifully. It's all my fault. I've been a bit busy these days and haven't had time to come over, Li Yao said. You work for your company, what's so busy about that? I think you just don't care about me, Huang Jingjing said coquettishly. How could that be? I really have been a bit busy these days. I told you, my father is the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Recently, the member companies of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce want to set up an investment fund. My father wants to train me, so he has asked me to take charge of this matter, and I've been very busy, Li Yao explained. He was telling the truth, he had indeed been busy with this matter recently. Okay, I forgive you. Huang Jingjing left Li Yao's embrace and went to pour Li Yao a glass of water. The glass had been pre-dosed with powder, which would dissolve when the water was poured in. Thirsty, drink some water first, Huang Jingjing put the water in front of Li Yao. I'm actually a bit thirsty, Li Yao picked up the glass and gulped down the water. With Ding Long's reminder, he had become a little wary of Huang Jingjing, but he didn't think that drinking some water would be a problem. Besides, he had already made preparations. Even if there really was something, there would be no problem. Huang Jingjing could not possibly poison him to death. Seeing Li Yao drink the water, a trace of joy flashed in Huang Jingjing's eyes. This would be easy. Do you want to drink some more? Huang Jingjing asked. He asked this to let He Rui, who was hiding in the bedroom, know. He wanted He Rui to know that Li Yao had already drunk the water. No need. Ding Long shook his head, suddenly feeling dizzy and weak. What's going on? Li Yao pounded his head with his hand. Let me tell you what's going on. He Rui, who was hiding in the bedroom, knew that Ding Long had already drunk the water and was completely unable to resist, so he walked out of the bedroom. Who are you? Ding Long's face sank, and he once again thought of Ding Long's reminder. I'll let you know who I am soon. He Rui laughed heartily, walked over to Huang Jingjing and sat down next to her, put his arm around her waist, kissed her hard, and said, Now do you know who I am? Huang Jingjing, you actually hooked up with another man behind my back. Li Yao gnashed his teeth, his face growing more and more gloomy, his anger reaching its limit.